forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the Red Rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Morning and welcome to Blackpool Cricket Club for Lancashire versus Durham in the Metrobank One Day Cup. We're about to have the toss. There are a few blue skies peeking through and it should be a really good game today. Can you tell us what happened at the toss today?
Lost the toss and we're having a bat.
Perfect. And are there any changes to your team?
Yes, there's a lot actually. Tilly Kesterman comes in for Eve Jones. Tara Norris comes in for Ailsa Lister. I think that's it.
Perfect, thank you. Good luck today. So Durham have won the toss and are going to bowl Lancashire into bat. Durham versus Lancashire in the Metrobank One Day Cup here at Blackpool Cricket Club. Morning and welcome to Blackpool Cricket Club. We've got Lancashire versus Durham in the Metrobank One Day Cup coming up shortly. I'm Polly Starkey, and alongside me is Alison Byrne, and we'll be taking you through proceedings today. And it's quite chilly here in Blackpool.
Well, yeah, it's certainly a bit nippier than the last time I commentated. Ironically, I was in a commentary box high in the gods, and while everybody else was getting a tan, and now it's the opposite. We're out here outside commentating today, and we've got about 5 layers on.
Yeah, we've got some lovely gazebos
as you can see
surrounding us. Yeah, and yeah, it should be a good matchup. Two teams who are doing pretty well in the competition. Lancashire in second place, so they're really at the top of the table there, and then you've got Durham in 5th. So it's, I think, about 8 points that separate the teams. You've got Durham on 14, Lancashire on 22, and obviously a win is 4 points. A win with the bonus point is 5 points. So the margins are quite small.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've been impressed with the league this season. Every game, you just can't predict who's going to do well and who's going to come out on top. Everybody's winning against people you wouldn't expect them to. People are winning against people they should do. I mean, for example, Lancashire themselves, they've lost to Essex, and yet they've beaten the Blaze twice. So it's everything to play for.
It's exciting as well. Lancashire have got a debutant, Tilly Kesteven, who is coming in for Eve Jones, so be excited to see her in action. Haven't seen much of her. Obviously, she's part of the academy, and she's at Loughborough University. She actually was part of the England 11 who were playing the West Indies in warm-up games, so a really exciting player to look out for. Left-handed batter at the top of the order, and coming in for Eve Jones, who has had a fantastic start to the season after signing for Lancashire.
Has. Yeah, I mean, you've got to make your debut sometime, and what better time when Lancashire are flying batting-wise, and what better player to be batting with than Emma Lamb, who's on fire at the moment, isn't she? And she thoroughly deserves her England call-up recently, and a good team of experienced pros around her to guide her through. So, and a beautiful pitch to play on. What more do you want?
And it will be Tilly and Emma Lamb to head out to the middle, as Durham won the toss and opted to bowl, perhaps with the knowledge that there'll be a bit of rain scheduled later, which will be unfortunate if the rain comes down. But so far, don't want to curse anything, but it's looking all right.
It is forecast, and I'd be very doubtful. It is Blackpool, having spent many summer holiday here as a child underneath an umbrella. Yeah, we'll see. But the teams are out. Here come Durham.
Durham led by Holly Armitage, and as we said, Lancashire with Emma Lamb and Tilly Kesteven on debut.
Tall girl, isn't she? No number on her back, so she'll be easy to recognise.
Definitely. I imagine Lamb will be taking strike.
Little fist bump.
It'll be Sophia Turner to open the bowling for Durham, someone who grew up playing for the Lancashire Academy and moved to Northern Diamonds last season, and now Durham.
Yeah, with their distinctive white arm guards.
I'm sure she's played plenty of times up here in Blackpool over the years for various northwest sides.
My first time here as a cricket watcher. Been here many times, as I say. It's a common destination for us northerners to come to Blackpool for long weekends, especially during the eliminations, which is when I got many a soaking in the autumn. Yeah, many fun times in Blackpool. Hoping for a fun time today as well. Umpires are ready.
In fact, it will be Tilly Kesteven who is going to take the strike. Left-handed batter. Turner in for the first ball of the day and signalled a wide by the umpire. So perhaps an anticlimactic start to the day. So you can hear the
that
gazebo.
Breeze is getting up, Polly.
Yeah, the gazebo battering behind us.
Sort of coming across us, isn't it? From left to right, as you'll see it on your screen.
Kesteven on strike. Turn in again. This one left outside for no run.
Good to see her being watchful there. Mature signs.
Yeah, a player who's been involved in various different teams, including an England 11 in the European Cricket Network competition in December, where England won in the final, beat the Netherlands, and Tilly scored 59 not out, and once again left just plays the bit of shadow batting there.
Yeah.
Good delivery.
Turner does seem to be getting it to move slightly away from this left-handed player. The first ball she bowled, despite being wide, was kept very low, so I don't know if there's any demons in this track. We'll see.
Turner running in again. This one driven down the ground. There won't be a run. Susie Bates just in front of us there doing the fielding.
Yeah, should be glad to get bat on ball. That's always a good thing, isn't it? First bat on ball, first run. Landmark.
So one without loss so far. Emma Lamb shadow batting at the non-striker's end. Also trying to stay warm. Turner in.
That's a nice shot.
Nice shot into the offside. Once again, no run available. So a good start by Sophia Turner.
Yeah, she's kept it tidy. First ball was a sighter, if you like. The rest of them have been on the money.
Turner, number 48 on her shirt. Once again, a wide loose delivery.
Searching for that swing, I think, away from the left-hander at the other end. Sometimes you can try too much to look for the swing. It's that sort of weather, isn't it? Sort of grey, overcast, a bit of mizzle in the air.
Yeah, plenty of clouds. Turner in this was defended into the pitch for no run. 2 not out. A couple of balls remaining of the over.
Yeah, Susie Bates is rubbing her arms there, feeling the cold. Because she's used to playing in all these foreign franchises, isn't she?
I mean, she is. I think she's from Dunedin, or she's from a colder part of New Zealand. So I'm sure she'll be used to the chilly weather as Turner's in.
Oof, that one seemed to bounce up a bit, didn't it? Kick up a bit from Turner.
Yeah, straight through to the wicket keeper. And that's the end of the first over. So 2 without loss to start. Lancashire batting first. And
there's another landmark for the young player to get through. Got through her first over. She'll be taking a breath now.
I mean, at least can't get a first ball duck now.
True.
That's always.
Or even a second or a third ball duck.
Exactly. And I'm sure we'll talk a bit later about the victories that both these teams have had in the T20 Cup, progressing to the quarter-finals, Lancashire beating Glamorgan and Durham beating Somerset. So after this game, all eyes will turn to the T20 format with the Knockout Cup and then the T20 Blast, as Grace Thompson will be opening from the other end. Very exciting. 17-year-old Seamer, born and raised in Durham, and came into the squad as kind of a surprise selection in that first game of the season, taking Durham's first wicket in the professional era. As Thompson is in to Lamb. This one pushed into the offside, and it's going to go all the way for 4. That's the first boundary of the day. The first runs off the bat for today. That was good from Lamb.
Classic Lamb. Just
Very
waited for
classic
it.
Lamb.
Lent on it, found the gap. Didn't try and overhit it. I'm glad she hit that, because all I could see was the back of Holly Armitage at first slip. So I'm ducking and diving to see if we get a good look at the wicket.
Thompson in again to Lamb, who's poised.
Oh, Thompson's gone down.
Yeah, Thompson fell over, nudged into the leg side for no run. Emma Lamb, what a start to the season she's had. Leading run scorer in the competition, and then gets a very well-deserved England call-up. So she'll hopefully be featuring for England in their series against the West Indies. The T20s get underway this Wednesday down in Canterbury. Thompson to Lamb. This was signalled wide. So an exciting new era with Charlotte Edwards taking over as head coach, and I think a sign that she's going to make some changes, bringing in the likes of Lamb and some well-deserved call-ups for for Paige Schofield, Alice Davidson-Richards, Izzy Wong is back in the fold, Emma Arlott got a call up. Thompson starting her run up. This one's just defended. There'll be no run available. Better from Thompson.
Four fielders swooped in there. I think it's probably just to get their legs moving, arms moving in these cool temperatures.
Yeah, I'm sure the Durham players are used to chilly temperatures. I've been up to Durham quite a few times this season and it has been cold.
I don't think it's not just, anyway, as Grace Thompson comes in.
Thompson to Lamb, who leans onto the back foot, pushes that, and it's going to go all the way for 4. That was a nice shot.
She just plays it so late, doesn't she? Everything's under control. It's like she knows where the ball's going to arrive. Just plays it right under her nose. It's not so much that it's cold, it's because of the fact that we've been spoilt rotten.
Yeah,
the last few couple of months.
weather.
It's crazy hot, warm, isn't it? And we're just like, oh yeah, it's sunny outside, t-shirt and shorts, and now it's suddenly 4 layers, woolly hat, and the gloves.
Yeah, normally I'd think this is quite warm for May.
This is May weather, really, isn't it? That's right. Yeah, outfield looks still quick though.
Definitely.
Obviously, all the sun it's had on it over the last couple of months.
Thompson to Lamb, that's left.
How great for Tilly at the other end, watching this and learning from she's taking it in. You know, don't reach for it, wait for it, wait for the bad ball, because they're always going to happen, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, there's no robots out on show here.
It's a really interesting debut because she hasn't been in the Lancashire senior squad. She's very much been in the academy. So just, I guess, a like for Eve Jones, as Thompson is in and once again utilises the offside, and that's gone for 4. Lovely shot.
There's a few runs in this pitch by the looks of it.
Definitely. As you said, there's been a lack of rain, and so the outfields are pretty dry still. Maybe a bit of moisture this morning from condensation, but still a fast outfield.
13 off the over so far.
Big over. Big over for Lancashire. 15 without loss after 2. Emma Lamb on 12 from 6. As the wind really picks up again.
Back down the hatches here. We're in a little tent, in case you wondering what the rustling was. That's the gazebo behind us, expressing its anger at this weather conditions.
So Turner starting her second over.
Oh, first run.
Flicked into the leg side. Kesterman gets her first runs in a Lancashire senior shirt.
And you could hear Lancashire colleagues on the balcony who were thrilled with her. So she's off and running. Exactly. She's off and running in her senior Lancashire career, which is a great moment for any young player.
Yeah. It's always good to get those first runs off the bat and just settle into your innings a little bit, as Turner in again. It's driven down the ground.
Nice shot.
They're going to get a single. It might even go for 4, and it does.
For 4.
That's fantastic. That's a lovely bit of batting by Kesterman, who got her first runs and then has hit the ball for 4. A lovely straight drive.
She didn't seem to put anything into that.
No,
it really raced off the bat.
Yeah, beat Susie Bates. Turner to Kesterman. Just pushed into the leg side for no run.
Turner seemed to put a bit of extra into that one. A little half a yard quicker.
21 without loss.
Just trying to see where the 2 boundary riders are. Oh, deep fine, deep square. Everyone else in the ring.
Turner to Kesterman, works that off the hip into the leg side, but there'll be no run available.
It's quite a few members in, actually. A few people up on the balcony there to the right of us, underneath the small electronic scoreboard next to the kindergarten, which is a bit worried. Oh, they've taken them in for a while, thankfully. A bit worried because the toddlers were playing there a while ago, that short square boundary.
Oh, a bit of catching practice for them. Crucial part of early development.
I think those nursery nurses will be well used to this, and they know exactly when to take them in and let them out again.
It's a decent crowd in for a Monday morning.
It is, actually. It's at
Very
least
good.
30, 40, 50, maybe even 40, 50 people up there already.
Yeah. Turner for the left-handed Kesteven, who drives that down the ground. We'll find Susie Bates at mid-on.
And on the other side of the ground, there's a few sturdy people with picnic baskets and blankets.
Yeah, brave.
A couple of
brave
boundary
sat out in the
walkers.
cold. I think if I was a spectator, I would be walking around in this weather, just try and stay warm.
I think I'd be in the bar.
Turner in again. This one just gently pushed into the offside, and that'll be the end of the over. 21 for no wickets fallen. So Lamb 12 from 6 and Kesteven 6 from 12.
How symmetrical is that?
Very nice.
Very nice. Yeah, just thinking, you were talking about the interesting selection of Tilly Kesteven for this one, but they clearly have decided to go for somebody who's already got recent runs under the bag.
Yeah.
She's fresh off a 50-odd against the Netherlands. You know, she's got her eye in. And that's that straight drive she played between mid-off and mid-on. Just timed it. Didn't try and overhit it, so she's clearly seen the ball.
I imagine she also plays cricket for Loughborough University, who have one of the best Bucks teams in the league, as Thompson is back into the attack. This one defended with a straight bat by Emma Lamb.
Yeah, Thompson, minor victory there, because she sort of forced Lamb into readjusting her line and a defensive shot.
Thompson, who had an expensive first over, victim to Emma Lamb, really. Thompson to Lamb.
Better from Thompson.
Lamb doesn't quite play the shot she'd have wanted it. The bottom edge of the bat and kind of plays across her body.
What were you doing at 17, Polly? Playing professional cricket?
I wish. I wish.
I'd even picked up a bat at 17.
To be fair, I commentated on my first game at 17.
Oh, well,
so
good for you, girl.
I take that as Thompson in to Lamb, and that's left outside for no run.
I forget I'm commentating with such a young, sprightly fellow such as yourself. Dare I ask your age now? Am I allowed?
Yeah, I'm 20. So
You're
I'm
20?
Yeah.
I thought you were older than that.
No, I'm born the day after Tilly
my
Kesteven.
goodness. Were you?
Yeah. No, you had a Google of her birthday.
Oh,
I was
my
like,
life.
I was trying to work out her age.
You're trying to
and then I
make me
thought-
feel even older than I already am. Well, you're doing a cracking job. Cracking job, is Thompson.
Grace Thompson in, and
Dear
a few
me.
gasps around the ground. Let's watch the replay. Oh, very, very close to the bat there. This is good pressure from Thompson, recovering after that first over.
I'm still in shock, to be fair, about your age. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. I'm just taking a moment.
Thompson to Lamb. More gasps. We'll have to see the replay there because it looks like it was a close one again. Yeah, whoa, that was even closer.
She is a prospect, this girl. I really do like the look of her.
Yeah, that
She's what an accident that they found her like this. Well, they didn't. It wasn't that she was found. She was already with the academy, but I don't even think by their wildest dreams Durham would have felt that she made this much of an impact so soon in her very young career.
Oh, not at all. As Thompson in once again for the final ball of her over. She will concede at least one run from it, so it won't be a maiden, but that's a far better over and putting the squeeze on. So well done, Grace Thompson. 22 without loss. after 4 overs. Just a discussion in the middle there between Lamb and Kesteven.
Yes, Lamb's accidentally stolen the strike there as Turner remains the bowler from our end. We'll call it the commentator's end because I don't know the ends yet. I'm going to have to find out from somebody, I'm afraid. We were too busy trying to wrap up and get layers and batten down the hatches early doors to get those facts. Yeah, but I'm sure somebody will furnish us with that information in a moment, which is important. Obviously, if you're a Lancashire member, and particularly if you're a Blackpool member, you want the commentators saying the names of the ends right, so we don't want to get them wrong. So for now, we're not mentioning them, but we won't mention that, will we, Polly?
No, not at all. Emma Lamb on 13. Tilly Kesteven, the debutant, 6 from 12, as Lamb takes a strike. Sophia Turner in. Another wide conceded for Turner. Just looking to find a length and get into rhythm, sort that line out. 23 without loss. Turner, 48 on a shirt, and there's a swing and a miss. Yeah, dot ball.
There's definitely a bit of movement out there today.
Yeah.
Both of these bowlers are starting to find a little bit more swing.
As we've mentioned, plenty of cloud coverage here in Blackpool. Turner, interaction. This one's nudged off the pads into the leg side, and they'll scramble through for 1. 24 without loss.
Yeah, we've got a few gulls decided to pay us a visit, flying overhead. Obviously, right next to the coast as we are, the Fylde coast, beautiful Lancashire coast.
Turner to Kesteven, and she leaves that outside the leg side. It's signalled wide.
I work in Birkenhead near the docks down there at a college there, and I foolishly parked my car underneath, close to the building, and I normally park it away, and the seagulls must have been perched. And I came out the other day, I literally had to go back in, get a cloth and wipe the windscreen. I could not see out the car.
Turner to Kesteven. Hold a straight bat, but it goes through to the wicket-keeper, Bess Heath. I mean, I'm from Birmingham. We get a lot of seagulls, which obviously Birmingham is probably the furthest you could get away from any coastline.
Yeah.
So I think they've probably more become urban gulls now. They're just after fish and chips.
Whereabouts in Birmingham? Because I studied there, so I lived there for a while.
Ah, so I'm more Edgbaston.
Oh, that's
way,
where I lived. Obviously, student areas. Yeah.
Turner to Kesteven and
more Sally Oak than Edgbaston, to be honest.
Yeah.
That well-known student, we used to call it Smelly Oak.
Yeah, Smelly Oak.
Yeah, you call it that as well. There you go. It wasn't smelly, by the way. Viewers and listeners from Birmingham, great place, loved it.
I do love Sally Oak. Lots of green spaces.
Very green, and of course I worked in, my first teaching practice was at Bourneville School, right in the middle of Bourneville Village. It's lovely.
I was going to go to that school actually. It's Turner to Kesteven. It's on the pads. There's no appeal. It's quite high and leg side.
She's tricky customer, Turner, isn't she?
Yeah.
She looks like she's not really bowling with much pace, but she's bowling little leg cutters and seamers, and she's getting a bit of movement.
I did think when she comes to the crease, she kind of slows down a bit almost. But just slow delivery.
Tricky.
Turner in once again, and this is played straight back to her. And that'll finish the over. 25 without loss, so 3 runs coming from it. 2 of those from wides.
Yes, so after that over, Lamb face that took 13 off it, things have tightened up from the Durham perspective. The bowlers seem to have found their line and length, getting a little bit of movement. But the youngster Tilly Kesteven's doing very well. taking her time. Lamb's no doubt guiding her through it. And it's Thompson to continue as we move into the 6th over, this 50 over game. There's still only, we're still within the power play, so there's only 2 fielders on the boundary at the moment. Thompson in. Flicks off the pips there, down to deep square. She's going to jog through an easy 2. Well placed. Lamb keeps the strike.
We've got a bit of sun.
I know. As soon as I took over ball by ball comms, did you notice? I actually can see some blue sky as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, gods. The weather gods. Good job I've kept my sunglasses on, isn't it? I looked a bit silly with my raincoat and my glasses before. In comes Thompson, elbows pumping. Full on the pads. Going down leg, clearly. Even the keeper didn't appeal for that one. Yeah, now this will make the conditions even more interesting because you just never quite know what's going to come at you, do you, with this weather?
No, and I guess they'll have the rain that's due in the back of their minds and wanting to put on a big total.
And as we say that, the clouds have come over again. There you go, just to prove our point. Thompson bounces in, striding in, great high action. All 6'2" of her. They breed them big these days, don't they? We've got a 6'2" as well. Mahika Gore, of course.
2 metre Mahika, that's what they call her.
Yeah, we'll have to think of a name for Grace. Yeah, I really do rate this young lady. She's not 18. Well, actually, it's very soon. 30th of May, she's 18. I bet that'll be a party. Thompson into England international Emma Lamb, and that's been edged through gully. It's going for 4 right in front of us. Holly Armitage did her best to touch that, but it was very wide of her. That's a moral victory to Grace Thompson there, because I don't think that's where Emma Lamb intended that one to go, but as an opening bat you've got to ride your luck in these situations, put it behind you and focus on the next ball.
Yeah, I imagine she won't be too happy with that, but she showed so much maturity in the first few weeks.
In comes Thompson, Lamb defends. I'm trying to see where there are the deep field boundary rider is. We've got one at deep backwards square.
Yeah, we've got Emma Marlowe.
And I think maybe they've brought the other fielder into the ring. Oh, yes. Blending in beautifully with some spectators there. At the nursery, she's protecting the toddlers over there at deep cover.
I think that might be Mia Rogers.
Thompson in. Bit of bounce there. Lamb rode the bounce, punched it into the covers for a quick single. Well run.
Good running in.
Scores.
End of the over.
32 for the loss.
That loss.
7 off the over, so the run rate's still very respectable. We're still 5.5, nearly 5.5 and over, which at this stage they'd be okay with. That wickets column is very important, I think, for any team in a 50 over game. You do not want to be losing wickets in this power play if you can avoid it.
Exactly, and we noticed with Lancashire they are very bowling heavy today. Of course they can really back down the order, and Sophie Eccleston scored a half-century midweek, and Kate Cross and Ellie Threlkeld kind of have batted out quite a lot, but they have got a bowling heavy side, so losing wickets is something they'll really
Turner's coming in.
Happen.
Oof, again, she's got through the batter there. Yeah, Lamb decided to leave it at the last second. Lamb's doing a good job of keeping strike as well. Killy Kesteven, time to accustom herself to the conditions, the environment. Heart rate drop a little bit, no doubt it's pumping. Turner's coming in again, striding in. So she's been given a no ball there. No ball, yeah. Signalled from the umpire at our end. Scorers haven't responded yet. That's hence the arm staying out an inordinately long period of time. And it's been given a free hit. So, and of course they can't change the field unless the batters have crossed, which they hadn't. So Armitage and Turner must just be discussing which ball to bowl, because it can't be a fielding change that they're talking about. Interesting. I think I might just get my hands ready at this point. We're right in the firing line for a mid-on drive, aren't we? Turner in, 3 hits, and she swept it down deep fine, and that's beaten the fielder down backward square. Sorry, gone for 4. Well played, Emma Lamb.
Good shot.
She wasn't scared to expose her stumps there.
Yeah, I think it was a really good decision as well, because obviously with the 3 hits she could expose her stumps, and she didn't go for a huge shot in the air. She just kind of played a more technical shot and swept it away, and Mia Rogers wouldn't have been able to get round. There was a lot of ground to cover. So, a very good shot.
Costly no ball. Turner's in again. And that's been given a wide down leg.
It's been a loose over from Turner, and she's given away a couple of extras so far, so just kind of think she needs to find a rhythm a little bit.
Yeah, this is Turner's 4th over, having opened. She comes. Flighted that one in a little bit slower, a bit wider, a little tempter for Lamb. She didn't quite time it, so it's a valuable dot ball for Turner this over. There's some gaps in the clouds now. That it's definitely trying to become a bit sunnier. Turner. Lamb drives it into square. Square point for no run.
.38 without loss. Emma Lamb on 25 from 26, and Tilly Kesteven 6 from 16 on debut.
Steady start. Number 48 strides in again. Backward cut. That's beaten the fielder at short point, but it's got down to the boundary rider there. So they'll still pick up a relatively straightforward 2 for that lovely shot from Emma Lamb.
Katie Levick coming round to do the fielding. 40 without loss for Lancashire.
27 of those off the Lamb of bat. She's 27 off 27 at the moment, so she's going at a good scoring rate, good 100% strike rate. Even I could work that one out. Turner. Shorter. Lamb defends. She's getting lots of support from her teammates, is Turner. Gina up after a challenging over. And the score moves on to 38 for no loss. As we move into our 8th over.
There's a huge
I know, did you hear that?
To greet the next over.
Wind and sun. I think probably that wind's what's driving these clouds away, potentially. So keep blowing. We can put up with a bit of wind. Yeah, this ground is relatively well protected by a row of beautiful green trees to our left, some of them which are quite tall. But we seem to be in the gully between the car park entrance and the open spaces, so we're sort of like in a wind tunnel almost. I think there's a change of bowler as we speak.
Yeah, Catherine Fraser, Scotland international, coming into the attack.
Now she's an interesting player, isn't she? I read up on her, and I hadn't realised she's another one of these young people who amazes me. She's 14. She made her debut.
I thought you meant she's 14 now. I was like,
no, she made her debut for Scotland at
yes.
14. Incredible. Right arm. Ooh. Right arm off breaks. Right arm round the wicket over to the left-handed Kesteven. She comes again to Fraser. Kesteven is watchful, uses those big long legs, just dabs it into the covers, and what a great piece of running from Emma Lamb. Called her through. Kesteven immediately responded, and they took a run. It really didn't look on there. It was good awareness from both players.
Fraser's a handy all-rounder. She's been a really good addition to the Durham side, and I know she had a stint with the Northern Diamonds last season, but has solidified her place in this team.
She comes again. She's gone over the wicket now off the right hand, and there's another little quick single stolen from Lamb. This is annoying. Right, left, right, left. And of course, Fraser's changing from going round the wicket to over the wicket, which is always tricky, I think, for a bowler, any bowler. Round the wicket to left-hander. Some muted appeal, but never really on the cards. Turner's been kept busy in the field. Fraser to Castivan. She's gone for a big shot there, but wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball, so it just trickles back to the bowler. Fraser's got two fielders on the leg side boundary. She comes in, and that's punched straight back towards Fraser, and she dives to her right and takes a really good stop to prevent a run. And that's the end of that over. First one from Fraser. Good one.
Yeah,
just 4 off it, wasn't it?
2 from it.
From it.
The scoreboard was delayed at the end of the
Oh,
over.
these blooming scoreboards, I don't know. 42 for no wickets. So they're edging towards their first 50 at Lancashire. So we've got another change of bowler, Katie Levick, a bowler you know well.
Yeah, Katie Levick is an absolute legend of women's cricket. She has been playing for Yorkshire since 2008 and then made the move up to Durham this season, and to no one's surprise has been effective. She's taken two for 28 against Essex last week, and then 3 for 28 in their opening game, also against Essex, and 14 wickets in 5 games pre-season when they went to Zimbabwe. So a very, very handy leg spinner.
So let's find these pesky boundary riders. There's one on the leg side, the covers. Sorry, the offside and the covers. Deep cover. They've still got that pesky disguised one at deep square leg. Levick in. Lamb rocks back, completely misses it. I think one kept slightly low. Let's have a little look. Or potentially a little bit low. Levick in again. Watchful this time from Lamb. Again, I don't think that got very high. No, quite low. I can't even see the screen, it's so cloudy. Third ball from Levick. Rocks back again. Can't beat the fielder at backward point. Lamb is looking to score off every ball here, as he should do, as every batter should do, obviously. Too good from Levick. Lamb can't do anything except classic forward defensive shot.
4 dot balls in a row.
Oh, that's good stuff from Levick.
Yeah.
Very good. Number 23. Fuller again. Lamb has to pull the forward defensive out of the bag of shots.
She's having the exact impact that Holly Armitage would have wanted when she brought her into the attack.
Indeed. It's the end of the over from Levick. Another dot ball to finish with.
So a maiden over.
Wonderful
from Katie
first
Levick.
of the innings, eh?
Indeed.
I need to change out of these sunglasses without making too much noise, because they're clearly not required at this point.
So 9 overs gone. 42 without loss. Emma Lamb 28 from 34, and Tilly Kesteven 7 from 21. Catherine Fraser is going to continue. She's just having a discussion at the top of her mark with Holly Armitage. I think Susie Bates as well. Susie Bates has been such a good addition to this side, not only with the bat, but her captaincy and her insight, her knowledge is invaluable. So she has been brilliant, constantly talking to bowlers after every ball. So Kesteven poised as Fraser is in. This one pushed into the offside for no run. 42 without loss, a dot ball to start. Fraser in again, this one leg side. We'll go out to Maddie Villiers, who's just the fielding. Get the single to bring Emma Lamb on strike. 43 without loss. Fraser to Lamb, chips that up in the air, beats the first fielder, but will find Phoebe Turner inside the ring.
Could be a moral victory for Fraser there.
Fraser to Lamb. This one, turn around the corner. It's racing away to the boundary. Emma Marlowe in pursuit, but it's going to go for 4. Another good shot from Emma Lamb.
Yeah.
A spell of dot balls and struggling to get the ball outside the ring.
Yeah, it's been 3 overs since the last boundary, so they'll be itching to put that one away.
.47 without loss for Lancashire. Fraser to Lamb, takes a few steps straight to the diving Sophia Turner.
Was that a drop catch?
Puts it down. Potentially.
Ooh,
not quite
close,
sure
close. Maybe a half volley.
Yeah. Fraser to Lamb, this time defensive. And be the end of the over. So, end of the power play. 47 without loss. Emma Lamb 32 from 38 and Tilly Kesteven 8 from 23. So a decent start for Lancashire, but Durham putting the squeeze on in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, the run rate's come down a fair bit, hasn't it? So it's the end of the power play. Umpire's twirling his arms to indicate that, so they can start to spread the field if they choose to do so. Some teams haven't chosen to do so this season, have they? It's been interesting. They've been allowed to spread the field and they've chosen not to. Others have gone straight to the 4 boundary riders. Be interesting to see what Durham choose to do.
Looks like they've got 3 at the moment.
Yeah.
Katie Levick into the attack. And this one goes up in the air. Bess Heath couldn't quite get her hands to it. Knocked the top of her glove. Now run through. They get 2 in the end.
Yeah, the umpire called a wide, so I don't think anyone got anything on that. Levick.
And again, and this one pushed into the offside. Straight to square. 49 without loss. Levick to Lamb. She tries to sweep this. There's a slight appeal from Bess Heath behind the stumps. We'll just go down as a dot ball. Levick to Lamb. This one nudged into the offside. There's going to be a shot at the stumps. Kesteven safely back. I reckon if that was, that looks like if
It was very close.
been out.
And a bat wasn't anywhere near the ground. That's what was worrying me.
Nervy. And that's the 50
up for Lancs.
For Lancashire. From 64 balls, the partnership between Emma Lamb and debutant Tilly Kesteven. Levick to Kesteven. There's an appeal, but not out. It did feel like a slight half-hearted appeal.
Yes. Just for a second I thought that sound I heard was the top of the bail's been clipped off, but no, not the case at all.
Levick to Kesteven.
She played that a little bit better, didn't she? She bent that front leg, got right to the pitch.
Got ahead over the ball. 50 without loss. Levick in. Takes a swipe at this. They won't make it to the boundary with now the 3 boundary riders out. So we'll just get
deep square, deep mid wicket, and deep cover with the 3 boundary riders on that occasion.
So 51 without loss at the end of the over. 11 overs gone. Lamb on 33 from 41 and Kesteven 9 from 26, and we've got some blue skies again.
Indeed. I can't take any credit for that, other than the fact I've been fanning around with my glasses while you very kindly did a little bit of extra ball to ball for me. Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, it stays like this would be lovely. The wind's died as well. A bit of blue sky.
We're going to have another change of bowling from the far end with Phoebe Turner, who has been so good so far this season. Just quietly getting on and taking plenty of wickets. So Turner will be into the attack with the ambition of having a breakthrough. I imagine Durham wanting a wicket here. As Turner's in. This one is pushed by a left-hander into the offside. There'll be no run. Good start from Phoebe Turner. Give a little rundown of her stats so far this season in a second. She heads back to the top of her mark. Kesteven on strike. Turner in. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, Fred, she beat the youngster all round there, didn't she? In every which way you can beat them.
So
bamboozled.
2 for 40 against Essex. She also scored 35 with the bat against Somerset. 4 for 33 against Essex in the first game and 3 for 29 against the Blaze. So a very good season so far. Turner in again. This one sliced out to one of the boundary riders, and the Marlowe just get the one run.
Nice shot from Kesteven there after just being outwitted in the earlier ball. Change of field for Emma Lamb. Got a deep third.
52 without loss.
Deep third, cover boundary. Deep fine. Everyone else in the ring.
Turner to Lamb. This one just gently pushed to square and no run.
Just a little swap with the Villiers coming into the ring there.
Villiers is the sort of player you want inside the ring. She's
quick, isn't she?
Yeah, so quick, such fast reactions as Turner's into Lamb, and it'll go through to Betty, signalled a wide by the umpire. Phoebe Turner is from Thirsk. There's a fish and chip shop there which could rival some of Blackpool's.
Really?
One of the best.
I wouldn't let these Blackpool folk hear you say that. You're a brave woman.
Turner to Lamb, just rocks
Lovely.
back. That'll go to Mia Rogers, who's fielding close to us on the boundary. For the square, and 54 without loss.
She's very powerfully built, as Phoebe Turner. Yeah. She uses that build to great effect. She really does get all of her force and through her action.
Turner to Kesteven, can just defend it and chops into the ground. And that'll be the end of the over. 54 without loss, so good one from Turner. With the exception of the wide, just 2 of the runs coming from it.
Yeah, they've really put the squeeze on, haven't they, last 4 or 5 overs. It's been a good period for Durham, but crucially, dare I whisper it, still no wickets lost. And I think, to be honest with you, Lancashire would have settled for a 10-over period in the power play with no loss and nearly 50 runs. Levick.
Into the attack. This one, classic Lamb shot, just leaning back and pushing into the offside. This one doesn't get any reward. Score still 54 without loss. See, they're quick in again. Push into the offside. This time Marlowe running in from the boundary to field.
And I think they're having another switch and swap around on that boundary over there.
So Sophia Turner is going to the boundary. Levick. And again to Kesteven. And through to Bessie. So yeah, we had a couple of changes. Grace Thompson came down to mid-off to the, or long off to the boundary. As Levick's in. This one swiped into the leg side. Just get the one running. It was a nice shot, but with the fielders on the boundary, little reward.
Yeah, there's lots of swaps going on as a left and right hand combination, picking up a few singles. The Durham captain is making sure everyone's lively.
Levick to Lamb. This one defended for no run.
Talking of which, there's Armitage fielding that one. Holly Armitage, very experienced captain. England A player.
Levick to Lamb. Rocks back and pushes this into the offside once again. Emma Marlowe being kept busy on the boundary. And that's the end of the over. So 57 without loss. Emma Lamb 36 from 47. Tilly Kesteven 11 from 32.
My gloves are coming on. Just one, because I can't write with that hand with on glove. Just one glove at the moment.
Well, keeps you
and my pink hat might have to go over my headphones, I'm afraid. It's a difference in age, you see. Circulation's not as good as it used to be.
Turner will continue from the far end. Emma Lamb poised.
Oh, diving effort from Villiers.
Beats the diving Villiers, but good work on the boundary from Mia Rogers, who prevents the four. But commitment inside the ring by Villiers.
And for her reward, she's had to sprint halfway across the wicket to field on the other side of the strip. As we get the left-hander in.
Kesteven awaiting. There's a big shout from Phoebe Turner. Umpires uninterested, and the batters will get a run. So 59 without loss.
Yeah, it's traditional cricket at the moment. Neither side willing to give in, but neither side really making inroads. Sure, Lancashire would want to move the scoring along, but I think Durham are pretty desperate to get this wicket.
Turner to Lamb. Keeps low and Lamb doesn't make contact with the bat. Just kind of pops up at the end. In fact, watching the replay. Lamb on 37. Lamb has been so used to batting with Eve Jones at the other end so far this season, and their partnerships have been so crucial for Lancashire. Turner into Lamb, rocks back, and Mia Rogers slightly fumbles that, but they'll comfortably come through for one.
Yeah, the outfield's incredible, isn't it? It's very lush, even despite all the rain. The sun we've been having. You'd think it had been raining for the last 2 or 3 weeks here.
Yeah, it's really green.
It's really one of the greenest pitches we've seen in the outfit. Apart from the big pitches, obviously the big county grounds.
Stellar work by the grounds team as Turner's in.
Great work from the grounds team.
Flicked into the leg side for no run.
The only sort of bare patches are where the practice wickets have been, and they're sort of usually you get a cluster of them all in one area, don't they? But they're sort of spread out in front of us. Every other rectangle is a practice green. Interesting.
Turner at the top of her mark. To the left-handed Kesteven.
Played off the hip beautifully there, wasn't it?
To the leg side, and she'll get the one. She looks a little bit more settled now.
She's letting the ball come onto her a little bit more.
Just a bit of patience, and obviously having Emma Lamb at the other end, probably one of the best people to have to guide you through an innings. And Kesteven's now 12 from 35, Lamb 38 from 50, 61 without loss for Lancashire. As we're going to have a change of bowling and see Maddie Villiers for the first time today. She's just making some adjustments in the field. Maddie Villiers, who has made a long journey up to Durham, previously playing for Essex. She's been really good with the bat as well. She scored 65 not out against Warwickshire, back up in Chester Street, 45 against the Blaze, but then with the ball, 2 for 35 versus Warwickshire and 3 for 28 against Essex last week. So she's had a good start to her Durham career. So some right arm off spin. She's going to come round the wicket to Kesteven. It's driven for no run. Gently bobbles down the ground.
I don't think there's too many screaming to be picked though.
61 without loss as Villiers is in again. This one kind of dug out of the ground. And there's a misfield, so they're going to be able to get one.
They did well on 2. Kesteven did really well to dig that out, and also Lamb was again very sharp onto the quick single there.
Good work from the Lancashire batters, just capitalising off any small errors as Villiers back into the attack and just pushed into leg side for 1 run. Just rotating the strike nicely here.
Oh, this is annoying if you're the fielding team, isn't it?
Really
is. Constantly, every ball having to run. Some of them are doing 30, 40 yard sprints.
It's been pushed down the ground. Susie Bates.
There's another one, another single.
Here
we go.
Really
Crisscross it. And to be fair, Armitage, the captain, is doing a lot of it herself, so she's not asking her troops to do anything that she's not prepared to do herself. So
Villiers to Lamb.
And another quick single. That's very well run.
That was a quick scramble.
And so here we go again. In out, shake it all about. Armitage switches sides. Potts moves in.
Good work from Lancashire, and having that right-hand, left-hand combination at the top of the order. It's been successful for them with Eve Jones, and now is doing well with Kesteven as tries to slashes that down the ground for no run. Lamb on 40, 52 balls. Building another good innings.
Good tight bowling figures been showing up on the scoreboard there. Fraser, Turner 4 overs for 19, Thompson 3 for 21, Fraser 2 for 7, Levick 3 overs for 7.
Levick's been very good. That
very
maiden,
good.
Of course.
So we're moving into the 16th over now. It's still Fraser to continue. From the far end, we'll keep calling it that until somebody else comes along and gives us the information that we've requested. I beg your pardon, change of bowler, Grace Thompson. Rocks back, does Lamb. Plays it down to point, backward point, down to third, I beg your pardon. Brings Kesteven on to strike. 2 youngsters facing off to each other. She's going round the wicket to the left-hander. That's a nice shot from Kesteven. Oh, she's found the fielder. Slight misfield, and again, Lamb is quick to call her through for a single. Good work from Lamb. Have we got news about the ends? Yes, oh, we're at the north end. Well, that makes sense because we've got north and south pier as well here, haven't we? So Thompson's bowling from the south end here at Blackpool. Blackpool Cricket Club on a typical Blackpool day. threatening rain, but actually turns out to be all right in the end, which is pretty much all the holiday makers think. When they get soaked, they don't mind it so much. Thompson over the wicket, Lamb to face. She's gone for the bouncer. They might. Yeah, going to say it's overhead out. It's going to be called for a wide. But why not? Worth a try when you're 6'2", bowling at that pace. See what she's got up her sleeve this time. To Lamb. A little bit shorter. She's played down to point. Villiers was alive to the opportunity at the non-strikers end there, but Kestevan was equally alive and had her bat well grounded. Yeah, it's a sort of lull in proceedings at the moment, isn't there, Polly? Just gone a bit quieter in the field of Durham. Thompson from the south end. Oof, that one jagged back at Lamb there, but she wore it and went for that customary quick single. Fielders jogging in position once again. Sophia Turner's doing a lot of miles there. Kestevan on strike, tall, left-handed. Academy player on debut for Lancashire seniors. Doing a good job so far for her team. Thompson. Kestevan's driven straight through that one, past the bowler, but doesn't quite beat mid on this occasion. Who fields it into Bess Heath. Keeper today for the Durham team. England's number 2, you'd say at the moment, Polly, wouldn't you? In terms of wicket keepers. Thompson. Bit of effort put into that one again. Kestevan plays that shot off her hips really well down to fine. 1 run. And go. The zigzagging across the field continues. And at the end of that over, we are on 70.
Yeah, 70 without loss. Lamb on 42. Kestevan on 16. You mentioned Bess Heath, and yeah, she's someone who I think I wanted to be given a proper opportunity with England, because she's been in and around the squads, and I don't think she's had perhaps the chance to show what she can do.
No, she had a couple of outings in the Tour of Ireland, I believe, as Villiers comes into bowl from the north end, as we now know it. Again, oh, this is tight, this is tight. Oh, how tight was that? It must have been quite, because Villiers is gutted that she's missed that take. It would have been a difficult take. It came at a really low down to the ground. Anyway, 1 run. Fielders moving again. Armitage into a position at short mid. As Villiers comes over the wicket to the right-hander. A bit shorter. Again, they've taken a quick single, and Beath streaks after that, but can't pick it up quickly enough to put them under any more pressure. Another run. Of course, we've seen some tied games this season, haven't we, in both competitions, so every single run will count. You just never know how close these games are going to be. It's a big strike. Oh, she's mistimed that. It's got to be out, yeah. And she's gone. Caught in the covers by Susie Bates. Very reliable fielder. Age 37, played masses of games for New Zealand. 25,000 runs she scored at A-list, can you believe it? So she wasn't going to drop it, basically. You picked the wrong fielder. But you've done a job for your team there, young lady. 17 off your 43 runs. But you've kept Lamb company. You've run some quick singles. And as debut goes, not too shabby.
Definitely. It's always difficult coming in, especially when you are so like for like with Eve Jones, and there's that expectation with the openers, and they've been doing so well, so there is that pressure. But yeah, decent debut for Kestevan, who has kind of been parachuted in and has done well. It'll be Katie Mack, the overseas staff at Lancashire, who's going to come to the crease and work with Lamb, and I imagine they'll be wanting to up that run rate.
Well, if you think they were taking quick singles with Castover, wait till you see Katie Mack pushing Lamb. Lamb will be thinking, oh, blimey, it's a good job I did lots of winter training with this one coming in. But Lamb won't mind it. She just wants to run. She's a run machine. She doesn't care how she gets them, does she?
Exactly. But as you say, Katie Mack, rapid between the wickets.
Yeah. So the fielders will be relieved, A, because they've got Castover out, and B, because Katie Mack is, as you can see, a right-hander.
A lot less running in the field between every ball.
Hopefully Mack will make them run in different directions, though, as she hits the balls into these pockets. Starts off defensively, understandably. Good ball from Villiers, a new bat. 2 fielders on the leg side for Katie Mack, one at square, one at cow. Again, she prods that into the offside for no run. Villiers in. Rocks back, does Mack. A little bit uppish, but no undue concerns on that count. And a good over from Villiers, taking the first wicket for only 2 runs, 72, full loss of 1 wicket. That's of Castovan, bowled by the great Susie Bates. It's not a bad way to get out. If you're going to get out, get out. Caught by a legend.
Yeah, exactly. She was always going to take the catch. It was a simple one in the end, but a really good over from Maddie Villiers, providing that first wicket and also keeping the over nice and tight.
So you can go back to uni, mates will say in the bar, how'd you get on? Oh, I got a few runs, so how'd you get out? Oh, Susie Bates caught me out.
Yeah,
like you do.
Yeah, fair enough. It's almost an honour.
Almost. I think she'd rather have still been in.
Definitely.
Thompson is continuing from the south end. Flicked off the hips, and it's given a wide. Mustn't have flicked her hip, just a sound of the pants maybe as their bat struck them.
73 for 1.
You can forgive the quickies for bowling the odd wide. What annoys me is when the spinners start to do it. You're giggling. Are you a spinner?
Part-time.
Thompson in. Bit shorter. That's very well fielded at point from Villiers. Coming at a fair old lick. Off the lamb of bat. Off the lamb of bat. That's a good one. Off the bat of lamb. What was that all about?
Oh dear. It's always fun working with you, Ali.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't mind, but I tried to get that one right. Thompson's in. Lamb has fished at that one slightly on the off stump. Yeah, Durham have suddenly become a bit chirpier in the field.
Yeah, I think the wicket will have helped. A bit of motivation.
Thompson, teenager. That's better from Lamb, and even Villiers can't get hold of that one, but she's got cover behind her down at deep third. She'll still pick up a run. Will Lamb bring in, batting mate onto strike. Katie Mack. Mack is back. Can't resist, sorry, I know it's an old one, but it was so good to see her back, because we weren't actually sure that she was going to be re-signing for Lancashire this summer. When I saw that she was one of our overseas players for the season, I was particularly delighted, because she just brings so much to the table, doesn't she? I love watching her field. I was talking to Phoebe Graham, sorry, I'll talk to you in a minute as Thompson comes in. Oh, she's wrapped the pads. No run. Talking to Phoebe Graham, I should say, at Old Trafford a couple of weeks ago, about the impact that she has in the field. And she actually said she saves us between 20 and 30 runs every game, she feels. Yeah. That's from somebody who plays with on a regular basis. So, yeah, imagine that. Somebody who's going to save you 20 runs in the field every time she plays. Incredible. Thompson into Mac. Getting a bit of a bounce now is Thompson. Turner, sorry. Do you know what? I think I need a break. It's all this, it's all this grey clouds. It's
haven't been on for that long.
Messed my brain. I know. I think it was the traffic going through Liverpool and getting lost in Blackpool didn't help. Yeah, Turner. Phoebe Turner. Beg your pardon. Dabs it into the covers. Another quick single. Great arm. And well backed up.
That was rapid. I mean, it's always rapid by Katie Mack sprinting through. But
everything was rapid. The run, the fielding.
The throw was fast, but she almost kind of ran straight into Phoebe Turner. Had to scramble round her.
And that's the end of that over. Just the 3 off it. 75 for the loss of 1 wicket. The debutant.
You said about Grace Thompson that, you know, her 18th birthday will be a big one, but I think she'll actually be on a coach from Durham to Birmingham because the T20 Blast gets underway. Yeah, they're playing Warwickshire, so she will probably be on a coach, but, you know, hopefully they can take some birthday cake.
I'm pretty sure if she gets a couple of wickets, that'll be a lovely present for her, won't it?
They can celebrate in Birmingham on the 31st of May.
What better place to celebrate?
So I can't think of anyone. I swear I celebrated my 18th birthday.
Well, can't even remember mine. Levick. That one turned and bounced. The man from Opta next to me, Matt, was given a few oohs there, Matt. You like that one? Yeah, decent, he says. Mac on strike. Strikes it, and she's pushed it straight to the covers. It must have been a bump. Ballers getting all excited then. Taken from Armitage.
Just touched the ground.
Bump ball.
Yeah.
Crowd catch. Turns that down to fine for 1 run, and again she's off. And Lamb actually was probably halfway down the track expecting that at that point. She's played with her before.
Yeah, you can tell they've played together a bit. Your communication and just that knowledge of wanting those quick singles.
Round over the wicket. Oh, she's beaten the off top edge of her bat there, has Lavick.
76 for 1, Lamb on 44, Mac on 2.
Rocks back again, Lamb style. She's beaten that fielder at point. It must have taken a wicked bounce because she seemed to be right behind it. Great shot from Lamb, classic. I keep saying this word, classic Lamb, but there's no better way to describe it, is there?
It is a classic Lamb.
That shot is so beautiful.
Really good from Lamb, who
takes her to 48.
She's just, I mean, she hasn't got there quickly, but it feels like it's happened quite quickly. She's just got on with it.
No hanging around with Lamb. Levick in. She swept again down to the boundary. And she's beaten both sweepers that are down there. Well played, Lamb. Lammy, for your 50. Well earned. Well played. We've said that a lot this season, haven't we? Which is why she's just got her England recall.
Exactly. Another half century for Emma Lamb in her spectacle of innings across the season so far.
A knowledgeable crowd here at Blackpool. They'll know they're watching a quality player. They've seen some good cricket over the years of Blackpool, haven't they? Some of the pros they've had in. Reading some records about Collis King, Richie Richardson, and the great Harold Larwood, would you believe, was a pro here in 1939. Even I wasn't alive then. We'll talk about Mr. Larwood later. I'll have a chat about him later.
We will.
Oh yes. But of course they've been hosting Lancashire for a few years now. They've got a couple of the women's games here this season. I believe they've got one of the men's county championship 4-dayers as well. Plenty of good cricket on show at Blackpool Cricket Club.
I think that was Lamb's 5th half century in the One-Day Cup so far.
Wow.
So, and that, I mean, she's also scored a century and gone on to get 88, 74, 52.
Now, it's definitely Thompson this time. She's the tall one. Thompson coming in from the south. Oh, and that is an incredibly quick run, but that was very close, too close for comfort. It was Lamb who called Mac through. Even Mac was struggling to get that one, but they got it.
That was impressive running. Yeah, but I think if Durham apply a little bit more pressure in the field, and moments like that where it's so close, that'll put the tiniest bit of doubt in the Lancashire batter's mind. I think they'll still risk it because Mac will back herself, but they've got to make those calls very quickly.
It's cat and mouse, isn't it, though? Yeah. If you're taking quick singles like that and you bring the fielders in, it's opening gaps as Thompson comes in. A bit shorter. For once, Lamb didn't quite time that. That was heading towards the point boundary, but bottom edged it into the fielder. And fielder of Maddie Villiers, you're not going to take any chances there. No run. She really is a triple threat, Maddie Villiers, isn't she? She's just one of those. I think she's one of these underrated players as well.
Oh,
she was on the fringes of the England team, and I wondered whether she would have been in Charlotte Edwards' mind at this point. Grace Thompson. Lamb plays it down into short mid wicket. Sophia Turner fields that in easily into the keeper, and then around the ring back to the bowler. Yeah, I think she's the sort of player who, you know, whichever team she plays for, she's going to be impactful.
Yeah. Reliable all-rounder.
Definitely Thompson. She's still 6'2", in she comes. And that's more like Lambert again. Cover on that boundary. She cuts it into the covers. One run. Surprised Mac didn't push for two there. Even though it was in the fielder's hands, you wouldn't put it past her.
No, not at all. Wonder if we'll see a 3 at some point.
I doubt it on this pitch.
Yeah, it is.
Unless it's a misfield. Grace Thompson. Mac takes a big stride. Dabs it down.
86 for 1.
Mid-wicket.
Yeah, a smaller pitch than perhaps what they've been playing on at, well, obviously Emirates Old Trafford, but also some of the other grounds they've been to. It's been a lot of big pitches across the country.
All the grounds have got such fast outfields at the moment, haven't they? It's usually a 1 or a 4, isn't it? There's very rare you see a 2 unless it's gone through the fielder and it's run through them. Thompson in. Defended. Sophia Turner. Definitely being kept very busy in the field.
That'll be the end of the over. So 86 for 1 after 20, with Katie Mack on 3 from 12 and Emma Lamb 53 from 65. The run rate of 4.3 with 30 overs remaining. And it'll be Katie Levick, who so far has bowled 4 and has gone for 16 runs, her first over, a maiden.
So run rate has dropped down slightly to just over 4 1/4 per over, which I doubt very much if that continues will be enough to defend on this wicket with the quality of the batting lineup that Durham have got. So at some point, somewhere they are going to have to try and up it slightly, but still early doors, haven't quite reached the halfway mark as Levick comes in.
Lamb just defends that for no run. Levick, the leg spinner to Lamb, who nudges that. It's going to head towards the boundary. Sophia Turner's in pursuit, so she does do the fielding in the end. It was such a gentle shot that I think there's a bit of a slope behind the batter there. Lamb poised as Levick in again. This one up in the air. It's hit down the ground. It's going to race towards us. And it's hit my chair.
Hit
I
your
was
chair?
going to try and field that with one hand.
Do you know, you feel really vulnerable here because you can't actually move because of that unplugging all the technology. It's like I wanted to go and field it. Where's it gone?
I don't know where it's gone.
Oh, it's gone underneath into the car park, yeah. I can hear somebody's spikes clunking behind me.
Yeah, Catherine Fraser.
Had the short straw there. Past the ambulances. handily placed for when you fall on your spikes. Have you ever done that? Gone flying wearing your spikes? It's horrible. We just missed the cricket there.
Again.
Fraser's been kept busy.
Yeah. Well, no, as I found out today, I'm not as clumsy as
That's
you're
me.
accident prone.
Ah, okay. I think I know what you're referring
Yes.
to. Again, we'll talk about that later.
Levick to Mac. Let's get into the leg side for no run. Disappointed, that could have been my big moment. I stuck out my hand, picked it up for it
I was
back.
expecting it to come flying at us off the boundary rope, to be
Off the
honest. And I
duck.
would have preferred that, because at least our hands could have engaged. Levick.
Defended by Mac with a straight bat, and that's the end of the over. So 93 for 1, getting close to that 100 mark. Lamb on 60, Mac on 3.
Better one for Lancashire, 7 off it.
Yeah, that boundary helped significantly. And Grace Thompson will be continuing from the south end. So far, bowled 4 overs and has gone for 23 runs.
She's kept things lively, that's Thompson.
Thompson in. Lamb leans back, but we'll just find Maddie Villiers. So no run. Dot ball to start the over. Into the 22nd over. Thompson, number 88 on her shirt. Lamb pushing that into the offside.
That was a class shot from Lamb, because she was heading, she looked for all the world that she was about to straight drive that, realised it wasn't quite there for the drive and just dropped her bat, angled the angle of the bat, so she just picked up a single. It's like shelling peas, isn't it? Well, it wasn't anything like shelling peas, but it was as easy as shelling peas, you know what I mean?
I do regularly shell peas on a daily basis.
Well, you might not have had to in your life. I remember doing it as a kid.
Thompson.
Good Irish family that we were.
Back and pushed into the offside.
My mum's from a farming background, which will kill her now. She doesn't know I'm a vegan. She passed away before I became a vegan, so it'll probably kill her up in wherever she is, watching me go, I'm not eating meat. But anyway, we farmer's child, so she was used to it. She used to just pick the peas and would be in the kitchen shelling them. It was, yeah, now you know, people do shell peas. Yeah. Don't just come in tins off the trees, you know.
Thompson to Lamb, and that's defended for no run.
Other legumes are available.
95 for 1. Well, my grandma, also in Ireland, she harvested a lot of parsnips once, and we washed the parsnips, but we blocked the sink with all the mud.
Oh, that was good work.
It was a bit of a disaster. So I'm not cut out for that, I don't think, because Thompson in again. This one swiped by Lamb for no run. 95 for 1, the score remains. So decent over from Thompson, just the 2 from it so far. Wanting to put the squeeze on again.
Yeah, she's... it's quiet again, isn't it? Isn't it funny how it's gone in peaks and troughs?
Thompson to Lamb, turns that round the corner and will go through for a single.
Yeah, Mac was hoping for a call to
I think
sprint through again. She was like, I'm ready, Lammy, I'm ready, I'm ready.
96 for 1. Lamb on 62, Mac on 4. And that's the end of the over. 22 overs gone.
Sun's definitely trying to come out. Look at all that blue sky over there. Get
glorious. In. That's what we want.
Get in. And both sides, actually, just a few fluffy clouds in front of us.
So Maddie Villiers back from the north end. Villiers to Lamb. Nudges that. They're going to go through for the single.
How
that
did
was
they-
rapid. Direct hit. It's hit
No
the stumps, but it's not
chance.
going to be out. That was risky. That was brave, but it paid off. And very, very good bit of running.
She's like a little greyhound, isn't she?
Yeah.
Come on, a little Australian greyhound in the team.
97
All
for
those
one.
hours in the gym paying off Lammy. And boy, has she had some hours in the gym with all the rehab she's done as well.
Villiers to Mac.
And again, and
Down the
again,
ground.
and again, she's through.
So fast.
I'd like to get a speed gun on her.
Yeah. Villiers to Lamb. Off the hip into the leg side.
She reminds me a bit of Jodie Grucock when Lancashire played Essex in that game we lost to Essex. Jodie Grucock was just up and down and up and down. Great. Really pushed the scoring on for them. She played a great innings against Lancashire that day. I'm trying to remember what she got, but it was a significant contribution.
Villiers in, and this is defended. I have a feeling it was in the 70s. I don't know why that number comes
Go
to
on,
my head.
go on, use your magic on that technology stuff.
Yeah, I can do that for
Good,
you.
good. Well done, Paul. I'd still be logging on. I'll carry on with the ball to ball if you like. Maddie Villiers in. Oh, she's beat. Oh, as we speak. What a great piece of keeping from Bess Heath. And Mac isn't going to be able to play that significant innings that Grucock played against Lancashire earlier on in the year. What a great piece of keeping from Bess Heath. Good ball from Villiers. We said she was always impactful, whatever form of cricket she played in, and she's had a massive impact there. Mac has fallen for just 5 runs of 18 balls, but she's made probably about 10-15 runs for Emma Lamb, hasn't she? Up and down, up and down.
Yeah, second wicket for Maddie Villiers. He's had the impact. She's just having a snack now.
Yeah.
I think they're probably taking drinks early.
Oh well, Smale's just come out to have a chat with Emma Lamb. So that means she's next in, obviously. Whether this is official breaks, I doubt it.
So I can tell you that
Go on.
in the game against Lancashire, Jodie Grucock got 73 not
There
out.
you go. You were right. Well, you were right. That's what you said.
Yeah.
God, how do you remember these
I
things?
wasn't even at that game.
So this looks like it could be official drinks. So should I tell you about Harold Larwood?
Oh, please
go
tell
on.
me.
Harold Larwood. Those of us of a certain age, well, most of us over the age of 20 and love their cricket, will know that Harold Larwood was involved pro-prep with Blackpool Cricket Club after he'd sort of finished his county career. He came here, and in 1932-33 in Australia, he was in trouble because of bodyline bowling. Douglas Jardine, his captain, told him to bowl into the leg side of the great Don Bradman repeatedly. Of course, he got whacked a few times as well, but they won that series, and it caused a diplomatic furore, shall we say? A furore, I love that word. And it's partly why the laws of cricket were changed to have so many fielders on leg side. The no ball side, too many leg side fielders. Did you knew all this, presumably? Yeah, of course you did. So why did you say you didn't? But the point is, he played here, and when he retired after the war, took his savings. Wait for it. This is my favourite bit. He actually bought a sweet shop in Blackpool, and that's how he ended his days as a sweet shop owner. How cute is that?
The Maddie Villiers to bowl her final ball of the over to Seren Smale facing. He rocks back and pushes that into the offside. Now once again scamper through for the single.
Wouldn't like to have got my hands to that one.
So 100 up.
100 up for the team.
At the end of the over.
100 for 2. Mac and the youngster Kevison. I'm trying to say. We've got a little photographer sat next to us. Hello, sir. How are we? Have you got some good snaps? Look, the light's a bit better for you now, isn't it? Yeah, good, good. Just keep your camera facing that way. That way. No, the other way.
So, end of the over, 100 for 2. And
24th over.
Going to see Phoebe Turner.
Oh, it is Turner this time.
Back into the attack. Turner At the top of her mark. In to Smell and misses the edge of the bat, goes through to Bess Heath with the gloves. Starting with the dot ball.
Smile would be in a mood to get a few runs here, I feel. She's not had the sparkling season, shall we say, she had last year, but she hasn't really had the opportunity that to do so with Eve Jones and Emma Lamb at the top of the order.
Turner to Smale. This one pushed into the offside and they'll get the 1 run. Well, this is what I was saying the other day when Lancashire were playing Warwickshire, is that she hasn't really had the opportunities to bat for very long. So she finished 38 not out against the Blaze and 23 not out against Somerset. So she's been there to finish the game a couple of times. A few times, yes, she has got out for a few runs, but she hasn't had that big innings yet to kind of ignite her season as Turner's in. Lamb defends that into the pitch for no run. So I think she'll be looking for a big score.
What a better day to do it.
Exactly.
Lovely ground. Weather picking up. 100 runs already, the team bagged.
Turner at the top of her mark. Coming in. Lamb poised, misses the edge of the bat.
One thing you do know about Smale is that she won't hang around. She's got a good scoring rate, which is what Lancashire really need at this point.
You'll also notice Sarah Smale's wearing gold pads today instead of the classic Lancashire red.
Okay. Significance, or just forgot her red pads and they're not in the kit bag?
No. Maybe the star of the week gets the golden pads. Turner's in. This one flight to it and beats the diving Maddie Villiers. They'll just push for 1 run. A couple of weeks ago in Southport, Eve Jones had the golden pads as well. So I think they're both former or current Birmingham Phoenix players, which is where they would have got the gold pads from. So I think it works quite well with the red. Quite royal colours.
As if the Lancashire case isn't bright enough.
Turner running in, and it's a wide.
E-bike got me nice at Old Trafford a couple of weeks ago because it was absolutely colours everywhere. Because it was against the Blaze and the orange with orange gold stripes, and then there's the red and the white. It's lovely to look up from down below.
Turner. This time to Smale, rocks back and pushes that into the offside to Catherine Fraser, boundary rider, and that'll be the end of the over. So 103 for 2. Smale on 3 and Lamb on 65.
So the other thing about Harold Larwood is that because of the furore, use the word again, the leg side rules were changed, but also, of course, they didn't have helmets and everything, so it was the start of the discussions about the dangers of playing cricket and short ball bowling. And it took another however many years it was, 40 odd years, before helmets were introduced. And of course, we've had a few concussion breaks, haven't we, this year with various players that we'll talk about in a minute as Villiers comes in. Ooh.
I think it gets a bottom edge. I'm going to have a look at the replay there. Yeah, bottom edge and races down to the far boundary. There is a fielder there.
Because interesting, in the last game that both of these teams played, Ballinger was missing from the Blaze and Cordelia Griffiths, and I think it was Grucock actually herself was missing from.
Villiers once again to Smell, defends that for no run.
From Durham's opposition, Essex, and all 3 of them were out because they had a concussion protocol. I don't know exactly how they obtained their concussion protocol, but we're both assuming that it's because they'd bang their heads while fielding because the grounds are so hard. So there's the link, you see, because this is all in the news at the moment with all sports, isn't it? The concussion protocols as Villiers comes in. That was dabbed down to square leg for 1 run. Slight overthrow there, for once. Lancashire didn't capitalise on that one.
107 for 2 for Lancashire. Lamb on 65 as she awaits Villiers. He's in, and this is nudged to the leg side for no run.
It makes you wonder, though, how on earth you played cricket against fast bowling with no helmets on back in the day. God, blimey.
Bonkers. Villiers to Lamb again. Slightly flighted this one, but driven down the ground. Fielder running round. That's good running. They get 2 in the end. Villiers to wrap up her over. Pushed to the leg side. And there'll be no run to finish, so the over concludes 109 for 2, and that's the halfway stage with Lamb on 67 and Smale on 6.
Run rate 4.36 and over. So if they were to maintain the same run rate, their score at the end of the game would be 218, which I don't think would be enough. Their scores this season have been very hefty, haven't they? I mean, did you see that draw the other day?
Oh, yeah.
342 all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Bonkers.
That was slightly crazy. The Blaze against Surrey. Down in Beckenham.
Here's the official drinks break.
Oh, there's a pink drink going on.
Bimto.
Very nice.
Yeah. So, you've obviously been brought up playing in a helmet, haven't you? You've not had any of this nonsense where you've not been allowed. I've never actually worn a helmet in a competitive match. I've worn them in friendlies and stuff, but when I was playing county, I never actually wore a helmet. Some did, but I didn't, which was stupid, really, because some of the bowlers were pretty sharpish, but just never got used to them. But have you ever had concussion?
I haven't, but have you had concussion before? You're right.
Some might say I have concussion every time I open my mouth, because clearly that woman's got a brain injury. But you know I was going to say this, because I did want to share my concussion story with you. You may not believe this, everybody, but I have had concussion. It's been nothing to do with cricket. Those people who know me will know that I got concussion when I was mucking out a goat, and the goat didn't like me being very much near to its bed and took a running jump at me and knocked me clear spark in the sky. 5 yards back, I landed in a pile of muck. When I stood up, didn't have my glasses, didn't have an idea what planet I was on. And the young lady I was volunteering with at the animal sanctuary said, Ali, what about look at your head? I said, well, I can't look at my head. A, I haven't got my glasses on, B, I haven't got a mirror. She said, you need to go straight to hospital. I said, no, you're all right. Let's just finish the shift. So we finished cleaning out the hens and the pigs and the goats and everything. And then I sort of put my hand to my head and I went, oh, there's a rather big lump there. So, yeah, so I had a suspected fractured skull. I'm laughing now, it's not funny. And ended up at A&E in Arrow Park with all the old dears, waiting to be told. And then I said to the nurse, look, there's too many people here who need your services more than me. I need to go home. And look at all these people who are really ill. I'm all right. I've just sort of bang on the head. I'll be fine. No. We think you've got a fractured skull. Oh, I'll stay then. And then I had to ring at work because I was due to go in work that afternoon. And it was a supply agency at the time. I said to the agent, I'm ever so sorry. You might want to put your coffee down, but I can't come into work this afternoon. That school's going to get another teacher because I've got 2 black eyes and I've got a bump on my head and I might have a fractured skull. And he says, what the hell have you done? I said, well, I got headbutted by a goat. Well, I did say you could laugh, and of course he did. But the serious point about it is I actually felt fine for maybe 3-4 days afterwards. Absolutely fine. No problem whatsoever. I drove, I went to work. And I forgot things, but I do that all the time anyway. But 4 or 5 days later, I was wiped out. So it's good that these young players are getting looked after. I was tired, I had headaches, coordination was poor, lasted about 3 or 4 weeks, so it can come on it's delayed a lot of it, you know. I think maybe I've had a regression today with all the mistakes I've made in the commentary. Getting forgetful. I'm blaming the concussion from 4 years ago. Is that all right? Before you'd even left school, that was 4 years ago. Dear me. So look at that. We filled the drinks break with me whiffling on about concussion and goats. And you're not even going to ask me what I was doing. Yeah, the best thing is I live in Birkenhead, and I don't think there is a single goat in Birkenhead. It's obviously a town. Not many people keep goats in Birkenhead. So I was at an animal sanctuary, you see.
Not after your story, they don't.
No, definitely not. I do still look after that goat. Her name's Chloe. She was in a bad mood because she had a phantom pregnancy. There you go. Anyway, do you want to get back to the cricket?
29 for 2 at the halfway stage, and Turner is going to continue bowling from the south end.
Yeah, she is indeed. She's just warming up her arm after that short break.
So far, she's bowled 5 overs, gone for 18 runs.
That's Smale. And she comes. That's flicked off the hips from Smale. Oh, easy as shelling peas. 4 runs down to square leg for Smale. Off the bowling of Phoebe Turner.
I will start using that phrase.
Shelling peas.
Yeah, regularly shell peas.
Yeah. There's other ones, aren't there? There are other expressions as easy as. Can you think of the others? I'll let you think about that one as Turner comes into Smale. She's got a slip. Smale gets on to tiptoes there and plays that down into the covers for no run.
There's one that I think could be...
Go.
I am sure you've experienced this. As easy as falling off a log.
Oh yes, I've fallen off a log or two in my time, haven't you?
Probably when I was younger. I used to climb trees.
Bidston Hill, there's always a few fell trees there for us to fall off. Turner in. Nice strike from Smale. Lovely drive through the mid-off cover area. That's going to beat the fielder for 4 runs. Lovely, lovely, lovely shot. Fist pump from Lamb. Yeah, I think Smale actually, if she'd had more opportunities this year and showed the same amount of length in her innings as she had previous year, she would have been in with a shout with Charlotte Edwards. If this had been this time last year, she would have been high up in the list, I think. Turner. Down leg. Wide given.
What I think is difficult for Smale is obviously she's a wicket keeper, but Ellie Threlkeld is very much the set wicket keeper here at Lancashire, so getting an opportunity behind the stumps is difficult, so she can't necessarily develop that side of her game in match opportunities. So it's all reliant on her batting, and she hasn't quite had the chances so far this year.
Nice strike from Smale. Ooh, no. Sophia Turner did very well to get her body behind that, sort of cascaded up into her facial area. Bit worrying for a second, but no damage done. Top ball.
Yeah, just popped up in the air.
Don't want to get a concussion.
No.
Not
a
nice.
cricket ball or a goat.
Don't like it. Turner in. Straight drive from Smale. She's looking in form. As I say, she's not frightened to put the bat right through the ball. It's made the bowler change her field slightly. She's got a deep fine, deep square. Someone on the boundary at third to her right. And a deep cover as well, so 4 fielders back, everybody else in the ring. No slips, no gullies. Bouncer. Oh, and Smale's got hold of that, but not quite. But it's still almost like a tennis shot. I know she does play a little bit of tennis, does Smale. That was tennis-like in its action. Handy though, 2 runs. Good over from Lancashire.
120 for 2. Lamb on 67, Smale on 16.
Yep, 16 off only 13 balls, so good strike rate from her. Coming at a great time. She's had 2 drinks and she's only been in for 13 balls. Excellent.
Very good. Very good. Maddie Villiers.
Susie Bates is jogging into her position ahead of us.
Villiers will continue. He's taken 2 wickets so far.
He's having another go at Lamb. Dabbed it down, flicked it slightly to the leg side, 1 run. Smell quickly through. Similar field for Villiers. Defends again to Smale. Dot ball. Valuable dot ball in one-day cricket. Again flicked off the hip from Smale down to deep square for 1 run. Brings Bates back to the boundary for Emma Lamb on strike. Villiers, Lamb, and it's struck straight through the line to Susie Bates, who takes no chances. Long barrier, good old-fashioned long barrier from Susie Bates into Villiers. Keeps walking through, and so in on the 1 for Smale, who drives straight back to Villiers. Does a good job stopping her own bowling, off her own bowling. No run.
123 for 2.
In comes Villiers. Twirls that ball, flicked off the hips, but they've got somebody in at short mid-wicket. Defends that for no run. As you say, Polly, end of the over, 123 for 2. Run rate's crept over 4.5, the first time in a fair few overs with the introduction of Smale. 17 off her 17 balls faced. Had an immediate impact.
Yeah, Lamb and Smale will want to continue this partnership that they've built, but yeah, I think upping the run rate is crucial.
I mean,
they could bat out 50 tentative overs, but you know they'll want to really put a challenging total on the board.
I mean, they've batted so much together last season when Smale and Lamb were like the go-to opening partnership for Lancashire, weren't they? Levick's changed hands and she's hit it over her head as Lamb, and that's a really glorious straight dive for 4. Bet she wishes she'd stayed at this end now. Coming in from the south end. Levick drops it a little bit shorter. Lamb tries to rock back, but to no avail, no run. Yeah, I do think Smale is better suited to being number 3, 4, 5, that sort of area. So in the long term, this will be a good move for her, I feel. I think she was doing a job for the team last season as they scamper through for another quick single off Levick's bowling. Bringing Smale on to strike. And it's noticeable that the ring fielder's a couple of strides back, right on the edge of that disc, that circle of discs.
.128 for 2. Smale on 17, Lamb on 74.
It's 2 dot balls in the run from Levick. There's a few more people coming in into the stands to the right of us, next to the nursery, so the weather's picked up, the crowd's increasing. Ooh, that was close. Levick beat the outside edge of Smale's bat on that occasion. That is the end of the over, 128 for 2, 5 off it. Yeah, so if you're thinking of coming down to Blackpool, there's a warm welcome waiting for you here. If you like what you're seeing, give us a like on YouTube. As Mike Perkins says, it always helps to get the profile of the game. If you share it as well, that would be even better. Wouldn't it, Paul?
It would be absolutely fantastic.
There you go.
Share that
I
with
just thought you were glazing over then.
No, not me, never.
Yeah, we want to keep women's cricket high profile. We're on the cusp of something big here, I feel, for the game. We've got masses of support throughout the country for what we're seeing in Tier 1, and we're seeing great stuff from the Tier 2 teams. And even some of the Tier 3 teams coming through are getting some good coverage in the press. So in order for that to continue, we do need to get these viewing figures consistent, and we have been, and we're grateful for that. But I think also it's the quality of the cricket that's on show, nothing to do with our commentary. That's brilliant coverage from our team, Badger Coombs. I think the cricket has been speaking for itself, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, the cricket has been so good. The quality is drastically increased, and that so much of that is to do with the contact time that teams have had over the winter. Players going overseas to the likes of Australia to play state cricket or club cricket over there.
Turner's in. Sophia Turner, change of bowling. The opening bowler's back on. Lamb takes a single. We heard that a lot this morning.
But the viewing figures, particularly for when those games have got really close, just like Surrey against the Blaze down at Beckenham, and even the first game with Hampshire and Warwickshire finishing in a tie, the amount of people watching that and paying attention to that, and even just discussing a lot of the games, I've seen a huge increase.
Sophia Turner, number 48, former Lancashire academy player. Oops, it's come on to Smale a little bit quick, but she's adapted really well and just managed to get a single there. She almost played that one-handed. Yeah, I mean, I'm a member of Lancashire, and I'm on some of the... I don't engage very often on the forums, but we're seeing a lot of members of Lancashire who are really getting behind the women, really put some of the comments, the positive comments that they've been saying about the women, the standard of cricket, particularly Lancashire, but obviously that relates to all the other teams. If Lancashire are playing well, it's because other teams are playing well as well. So it's really encouraging. And they're talking about the quality of the cricket. It's just cricket, and that's what they're talking about, which is what we want. Turner's in. Played that again down to leg side. It's gone to fine leg for a single, potentially two on often now. Very quick round the boundary with Durham. 1 run.
I do think for Lancashire as well, because obviously they've been operating kind of under the Lancashire identity for a number of years. Not tons has changed, but I think in terms of recruitment, it's been so successful with bringing Eve Jones in, and she's made a world of difference. And the team we've been winning games, which hasn't really been the case for the past 4 years or so.
Turner off the back foot from Smale. She's punched that beautifully to the point boundary. She has got good hands, Smile. She really, those forearms really, that last minute flick of the wrists, she generates some pace off the bat. 1-3-2 the score. That run rate is creeping up. Sophia Turner from the north end. Ooh, and that was one swish too many from Lamb. Not often you see her miss a square cut, but she did on that occasion.
Yeah, big swipe at that. Currently on 76.
Turner's halfway through her run up. She's gone big as Lamb. That could go the whole way. No, 1 bounce. 4 runs. I thought for one moment that was going to sail over to the spectators on the terrace outside the bar area there, but not quite.
A metre or two short, but a 1 bounce 4. All good work with the bat from Lamb. He moves herself on to 80. And now just discussion in the middle as it's the end of the over. So 136 for 2 after 29.
Yeah, Lamb's intent was quite clear there. Levick, slight full toss, and that's a misfield from, I do believe that's the skipper, 57, Holly Armitage, made a misfield. She can't tell herself off, well she can mentally, but she looked a bit silly, giving herself a telling off in front of the team, didn't she?
Sets an example.
Yeah, a bad example in that case. Yeah, legs wide open, bye-bye ball. Levick. Watchful from Lamb, bold from Levick, no run. Oh, that's bounced. And Lamb's got on top of that, and another slight misfield. That's 2 in 2 ball, and a couple of balls then. That's gone for 4. That was an expensive misfield on this occasion.
Yeah, it's a rare misfield.
I was going to say, that's Villiers. I couldn't believe it.
Inside the ring. Like it maybe came at her faster than she expected. And just raced away. Catherine Fraser couldn't get near it.
Difficult one. Swept. This is everything, wide ball. Comes Levick. Ooh, she's bolder! She's bolder! She's bolder! Emma Lamb has gone. 84 runs. So close to that elusive century. But she's just a run machine though, isn't she? 70 here, 80 here, 100 something there. Great innings, and Durham are absolutely over the moon. I mean, that was such a crucial wicket for Durham because she could have run away with this match. Smale at the other end, Lamb in full flow. They must have been so worried. But then against that Casey Levick again, you called it, didn't you, early doors about Casey Levick?
Yeah, she's such a good wicket taker, so impactful, and just builds that pressure. A fine innings by Lamb once again. No surprise, she finishes with 84. She's put in so many good performances this season. And yes, she would have wanted to go on and get the century, but what she did was exactly what Lancashire needed. She's built a fantastic platform for the captain, Ellie Threlkeld, to come in and work with Seren Smale to put on a competitive total.
Yeah, Threlkeld's coming off the order slightly with the absence of also Fee Morris is not playing today. Whether she's injured or not available, we don't know, but Threlkeld props would have been behind her in the order, so she's no mug with the bat. She's finished off a couple of games for Lancashire in recent matches, so I do feel this is going to be a crucial partnership at this stage though, Polly.
Definitely. Ellie Threlkeld, 35 not out against the Blaze, and then 37 not out against Warwickshire, both times there at the finish for Lancashire. The one against the Blaze, perhaps, definitely a lot more nervy.
Yes.
101 run win against Warwickshire on Wednesday.
It looked a long way off, didn't it? Levick into Threlkeld. Gets a big stride in. No run.
That was exciting against the Blaze with Threlkeld and Cross at the end.
Oh, it was great. Brilliant game. She doesn't tend to give her wicket away, Threlkeld. You have to grasp it from her. And at the end of the over, it's a good one for the Durham team. 142 for the loss of, crucially, Emma Lamb.
Yeah, very important over, and I'm sure one will look at as a bit of a turning point, perhaps, because that was the big wicket for Durham to get.
Yeah.
And in fact, we're going to see Susie Bates bowl.
Are we now?
Susie Bates is going to come into the attack. I don't think she's bowled this season for Durham. I will check that.
You look at your little thingy, your electronic gadget. What do you call that? Laptop, that's it. There you go.
That's what us young people call it.
I'll get back to my feather and my ink. Well.
She has bowled, to be fair, yes, she did bowl against Essex. 0 for 11.
Susie Bates.
She's taken 2 wickets in the competition, actually. Bowled against the Blaze and against Surrey. But I haven't seen her bowl yet. I've seen most of Durham's games and I'm yet to see her bowl. But we will see her from the north end. to Smale.
Punch through from Smale to
Sophia Turner
on.
just in front of us.
Because she used to be a seam bowler base, didn't she? And then obviously age just crept up with her a little bit, and she's gone to off break, but she bowls these off breaks at fair lick.
Ellie Threlkel just taking guard. Bates, number 11 on her shirt, the overseas for Durham.
Flicked off her legs there, Threlkel. She's another one who likes a quick single. She knows her game, does Threlkel. She looks at these little pockets, doesn't she? Picks off the singles, draws the fielders in, and then finds a 2 or a boundary. Doesn't tend to be an extravagant shot maker. Picks her ball to attack. Smale on strike.
Bates
has pulled strongly to square leg, and that's an amazing attempt at stopping it. She's got it as well.
Yeah,
Goodness
it's Grace
me.
Thompson out there.
Well, that's what
Good
happens
work.
when you're 17 and you're 6'2". You get to things that other people wouldn't even dream of going for. Great piece of fielding from Thompson.
Bates in again to Threlkeld. This one driven down the ground in front of us again. Outbid on by Sophia Turner. So 146 for 3 with Smale on 22, Threlkeld on 2.
Turner's gone in.
Bates and
Yeah,
Threlkeld has
straight to Turner. That's a direct hit.
Yeah, that was a good direct
Well
hit. Threlkeld
Fielder was well back though.
Yeah, Threlkeld decided not to go for the run.
She smashed the bails all over the place. Poor umpires having to do a bit of fielding.
Bates just making some adjustments in the field.
Yeah, she's just moved the square leg boundary fielder backward of square. Thompson's still covering the rest of that boundary.
Bates
It's gone straight to Thompson. It's a wicked bounce. She's picked it up well. And that's ferried in by Armitage.
147 for 3 after 31, 19 overs remain. Smale on 23, Threlkeld on 2.
Yep. Yeah, so Thompson's showing her worth in the field as well through their bowling that over. Hello.
Katie Levick is going to be bowling from the south end. So far 7 overs, 1 for 34. The big wicket of Emma Lamb. Levick to Smale. Just waits for that. It beats the diving fielder, but Grace Thompson come round to stop it.
Yeah.
Good fielding.
Huge.
From the 17-year-old. 148 for 3.
For her height, she covers the ground really well, doesn't she? She gets down so quickly. She's a proper athlete.
Levick to Threlkeld. Flicks this off the pads. Phoebe Turner even takes a slight tumble fielding that one. That could have been overthrows actually.
Well, it was overthrows, but they just didn't
Yeah,
look up.
Yeah, I mean, if Katie Mack was there, she would have probably run
She'd have
3
added
at
2
that
there.
point.
Oh,
Yeah.
you said 3.
Levick in and played down across a body by Smale. They'll just get the 1 run. So that's 150 up for Lancashire with Smale and Threlkeld at the crease. Levick to the Lancashire skipper. Driven down the ground. It's racing towards the boundary, and that's going to be a lovely 4.
That is a really lovely shot.
That
She
is great
didn't
by
try and
Threlkeld.
overhit it. She just pushed it through that gap. She just trusted the outfield and her bat to do the rest of the work. Lovely shot.
Lovely bit batting. 154 for 3. Threlkeld moves on to 7. Levick takes a few steps. This one just nudged into the offside. There'll be no run available. Smell on 25 at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, she did well to leave that one, I think.
Yeah, left outside, and that'll finish the over. So 154 for 3. Seren Smale, 25 from 29. Ellie Threlkeld, 7 from 8. 18 overs remain here in Blackpool. Reminder, this is Lancashire versus Durham in the Metro Bank One Day Cup at Blackpool Cricket Club, with myself, Polly Starkey, and Ali Byrne alongside me. And we're talking you through today's game. So far, Lancashire 154 for 3. Of the wickets falling of Tilly Kesteven at the top of the order, then Mack, and then Lamb, as Villiers is in from the north end, driven down to Susie Bates long on.
Every time you say the North End, I think of Birkenhead. It's a notoriously rough part of Birkenhead, the North End.
Well, I think of Preston North End as a Preston
Oh, right,
fan,
okay,
so
yeah.
I like the North End here at Blackpool.
Oh, I like the North End. I'm from the North End. I'm near it.
Villiers in, it's driven back to her. We have Preston Blackpool, a bit of rivalry, so it's nice they've named an end after a great football club.
Oh, that's a good
Villiers
shot.
in, and that's hoiked. It's well fielded by Sophia Turner in the end on the boundary. Could have been one of those that bounced and didn't really get a hand to it, but she did well. Put her body behind the ball.
Glad she got hold of that, because there was 2 gentlemen right behind that ball who had no intention of moving out of the way. They were set.
Villiers to Smale. Pushes into the offside for no run. The wind's just picked up again. It's a bit breezy.
We've lost our coverage.
Smale poised, chips that in the air, but will fall safely, and they'll get a gentle single. 157 for 3. Threlkeld now on strike, turns it round the corner for no run.
It's good field placement there.
Yeah, Katie Levick doing the fielding, getting through the overs quickly with the spin. So 157 for 3 at the end of the over. 33 overs gone.
Right, it's creeping up still. I still think Lancashire need to push it way above 5 if they're going to have a defendable target here. I know they've got a really strong bowling lineup, but you know, you've got one of the world's greats standing to our right there. He's got over 25,000 A-class runs. 10,000 of them are at international level. Can you believe that? 10,000 runs.
Remarkable. So it'll be Grace Thompson returning. So far bowled 5 overs, gone for 26 runs. Seren Smale on strike, and Thompson coming in from the south end. Smale doesn't quite get the face of the bow net, and it edges off to Maddie Villiers.
And that literally could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
Yeah, that really could
One
have.
of those, it's like all the fielders looking as to where it's gone.
Thompson heading back to the top of her mark. 157 for 3. Thompson to Smale, off the hip into the leg side. Has another direct hit shy at the stumps. Durham have been good with accuracy, but Lancashire too fast.
It's been a feature of the running so far, the running between the wickets. From all of them, really, not just, I mean, Casey Mack came in and, you know, carried it on, but all the field, even from ball one, Lamb and Kestervan were on it, so to speak.
Thompson to Threlkeld drives that down the ground, but will just find the fielder inside the ring. So there's no run. 158 for 3. Threlkeld on 8. Phoebe Turner just handing the ball to Grace Thompson. Threlkeld awaits.
What's going to come to us again?
It's heading towards us.
Nope, hit my chair this time. Can you find it? Thank you. Whoop, there we go. Mia Rogers has just saved my blushes there, having to bend over while wearing a dress. Thank you, Mia.
So another 4 for Lancashire. We're in the firing line of Ellie Threlkeld. Got a really nice slight edge on that. And
really nice lucky edge is what you're trying to say.
Yes. Thompson in again. This time the full face of the bat and pushed into the offside. Thompson, I'm sure, will be a bit frustrated with that boundary. Just Threlkeld able to use the pace.
Well, we're at that stage of the match really where there's no point having a slip fielder in if you're going to concede extra runs. And well, they conceded them anyway then, didn't they? Which is really unlucky.
Thompson to Threlkeld. Once again, just finds the captain, Holly Armitage, to win the over. So 162 for 3. Smale on 28 from 34. Threlkeld 12 from 15.
Yeah, well, these two are doing what they've got to do, really. Not going crazy as yet. There's no extravagant, you know, swishes as yet. They're all proper cricket shots, but they're pushing hard for everything. Looking for that ball that may not even be a bad ball, but maybe slightly over-pitched or slightly wide. They're looking to attack those without being too rash at this stage, which was, to be fair, is what you'd expect from Ellie Threlkeld. She's quite a mature batter in the way she sets up. She knows her shots, she knows her strengths, and she sticks to them.
Seren Smale awaits as Villiers is in, and that's just defended for no run. Just blocked as Durham coach Danny Hazel to our right. Villiers in, as well fielded off her own bowling, just prevents any quick singles that Lancashire may be wanting to take. Will be tempted to take at least. Smale on 28 from 36.
Yeah, she's just actually passed on some fielding coaching there. Not sure about the rules of that, to be honest.
Pushed out by Smale for no run.
She's told Bates to move a fielder, and Bates has moved the fielder.
162 for 3 as Villiers in again to Smale. Chip slightly up into the offside, and they'll get 1 run. That was a gentle run through for a single.
Danny Hazel, of course, fairly decent player in her time.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bit of a decent England player in her time, wasn't she? Yeah. Long-time coach in Yorkshire, of course. Went over to Durham on the change.
Another dot ball from Villiers.
Durham girl herself. Durham area, anyway. Ooh.
Villiers, there's a slight shout, but it's high, and that finishes the over. 163 for 3. Smale on 29. Threlkeld on 12. So a really good over for Durham, less so for Lancashire. So Levick so far has bowled 8. She's been used the most. Thompson's bowled 6, Sophia Turner 5, Fraser just 2, so I'm sure she'll be utilised later on. Villiers 7, Bates just the 1, and Phoebe Turner 6. So
What a great overseas signing Susie Bates has been.
so good.
I mean, you know, how many matches has she played at this level, and how much of those little nuggets of information is she passing on to every single one of these players? Just seen having a chat with Maddie Villiers there about, you know, she was telling her to watch the way Smale was playing. I could see she was imitating one or two Smales and throwback shots and talking it through with her. Amazing.
Grace Thompson from the south end into Smale.
One-handed
Yeah,
again.
that was lovely.
Nice little backhand there.
Yeah. I mean, Seren Smale is, or I doubt she plays much anymore, but was a tennis player.
I've seen her play.
Oh, have you?
It was a rainy day in Sedberg,
Mm-hmm.
and there was nothing to do, so
She plays some tennis.
the girls got a bench, park bench, and on the outfield they were playing tennis over this
love
bench,
that.
and I looked straight at Sarah Smell and went, "You play tennis?" And yeah. Not much to do when it rains up there.
As Thompson's in, pushed into the leg side for no run. Yeah, I think she actually grew up playing against Sophia Smale.
I think she's a county standard player.
Yeah, she played county, and so did Sophia Smale. They're not related, but they're born about 5 days apart, and are both Welsh. So a lot of similarities, and obviously have the same surname, and played county tennis.
I played tennis now, badly.
As Thompson's in, and there's a big swing and a miss, and it's been taken.
it's
Oh, in fact,
swing and an edge.
made contact with it.
Oh, it's a good piece of bowling because, as I say, you have to work to get Threlkelt out. That must have moved.
Yeah, I didn't think it made contact with the bat, but there was such a
Tiny little.
yeah, the tiniest edge. I couldn't hear anything.
And we've lost our replay facility. But yeah,
Good take
anyway.
behind the stumps, and lovely bit of bowling from Grace Thompson. He finds the wicket.
Yeah. Now then, is this Eccleston? Yeah, fresh off her 50, Sophie Eccleston. Keen to carry on with her fine batting form that she showed in her last run out.
I was slightly confused for a second because I think she's wearing the shirt of Danny Collins.
Yeah.
So she will be batting in a
What
different
is
shirt.
it with these Lancashire girls swapping shirts this season?
Well, it was Fee Morris and Sophie
Dear
Morris the
me.
other week.
Get your kit bag sorted out, ladies.
Fee Morris in that instance did actually forget her shirt. But obviously it worked quite well for her because obviously it's still a Morris. But yes.
Well, it was actually Sophie Morris who told me that because I met her at Oxton Cricket because she's from the Wirral.
Yeah.
And I'd sort of heard something about it from Mike Perkins on comms, and then I said something. Said, "Well, what happened with your shirt?" She said, "Well, Fee Morris rang me and said, blah 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 blah."
But it definitely is Sophie Eccleston coming into bat. 164 for 4 for Lancashire. Grace Thompson picking up the wicket of Ellie Threlkeld.
Now this will be an interesting contest.
Thompson
I was
in.
about to say she won't hang around.
No. Sophie Eccleston likes to strike the ball. She loves a boundary, but she got 50 against Warwickshire midweek.
She's tall, obviously.
innings.
She's very powerful. For a spin bowler as well.
Yes.
Don't take it the wrong way, spin bowlers, but usually expect the fast bowlers to be the powerful ones.
Thompson to Eccleston.
Wide.
Yeah, goes through to the wicket keeper for no run. Well, there'll be the 1 run for the wide. I don't manage to take a run.
Tell you what, I'll be down for my cup of tea. I'm still cold.
It is chilly. The sun may be out, but it is still very chilly. Thompson. Eccleston awaits.
Oh, and that's a drop from Heath. Got lucky there, did Eccleston.
It's going quite far. She did have to dive for it, but that was an opportunity. Smale on 30. Blanks 166 for 4. Thompson in. This is driven down the ground. They'll scamper through for a single and make it safely in the end. That was a good tap and run.
I was just watching Eccleston run there. Can't see much wrong with the knees. That's all I'm saying. She really had to stretch her long legs there, didn't she? Because Smile set off like a whippet.
Yeah. 167 for 4. Smale moves to 31. And that's the end of the over. Villiers has bowled 7, 2 for 22. So she's been pretty key for Durham. Katie Levick is back into the attack from the north end. Levick, who took the wicket of Emma Lamb. She's bowled 8, so this will be a penultimate over. Gone for 41 runs. And the aforementioned wicket.
So, 14 overs left.
Levick in. Pushed down the ground.
Oh.
The camera's blocking.
Susie
exactly
Bates. Susie Bates with a rolling stop there. Yeah. Moves him on to 168 as Levick comes in. Twirls the ball. Eccleston is on strike, just taking guard. Levick tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Waits patiently for Eccleston to compose herself, and she comes. Played a little bit away from the body into the point. No run. There's definitely some chirping going on in the field now. I can sense perhaps a small opening of opportunity here for Durham. And she's absolutely thumped that to point boundary, but there is a fielder placed there. Hardly touched it, did Eccleston, and it's a lovely sound off the bat for 1 run. Yeah. As Matt the Optiman has just reminded me, it's quite a long boundary down to there, isn't it, Matt? I'm guessing, hoping you're going to get me some good stats in a minute. In comes Levick. It's driven. Back to the bowler for no run.
169 for 4.
In's Levick. Oh, that's a tennis shot again. I'm disgusted with herself. I think she meant to pull that. It's ended up going to mid-off for no run. Levick. Smile defends off the back foot, no run. And that is the end of the over from Levick. Score is at 169 for 4. What's the fact you've got for me, Matt?
Durham came into the game with 6 drop catches, which was 7th in the table. Lancashire came in with 13 drops.
Oh, did you hear that, Polly? Say that again, Matt. Lancashire have had 13 drop catches so far this season, opposed to, and Durham have only had 6.
Wow.
7 with the one that was potentially, the keeper's catch, yeah. Okay. So you're saying that Durham catch better and more often than the Lancashire field as well. I think Lancashire are going to have to feel very well in this game, I feel. I just sense that this may not be enough at this stage. There's still 13 overs remaining and they're going to have to try and get at least 5 and over, I think, from this point. Eccleston's on strike, Grace Thompson steams in. Eccleston is being given out, yeah. I thought she got something on that. Just went down to leg, and I wasn't sure if she'd got a glove on it or a bat, but she's caught behind from Bess Heath off the bowling of Grace Thompson for just 2 runs. That'll be a big blow to Lancashire at this stage. Eccleston's a big striker of the ball when she gets going, and they would have been well aware of that. They didn't drop that one, did they, Mr. Opta?
That's brilliant from Durham and from Grace Thompson, who gets her second And she's dismissed the captain, and she's dismissed Sophie Eccleston. Really good work with the ball.
So one England bowler is replaced by another England bowler in Kate Cross. Again, no mug with the bat. But Durham will be sensing a sniff of the tail from this point in, I feel.
I suspect so. Of course, Cross has been one of those players who's had to be at the end to finish the job. But it's a difficult task, especially with Durham. I imagine now quite fired up, and they've got Norris to come in still, to be fair to Lancashire. But then, yeah, Pottscore and Sophie Morris.
And Cross will be unfazed by the situation, to be fair to her. She's been there before. Looking around. Deep fine, deep third. Thompson puts it short, and it's gone to that cover boundary. And what a way to start your innings, Kate Cross. What a lovely shot. 4 runs.
A fantastic way to start. Lovely, powerful shot.
Yeah. Really good shot. Catherine Fraser there on that boundary doing a very level best to get to that one, but couldn't quite stretch as far as the 6'2" Thompson, who's now bowling, of course. In she comes. Plays that into mid-wicket, watches it go, fields, no run.
173 for 5. Cross on 4 and Smale on 32.
Well, yeah. Smale's crept up to 32 without even being in expansive mode yet. Thompson, as the sun's desperately trying to get out here at Blackpool Cricket Club. A bit fuller. Again, Cross has driven that through the covers. What a glorious shot for 4 runs. What an impact. The girls in the balcony enjoyed that one. Lancashire girls behind us to our right. And some of them are in shorts, would you believe it? And clearly I can see Fee Morris up there in her full tracksuit. I wonder why she's not playing. We'll find out later, shall we?
I think that's Phoebe Graham in shorts.
Oh, is it?
Braving the conditions.
Oh, there you go. Phoebe was on co-coms with us at Old Trafford a couple of weeks ago. Great girl. Oh, that's wrapped the pads. Good shout from Thompson, though. Great appealing skills. I think it's going down like...
I was going to say, looks...
Just from here you can see. You can always tell when the keeper only goes up after the bowler's appealed. Oh, the bowler's appealed, I better help her. Yeah, blood's obviously pumping. And why not? She's... that's what she's there for, isn't it? To take wickets. From the north end. Full toss. Oh no, not. Oh, it's been dropped. Optaman's got his head in his hands here. You've cursed them, you see. You could be a commentator, Matt. Drop catch at mid wicket. Welcome to our world. And the end of that over, it's suddenly gone from 160 something to 177 for 4. 2 great strikes from Kate Cross have moved the scoring along slightly, just when it was needed.
Early impact by Kate Cross, who knows she's got a job to do here.
I think she's going to have to put some serious overs in as well after she's finished this stint at the crease.
Levick's going to bowl her final over from the north end.
Oh, big strike from Smale. Uses those quick wrists. Looking for 2, but it's never on. Brings Cross to strike. Got a deep cover. 2 on the leg side boundary. So we've got mid off and mid on in on the 1. Levick to Cross. Watchful, forward defensive, well bowled. Again, Levick Cross plays that with the straight bat towards mid-off for no run. Bit fuller, swept from cross, gone down to fine leg and Smells very quick off the mark. Takes a quick single. Said that a few times today.
It's been a lot of quick singles. A lot of quick runs between the wickets. 179 for 5.
Bates has gone back onto the boundary for Smale. And again, she's not quite timing it on the offside of Smale as yet. It's on that backward foot shot. So still getting runs though. 1 run on this occasion. She seems to be through a shot a little bit early as yet. Oh, that was very nearly the catch of the century. Goodness me, that was a great stop. Stopped 4 runs there. 1 run. I'd like to see that one again. Yeah, great effort.
181 for 5 at the end of the over. Cross on 9, Smale on 34. So Katie Levick has bowled her full allocation today. As mentioned, got the wicket of Lamb. Bowled her. Started with a maiden over. And
Fraser's coming to bowl, as you heard from the announcer, no doubt.
So far, just the 2 overs from her early on within the power play. Went for 7 runs.
Just adjusting the pony. Getting those annoying hairs out the fringe out of your face, especially when it's windy. It's horrible trying to run up to bowl. Your hair's flapping everywhere. Just taking a few little practice bowls. And she comes to cross. Cross has played through the line there. That's a lovely straight drive, but she's found the fielder on the boundary. 1 run.
Brightening up a little bit.
Yeah, it's lovely.
It's still chilly, but at least there's a bit of sun.
Fraser and Heath has missed that. It's going to go down as byes, I think. And it's going to go for 2. Yeah, it's going to go for 2 potentially. It's the umpire signalled. Oh, he's given a wides. A couple of wides. Crosses signalling to the girls at the boundary. She's after something. Oh, another shirt. Fraser. Flicked off down to leg from Smale. She plays that shot well. 1 run.
186 for 5. The aforementioned Smale on 35 from 47. And then Kate Cross, 10 from 10. Who started her innings very, very well in great fashion.
And she likes that shot straight through into the covers. There's cover there. Oh, who unusually underarms it back. Is that Fraser over there? I think it is. She's probably saving her bowling arm. Oh no, it's not. She can't be bowling. She's already bowling. What am I like? That's Fraser there catching the ball, not throwing it. Oh, a little bit wider and a little bit more tempting for Smale. She's gone after it and missed everything. Comes Fraser, who catches and fields at the same time. 1 run, I think, off the hips there, down to fine leg, deep fine. Yeah. Smale rehearses the shot. As Fraser comes in again. Shorter, a bit quicker. Cross tries to play it to leg, but it's wide again. These wides are adding up for the Durham girls. Fraser. Oof, that one's pitched, that's gripped and bounced high onto cross. That's no run on that one. 189 for 5. And that's the end of the 40th over. Just 10 remaining in this 50 over Metro Bank One Day Cup. Ah, that's what Cross was asking for. She's a bit warm out there. She's taking off one of her layers.
It would be nice to feel warm.
Oh yeah, imagine that.
Nice,
just think of yesterday, okay, and then you'll know what it's like.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like we're bathed in sunshine. Well, we are bathed in sunshine, but we've also got that breeze from the Irish Sea and bringing all the cold.
It is very chilly.
Wind chill with it. So I think we've got another change of bowling here, Polly.
We do. Maddie Villiers.
Villiers is back on.
Coming back into the attack for Durham. So far, Villiers 2 wickets for 22 runs from 7 overs that she's bowled. So a good decision to bring her back on. With Saren Smale on strike. This one sliced out into the offside. We'll just get the one from it. The ball racing away.
So, 10 overs. You'd want them to be putting on 60 at least, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Especially with...
I'll get them to their 250.
We've seen, exactly. Villiers to Cross, who sweeps that. Doesn't quite get the contact she would have wanted. There's a shy at the stumps. But they're comfortably home. It's also signalled a wide by the umpire. So that will be a couple to the total. 192 for 5. As Villiers to Smale hoiks that in the air. It's going to be taken.
What a catch.
The catch is taken. What a catch by Grace Thompson. Fielding and bowling, she has been exceptional today.
Wow.
She pumps the air. She takes that. Really happy with that catch. That was a lovely bit of fielding right on the boundary.
Smale's gutted.
Falls. Yeah, Smale will be frustrated with that. 37 from 50. And she'll have to go a little bit more on it, and it would have probably gone for 6. But good from Grace Thompson, and it brings Tara Norris.
I'm slightly worried. I'll tell you why in a minute when you've introduced
the
her.
US international to the crease. It's about with Cross.
Because the last time I commentated at Southport, Tara Norris hit 4 straight 6s.
Wow.
And we're right where she hits them.
Right, okay. Yeah. We can duck for cover.
I'll just throw the youngster in front of me. I don't mind if they come in where I can sort of put my hands.
Yeah.
It's when they're sort of bouncing on the equipment and everything.
Yeah, we might have to duck.
Matt, are you ready to save us? That's pathetic, isn't it? The nearest person.
So 192 for 6, Cross on 11 from 12, and Norris, the new batter, who is...
Now, if I remember rightly, she favours the onside, so we're okay. She's going to hopefully hit it towards the side screen.
And Maddie Villiers, who's got 3 wickets so far for 25 runs, will continue coming round the wicket to Norris. That didn't look like a 6 to me.
First ball, give her a chance. We're only in the 41st over yet. She's got to get warmed up. This is in a chase. They were Lancashire were chasing a big total.
Okay. Villiers in, just pushed into the offside for no run.
They were chasing. It was something like 9 and over they needed in the last. It was more than 9. It was over 10 and over in the last 4 overs. And in the last over, Norris nearly pulled it off. Amazing. Actually, here's a ball that was, for all the world, looked like it was going for 4, and their fielder just stuck a mitt out, hoping it hit one of her digits and pulled it in, and that was it. Tied game. It's good.
Villiers round the wicket to Norris. Maybe no run. Yeah, Norris is one of the best finishers in a chase. Likewise, Emily Windsor for Durham, who's injured at the moment. It's defended for no run. But yeah, the pair were back in the day at Southern Vipers. And I remember one Rachel Hare Flint Trophy final. They were very important in the win that the Vipers got there. As that's the end of the over. 192 for 6. Cross on 11. Norris having faced 4 balls yet to get off the mark. Catherine Fraser is going to be bowling from the south end.
South end.
I did think of that every time I was saying it.
Oh, here she comes.
Fraser to cross. Drives that to the offside for no run. Fraser 0 for 15 so far into her 4th over.
That's a good shot for nothing.
Struck with a bit more power, but straight to Phoebe Turner. Out mid off. Fraser into her action. Once again, straight to Turner. Couple of dot balls in a row now.
Oh,
cross chips that up in the air, just falls safely, and they'll run through for 1. $193 for 6.
So Norris, I think, will be relishing this chance to prove her worth. There's been such competition in the Lancashire team this year that she's not been a nailed-on regular as Norris. So now's your chance.
Norris in and pushes that into the offside. Take a single. And Norris was one of those players who was a regular for Thunder last season, and actually it's now more difficult to get in that team. I think this is something I've noticed across Tier 1 sides as Fraser's in, struck by cross. They won't find the boundary and they'll just get 1 run in the end.
So if you think back just maybe 2-3 seasons, Thunder were one of the first teams to bring in a foreign international. They brought in Deandra Dawson, and it looks like every single, just in that 2-3 years, the level's gone up a notch. Every team really has got at least 1, if not 2, foreign players in there, just raising the standards. And I think that watching this level of cricket for the last 4 or 5 years, you can see the levels rising. Very exciting times. I think the number of professionals has increased as well.
Yeah, so each side has at least 15 professionals, and teams like Lancashire have even more. And for a number of years, Lancashire have funded extra contracts within the side through their various sponsors, which has been really positive. I think Lancashire have led the way with a number of things, as Villiers is in.
Well, you mentioned the pre-season tours.
Pre-season tours,
they were the first to do that as well.
To the UAE and India, which have been.
And I've commentated on both of those.
We had great fun at about 3 in the morning.
Once with you, once with who was it? Oh, Mike McCann. Yeah, that was weird, very weird.
Villiers to cross,
and then going straight to work and going, being discombobulated even more than I normally am.
When you're there.
And then back home into your bed by about 5 in the afternoon.
Cross hoiks that
That's
in
gone.
the air.
There's nobody stopping that.
It's going to go for 6.
No, it's bounced kindly for the Durham coach there. He took it on the bounce, rebounded 6 runs. Was that Tara Norris by chance? Or was it Kate Cross? Kate Cross. Well, she's no stranger to a 6 either, is she?
No, that's the 200 up for Lancashire.
What a shot.
Great style by Kate Cross.
Definitely in danger now, Polly. She's got her eye in as well. That's buys, I think. Yeah, Heath won't be pleased. She's had a couple of them.
Racing towards the boundary.
Could even be 4.
Yeah, that's 4 buys. Oh, in fact, it's 4 wides.
Yeah, nobody likes them. Yeah, you know this. If this is a low-scoring game, they maybe ruin all these wides. Will Durham?
Villiers. This one's defended. Yeah, there have been
There's
quite a few
I'd like to
extras.
see it. Hold
There
on.
are a few
Extras
extras.
29.
Yeah.
29. Of course, some of those will be like buys and buys, but
Yeah.
that's a lot of
Still.
extras. 26 wides, did you say, Matt? Yeah, 26 wides. Wow.
Villiers to cross, who sweeps that powerfully. It is stopped by Sophia Turner.
It's not just the rest. It's like an extra 26 balls. It's an extra 4 overs. They're going to have to face all the balls.
Yeah, that is Paul from Durham. And out of character.
You've seen a lot of them play this season. They don't
Yeah.
normally bowl as many wides as this, do they now? Norris.
To Norris. Gets glove to that rather than bat. 207 for 6, cross on 20, Norris on 1. And that's the end of the over. 43 gone, 7 overs remain.
Yeah, and Lancashire need to make the most of all these extra balls that hopefully they'll be receiving. Yeah, I think they've got to get at least 250 here. I don't think anything less than that is remotely defendable. Oh, we've got some more birds out here. We've got the starlings out now. You're very brave standing right in front of us here. There was a few balls come this way, young Mr. Starling. I came home yesterday at 4 o'clock, drove around my close, and there was a fox sat in the actual road. I'll talk to you in a minute about him. He was cheeky.
To cross.
And I had to stop my car, broad daylight. It's only about 5 o'clock. It's quite a quiet area. And he looked at me as if to say, "What are you going to do?" So I just sat there, looked at. I thought, well, I'll take a picture of you. As soon as I got my phone out, he ran away.
Fraser to cross, and that goes through to to Bess Heath.
That's good from Fraser.
Fraser in again.
That's a big shot. Somebody there. Oh, that's a great shot
it goes
down.
all the way for 4.
Down
right
towards the scoreboard.
Yeah. That is a lovely shot. Cross is having a fine innings here.
But another great thing about this season is the number of England players that are being allowed to play and actually get some practice. You just felt last season that, you know, you'd rock up and Lancashire in particular would be missing most of the best players.
That one's just pushed by Cross for no run. Yeah, well, this is the big difference, I think, with Charlotte Edwards coming in. Her emphasis has been on domestic cricket and people playing county cricket, as Fraser's in. Slightly more expansive this time, but
because it's not just about winning this year and next year. It's about building a platform from which to build from, so that there's like in Australia, there's a stream of players dying. You know, as Malia
Villiers in
just below that international level, who could step up now and play international cricket, like in Australia. And also, I think what I like about Edwards' selection is she's giving people who are all rounders a bit more of a look in Arlott. You know, known for her bowling, but, you know, she's got a ton this season. Alice Davison-Richards, known for her bowling, and has played England before, and she got a ton on intensifies. Can play. They're all-round players. And look at Australia and how many all-rounders they've got in the team. I'm not suggesting she's copying Australia's model, because obviously, you know, it's a different country, a different system, but I think it's great that the England players are playing regularly for their county sides. And all-rounders and players who are doing well in the county system are getting thoroughly rewarded with at least a look in, whereas in the past, it didn't matter what they did, they weren't getting looked at.
Exactly, it's all about kind of the competition for places and increasing that, and this is exactly what this competition is now doing.
So it's the 45th over.
Norris on strike. And Phoebe Turner
changed ends.
Will be back. Yeah, she's changed ends as she's running in. Norris waiting.
Another wide.
Yeah, there's been some loose bowling from Turner today. So far, 6 overs for 29. Turner again coming round the wicket to
another one.
Left-hander.
It's got to be wide. Yeah. Tina, did you hear that? The nickname?
Yeah, they call
Tina
her
Turner.
Yeah.
Bit obvious, but funny. Wonder what she has to sing at karaoke, eh?
Turner to Norris.
Oof. I reckon Proud Mary.
Half appeal. 212 for 6.
Left a good job in the city. I like that one.
Norris on 1.
You
Cross
probably
on
don't even know that
24.
song, do you? You're only 20.
Excuse me. I know.
Proud Mary, you know Proud
Yeah,
Mary?
of course I do. Who
Well
doesn't
done.
know it? Turner in.
Shot.
This one pushed into the offside. Grace Thompson, who's played a big part in this innings so far with the fielding. 213 for 6.
She's already saved 10 in the field just with 2 pieces of fielding. That's 6.
Yeah.
That was going for 6. Maybe a 4, but anyway. And then the one that she dived full length for, just in 2 pieces of brilliant fielding. So what's happening in the field here? Nobody.
Turner to cross. Big swipe. Nothing from it. Cross on 24 from 29.
We can hear, come on Tina, next time Tina, from the Durham fielders. It's making us giggle, so forgive me.
Turner to cross,
Oh,
hoiked in the air once
there you
again.
go.
It should be taken, it is taken. Grace Thompson with another catch.
Great catch.
Much more regulation this time. And cross has to go for 24.
Tail's definitely wagging now.
A big shot, but not enough. And Phoebe Turner gets her first wicket of the day. So Lancashire 214 for 7.
Oh, this is Grace.
Grace Potts is going to come into bat. One of the new signings this season for Lancashire. Seamer from the Midlands.
I tell you what, she bowled well against the Blaze was the last game. I was like, yeah, 4 wickets. She was almost unplayable at times.
Yeah, 4 for 37.
Big job on here though. Still way short of the target that we feel is necessary to set here.
Yeah, 214 for 6, and they want to at least get that up to 250. Whether they're able to do that in the remaining overs with the batters they now have at the crease with Potts and Norris is a different question. But Phoebe Turner is going to continue. Nudged into the offside for no run.
And they've put the squeeze on Potts. They've brought in Thompson from the boundary. They've still left square leg out there, but there's nobody at cow. That big hoik. Nobody on the offside either. The boundary.
Turner to Potts and through to Bess Heath. So that's the end of the over. Phoebe Turner's bowled 7, 1 for 32. And Lancashire are 214 for 7 with 5 overs remaining. Run rate of 4.76. Norris 2 from 8 and Potts yet to get off the mark, having faced 2 deliveries.
Yeah, that last one was very close to being a perfect Yorker. Just bits outside the off. It's perfect length. Catherine Fraser's to continue from the south end by the looks of it. Norris, the the right-hander. Left-hander's on strike, sorry, not get it right, left-hander. Oof, and that's a great delivery from Fraser. Pitched and turned. Norris avoided the edge. She's gone for it. It's that big shot we were talking about. That is a definite six. Good shot. Straight over the bowler's head. Yeah, I'm glad she's at this end. 6 runs for Norris. It's what she's capable of doing.
That was huge, all the way up onto the grassy bank.
We've got a couple of kind gentlemen who've very kindly done a bit of climbing and a bit of rescue and retrieve there. Huge shot. My car's behind us about this side screen, so she better be on strike that way. Fraser, what has she got in riposte? That amazing shot, and Norris is about to go again. Couldn't quite get hold of it. Dot ball. There is a fielder out there, but she's fairly wide. Not long on. Bit shorter. Morris has cut that down to third, and it's gone for 4. Clearly she's decided that it's going to be her job to push the run rate on a little bit now that she's lost her bowling partner Cross on the other end, who was playing the shots. She's taken over the mantle.
And she's doing that job indeed. 224 for 7.
Fraser, Scottish international. Norris, USA international. Heath, England international. Exactly what we were talking about earlier about the standards being raised. Fraser's coming in. Shorter. Norris has waited for it and just dabbed it into the covers, and Potter's called her through for a single. Oh, and that's got Norris on strike for the 47th over at the end of the 46th over. Just waiting for the scoreboard to move around. Oh, the tension's killing me. Must be another 11. What do you make it, Matt?
I think it's 225 for 7.
So do I.
Yeah.
There we go, we're in agreement. I love it when that happens. 225 for the loss of 7. Norris is on strike, just finding her form. I think she might find Phoebe Turner slightly harder to hit straight sixes off, but we'll see. Phoebe Turner bowled a couple of wides in the last over, but took a wicket. She'll be keen to repeat the feat of taking wickets anyway. Left-handed Norris on strike. She's looking to square leg as she takes guard. Turner's going round the wicket. She's gone for the big shot through the covers, and that's gloriously hit, but she's picked out Durham's. Slight misfield from Thompson. They've picked up 2 there instead of 1, but she still saved the 4 as Thompson.
Crucially protected the boundary there.
Yep. Right arm around. Oof, and that's wrapped high on the pads for no run. Sounded like it hit the thigh guard. Well, I hope it did, otherwise that's a horrible thigh she's got. Sorry. Oh dear. I meant it was going to be bruised, that's what I meant.
227 for 7.
Bit shorter down the leg, and that's a wide. Hasn't quite got that out of her system yet. Extras has gone to 32.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Not good from Durham. I think it's difficult when you're bowling wise because you kind of get in the flow of doing that, and it's hard to get out of it, even if you change ends and stuff.
Oh, that's a nice ball right onto the toes from Norris. Couldn't really do much with that. No run.
228 for 7.
Comes Turner, a bit shorter. Ooh, and I think Norris is coming down the track at that one. Lucky she missed it. There was no way she was going to time that one right. Armitage is changing her field slightly. She's brought in deep third onto the single. She's moved out, fielder out onto the mid-wicket boundary. Turner's coming in again. Strong run up. Again, she swiped and missed. Seemed to move away from the left-hander that did that one.
The score's still 228. Severn Norris on 15 from 19, and Potts yet to get off the mark, stuck at the non-striker's end.
Another wide. I'm even calling him before the umpire puts his arms out now. Yeah, I don't think Potts or mine not being on strike with Torres in the striking form that she's been in, well, certainly in the previous over. There are some times in a match you'd glad not to be involved. If you get what I mean. In comes Turner. Oh, she's got a little edge on that one. I was just about to say she's beaten that outside edge again, but it was good enough to catch the edge of Tara Norris's bat. That she set her up beautifully there with 3 balls in the same area in that over. That's unlucky from Tara Norris. She was doing a job for the team there. She's gone. Well, the score is on 229 for 8, so still away short of a target that Lancashire would be looking for.
I had the tiniest of clips.
You heard it? Yeah. Young ears, young hearing. Young hearing.
So 2 for 36 for Phoebe Turner.
Yeah. Sometimes they're the hardest bowling to face when it's you just never quite know. Sometimes if you get a bowler who's bowling consistently in the same sort of areas, you can get your own game going a little bit. But when you're getting wide, no ball, wide, great ball, wide, great ball, it can be tricky to deal with. And that was a great ball that took the edge of Morris then. And it's Gore. Now technically, I've seen her play a few innings where she looks very, very correct. But I've not seen her score many runs, so there's an opportunity for her. So let's see what she's got in the batting department. So Grace Potts is on strike, because that was the end of the over. And Catherine Fraser is continuing from the south end. Oh, she's gone for a nice strike down towards long on, 1 run. Gore is immediately on strike in the second ball that she's. This will be the second ball since she's come on the pitch. She's taking guard. No changes to the field. Fraser. Gore defends. It's a big stride in. I beg your pardon, I've just been informed it's Villiers at the other end, using up. That's her 3rd ball. Great bowling from Villiers.
Both off spinners.
Yeah, and both facing the other direction from me, and we've got no video at the moment, so you'll have to forgive us here, or forgive me at least. Dot ball from Gore.
230 for 8.
So she's approximately, what would you say, 80 metres away. The number facing the opposite direction. Very similar actions, actually.
Yeah.
Villiers is a little bit shorter. And that score off the mark with a placed into mid-wicket. Potts is turning, looking for 2, but they both decide to reject a second run. That well-known fashion of a mitt placed carefully in front of your hand, in front of your face. Potts faces Villiers. Got up on her a little bit, that one. She could only dab it down for no run. 231. End of that over, and Villiers gets a massive round of applause. She's bowled well today in the Durham camp adjacent to us here. 49th over, 2 left. Predictions, Polly? Can't see there being many. Am I going to do?
I think 250 is a bit optimistic.
Yeah.
I think 240 would be good. If they could try and do run a ball, the fewer dot balls, the better. I suspect it may be lower than that. I mean, Grace Potts is capable of getting a boundary, so she could do a nicely timed 4.
Well, I think we're going to get a few more wides as well. I know. I suspect 1 or 2. Maybe not. Into the right-handed Gore. Dab down. We'll bowl from Turner. Tosses the ball hand to hand, little jog on the spot, and she comes again. 17 on her back. Short punch from Gore, but with no real power. Straight to a fielder for no run.
$231 for 8.
Now, if you were one of these two, would you just go for it at this stage? Maybe leave it to last over.
Yeah, I'll just go for it. Give it a whack. Probably
wait till the last
would be
over.
bold, but yes, waiting till the last over is probably the better idea.
That's a nice shot. Placed beautifully, but unfortunately there's a fielder there. It was a really nice shot from Gore there. Unfortunately, there's quite a long boundary out there. 1 run. 2-3-2. Potts on strike. 2 fast bowlers in at the crease together. She's taken an aim at that one and missed it by a country mile.
232 for 8.
Bit sloppy in the field, getting it back to the bowler, but no harm done. Turner to Potts, straight driven out to bait. So well, that's a misfield there. They're going to take an. Oh, it's gone. It's gone for 4. Well, that's a collector's piece.
Yeah, rare misfield by Susie Bates. I've been impressed with Durham's fielding in previous games, but at times it's been a bit sloppy today. 236 for 8.
Oof, no, not another catch to Grace Thompson, and it is. She's done the same. That's 3. Thompson's got 3 catches on that boundary now. Unlucky. One of them had to make a fist of this and get them up to a bigger score. It was doing the right thing was Potts. She's gone for that. You keep picking out the fielder there.
Just a bit of catching practice for Grace Thompson.
It's like she's playing in the park with the local kids. Cool head, young shoulders.
236 for 9. Potts just 5 runs from 7 balls she faced. Phoebe Turner.
Here comes Susie.
Picking up another wicket.
Oh, I've wanted to see this for ages. Look at the difference in height. I love it. And do you know, Susie's not that small, you know, she's my height. 5'6".
Yeah, she's not.
But she looks like a midget next to me, doesn't she? And I'll tell you something else. Susie Morris will not be looking forward to this. Doesn't like batting very much. Doesn't mean she isn't capable. There you go, Gore's having a go. Well done. She's going to get 1 for that. Susie will be looking for 2. No, just the 1. 237. Villiers against Sophie Morris. Well done. Good punch shot. They're going to take everything at this point. 1 run. Well run from Gore. Stretches out those long legs.
238 for 9. Getting closer to 250.
That's good for Lancashire, sorry.
Yeah, certainly close to 240.
Of the two, Gore is the more likely of the two to try and strike a boundary. 1 run. Brings Morris on strike again. And that's bowled. So we didn't quite get to the 50 over mark there. Lancashire all bowled out for 239. Some exceptional fielding from Durham. Impressive catching, particularly from Grace Thompson with her 3 catches off various batsmen in the deep. I think that is going to be a little bit of a below par score, Polly. We did say at one point, halfway point, we were thinking 219, 220, but yeah, 250 was a minimum really. But as we said early doors, Lancashire have got a very, very good and varied bowling attack, very experienced and varied bowling attack, and they are going to have to be at their very, very best. I think keep the wides to a minimum, and they're going to have to take at least 1 or 2 wickets in the power play, I think, to have a chance at reaching this target. They will be pleased with those days' work, these Durham girls coming off the pitch. They seem happy, don't they? There's no sort of misery on their faces. They're all very jolly and very good body language, lots of hugs.
Yeah, I think Durham can be satisfied with that. Yes, there were quite a few extras, but I think on the whole, bowling was good and they did really restrict Lancashire. In terms of the batting, we'll just give you a rundown. So Emma Lamb, 84, she was the top scorer for Lancashire. Sarah Smale followed with 37, and Kate Cross, 24 from 30, including 3 fours and the 1 6. In terms of the bowling, Maddie Villiers finished 3 for 39, Phoebe Turner 3 for 41, and Grace Thompson, who took those 3 catches, she also got 2 wickets for 43. We will be back after the innings break, where Durham are chasing 240 here at Blackpool Cricket Club.
I know, yeah. Let's not wait too long.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. You just got back from holiday, haven't you?
I've been training camp. That was turning into a rehab camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 weeks now since I.
Well,
they're talking. I don't know. I can't interrupt them while they're talking.
Come on, you can come in the middle.
Well, you've interrupted Hi, I'm here. Who was writing here?
Okay. Hello, Kate Cross.
How are you both?
Yeah, 2 rehabs. How are we?
2 rehabs, yeah. It's age, isn't it? I know. Have I?
I've tried to avoid that word, but it is.
No.
I have more. I have more of that than you do. You have years ahead of you.
Okay, girls. So I've been taking some questions from Lancashire cricket, and are we good to chat about it?
Course
Ask you some. Okay. So first question for the both of you: what's the moment in both your careers where you went, "I've fully achieved my goals"?
Don't know. Because I think that's the point before you decide you're not going to go anymore.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got there yet.
I'm not sure I've decided I've got there yet. Yeah. I think that's all part of what I've got to find out. Yeah. Hopefully. Well, I don't know if it's hopefully soon, because that means like, oh yeah, I've done everything now. I'm going to kick back and not do anything else. So no, I think, and I've spoken to other athletes, I don't know about you, they say you're a long time retired, and knowing that you could still do more or achieve more or be better in yourself. Personal best performance is always the thing that you focus on, or certainly I have. Being better than you were yesterday as an athlete, and achieving your own personal best, being the best version of yourself. So yeah, when you find that out, maybe that's the time you start thinking about the end.
I feel like there's definitely things I've wanted to achieve that I have achieved.
Like mini goals.
Yeah.
Would you say like you have mini goals as an athlete?
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise the picture's too big. I think you have to break things down. And especially, I think for me, having a bit of a split career, like kind of with Lancashire and then also with England, then there's things that I still want to achieve with England. There's still things I want to achieve with Lancashire. So I think that motivation is what keeps you going as an athlete, and probably what makes it really difficult to retire, because there's always something around the corner. There's always something that you want to or think you can achieve. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that I've achieved probably half the things I want to, though.
That's exciting though. The dial can always keep on moving for the both of you.
Yeah, I think there's things I've achieved and never anticipated. Like I never imagined I'd ever be a cyclist when I was a little girl. So I think you go into different parts of your career and new opportunities, and you take them with, two hands, or in my case, one, and just try and do the very best that you can. What the other things in cycling, that every cycle race, every road race is on a different course. So knowing what the course is going to be, for example, like last year at the Worlds, it was a really hilly, it was the hilliest course we'd had with the longest climb in the road race. It was the longest time trial we'd had. And that was the sort of race I'd always waited for and was living for. And it makes you think, oh, well, if they're going to give us that sort of course, what might they do next time? And it makes you excited to see what the opportunities might be. So yeah, there's loads of things that I've achieved that I never anticipated or never dreamed of. I feel really fortunate for those. And then there are other things you're waiting to see. Oh, but where might we race next time?
Still got loads of time left.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I love that the first question you've asked, we've both gone, I don't know. That's a good start.
That's all right. That's fine.
But
We've
I
got a lot
also
of time.
think a lot of people think that athletes have got it all worked out,
Yeah.
that they know exactly what they're doing. And we know what we're doing day to day. We know the foundations that you need to be a strong athlete, to look after yourself as best you can, or you have mishaps, as we've both had in the last winter. But you have a kind of a way of working, kind of a operational principles, if you like, of being the best athlete you can be, of getting enough sleep, eating the right things, planning your logistics around recovery training from travel days, and all the different things that you have to do. We have certain things worked out, but we don't have everything worked out, and I think that's okay.
What are the biggest changes that you've both found since being in women's sport?
Well, for me, it's definitely going from an analog age into a digital age. Like my first international call-up was in 1992. So were you born?
Just, yeah.
Just.
I was 91.
I was like, hang on a minute, I've got to do the maths here.
I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
So,
Come back. Only by a year. Only by a year.
And so learning how to promote yourself twice, if you like, because when you were trying to promote yourself, get sponsorship, move up in the world outside of your sporting achievements, you had to write letters, like snail mail letters. The internet hadn't been invented. You had to put pen to paper. Not everyone had a computer at home. Not everyone had a printer at home. That might sound daft. You couldn't print something directly from your phone. There was no such thing as wireless. Everything was cabled. So having to learn how to promote yourself twice, and then learning how to utilize the digital age as an older athlete, those have been the biggest changes for me, apart from the sort of sporting things. But you have to be able to get that to be able to settle on the sports field, I think.
So do you feel like you've had to promote yourself? You really feel like you have to promote yourself twice?
You've had to learn how to promote, learn how to do that, learn how to move forward with a career. Because in sport, you never know how long your career is going to last. So knowing that you've got something to fall back on is always really important. Doing something alongside your sporting career, I think Kate and I both do that and always have, so that you aren't just reliant on one thing. Because if it gets taken away from you because you're injured or ill or something happens, you need to be able to continue to live and work. So for me, that's been the biggest difference, apart from obviously the crowds and the way that you can watch sport, obviously streaming platforms and those sorts of things. But as personally, having to, obviously very grateful that things like Facebook weren't around when I was at uni. But equally, you've kind of like gone through that learning process twice.
I think on that, I think women's sport in particular in the last 10 years, or I've certainly been told that a lot of it is on us to promote ourselves, to have a following on social media so that we can promote games. I mean, this isn't now, obviously, this is where it has changed now, but certainly when I was early 20s, I was being told to make sure I had an Instagram page so that people could follow women's cricket, because the big bodies weren't necessarily doing it for us. So I feel like it, from a female athlete point of view, it's kind of on us to be the voice. And that's something that's changed massively now. The visibility is huge, and in my opinion, rightly so, because you see day to day what female athletes are going through and working hard at, and you want to put that on a stage so that people can watch it. But from my point of view, it's professionalisation. Like when I was a kid, you couldn't be a professional female cricketer. It wasn't an option. I would watch the Olympics and see women on the telly, and that would be the only time I'd see really women doing sport, other than maybe Wimbledon for 2 weeks of the year. So yeah, the professionalisation and the visibility of it has been what's changed drastically from my point of view. Even starting my career here a long time ago now. I actually debuted when I was 13, which is frightening. It was 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
But that was a amateur sport then, and I didn't know that I could have this as my job, and it changed whilst I was still having cricket as a hobby. So it all sort of shifted whilst I was in it, like on the journey, if you understand what I mean. So but yeah, they're probably the two things that have changed the most in my time.
Okay, so it's kind of similar, if you kind of rolling off that question. So England are coming to Emirates Old Trafford for the first time in 13 years? Yeah, 13 years, okay. So we've just been speaking about this, but where were you in your career at that time? I suppose 13 years ago.
Some maths. Well, we're approaching the home games for me.
Yeah.
Right. London 2012. So that was just a huge moment, I think, for Olympic and Paralympic sport. And it started that opportunity for parasport to be better promoted.
Sure.
Still not a professional sport. I think tennis. So probably tennis was first, like it was for women. Tennis is the only professional sport you can do if you're a para-athlete. And so I feel really fortunate that home games gave me that chance to work in women's cycling as well, as part of the team pursuit squad. That helped me to sort of springboard, the qualification for the games helped me springboard my professional cycling career on the road. So yeah, London was just huge, and it's insane to think how much has happened in that time, and that we haven't had a women's international here, because I have an 11-year-old daughter who was born the year after that. And so yeah, it's mad. I'm so excited to see what comes, and the crowds, and that partisan crowd is what you live for as an athlete. So England are going to be goosebumps here, and that's similar to how we felt in London in 2012.
I'm excited. Kate Cross,
what was I doing? So it was around 2012. So I made my debut in 2013, the winter of 2013. So I would have been aspiring to be in that team. And I remember I was really close friends with Sarah Taylor when she was in the squad. And she was up in Manchester, so I came and met her for a coffee before they played the game the next day. And I remember thinking how cool it was that the England girls got to play at Old Trafford, because at that point I'd not even represented Lancashire at Old Trafford. So this was like the holy grail. I'd not even
dream.
Yeah, not been out on the grass. It was like a bit forbidden. And I just, in my head, I just thought that that's the norm, that you get to play at your home ground, your home county ground, when you're representing your country. And I've still not been able to do that. And realistically, probably still not going to be able to do that either, because I'm not aligned with T20 cricket. So it's probably unlikely that I'll be able to get to play in that game. But for the likes of Sophie, Lammy, Ellie, all the young girls aspiring to play for England, obviously Sophie's a dead set in that team. But, for all those young girls now, I hope that kind of shifts the narrative, and that we do get more cricket up here, and that this does become a hub for women's cricket, because I've had so many great memories here, and I'm reliant on Lancashire really for the career that I've had. So I want other girls to have that experience, but also be able to then almost take that into their England careers as well, and make sure that this is a place that England women come and play cricket and have success at.
It feels really exciting for women's sport, like proper exciting. It feels like it's now, the focus has shifted onto women's sport finally.
Well,
and
really
it just feels
has.
this real big excitement buzz around it.
And it's the depth of that is being felt. So my daughter plays in an under-13 side, and
what's your daughter do?
She's a cricketer.
Oh my god, I didn't
She
realise.
plays,
That's amazing.
Well, she's a dancer, but she's cricket, and she's playing in an under-13 side where they've had to split the league into two, because there's too many to do just one. and it was one league last year, and now it's 2 pools of teams with like Stockport Georgians and Woodford and Langley and all of the local clubs coming, Marple I think, with Hayfield. So, and they've split it. I don't know who's in the other pool, but literally you're starting to feel that come all the way down. And you know, it gives me goosebumps to think that this is what wasn't possible when Kate started.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to come as a group, as a league even. They could all come together. I'm going to be making sure as a mum on the sideline, be like, we're not going to play that. You know, it's obviously not going to play that night. You're coming straight from school. You're coming to Old Trafford because, like you say, this is what they should be able to aspire to be able to do on a regular basis, regardless of who's touring.
Well, by comparison, when I was 11, I was the only girl playing at a boys' club, and my local team was in Sheffield, the closest women's team that I could play for. So even in that short, I mean, it is a long amount of time, but in the grand scheme of things, and yeah, it's a short amount of time, and things have changed so quickly. And that's just so exciting that those girls can come and watch female athletes. Because again, I was watching Andrew Flintoff down here and Jimmy Anderson and people bowl. Yeah. Like I was never able to watch females do what we do now. So I think it's going to be so great. And the tagline with women's sport is always that you can't be what you can't see. And if you're not exposing young girls to cricket or to netball or to whatever sport it might be, then they're never going to have the opportunity to know if they even want to give it a go. So, you know, this stadium is here to have people in it. It shouldn't matter whether it's men, women, disabilities, whoever. You should be able to get people watching sport here. And that's what, hopefully, when we break that record, come whatever date it is, I don't know, I should have probably checked that. But
what's the date?
July the 9th.
July the 9th. Come July the 9th. Then
10,000 people we want to get, right?
We want more than that.
We want more than 10,000.
Yeah, because we want to break the record. I think the record's just around 10,000. So, but this stadium holds 20,000 people, so we shouldn't just limit ourselves to 10,000 people because that's the record. So
we want to sell it out. Yeah. Completely sell it out.
Yeah, and set the standard for what women's sport should look like.
Exactly.
And this goes back to 13 years ago. We'd never had sold out crowds. Like I'd never competed in front of a sold out crowd at home until the games in London. So we do sport over here. Like we used to talk about the Australians, and I competed in front of 17,000 people in a swimming pool in the games in Sydney, and that was like a goosebump moment. I was really glad I'd gone to the pool the day before my first race because I needed to see it, because I could never have imagined it. I was 22 or 23, I think, and it was just like, wow, this many people in a swimming pool, that's insane. And that's what we need to become the norm, that those full houses are not seen as something that you might or you might not get. It's just something that's there because people enjoy watching great sport, enjoy watching great cricket.
I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier about women's sport finally getting the recognition it deserves. And with it getting the recognition it deserves, do you think there's still a long way to go with where we're at now?
Well, unfortunately, we still don't get the level of coverage. So globally, sport is worth X trillion, but the percentage of that that's allocated to women's sport is still the same percentage. So it's all grown, and women's sport's got more, but percentage-wise, it's not any different. And that's the problem. And some sports have moved on further than others, but when you put them all together, it's not increased sufficiently. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we are promoting the way we are for the Lancashire team here now, the Tier 1 system that we have in England, now that we have the international game here on the 9th of July. That's why it's so important that in cricket we do what we do. That's why it's so important that we do what we do in an Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's what's happening over at the other side of Old Trafford with the women's team. That's why each of us who own a little part of it, it's our role to make sure that we continue to lift, because column inches still isn't there, and the amount of airtime still isn't there. And this is a pivotal moment, like every opportunity that we get to promote women's sport, especially in cricket, because it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. That's so crucial. And I think Paris was the first time the Olympic Games had a 50-50 male-female split, which was crazy to think it got to 2024 before that was the case. But that's one of the measures that shows us that we're still not quite there. And also, there were no females in the top 100 earners in the world last year, which is another example of why we're not quite where we need to be. So it has improved, and the opportunities are absolutely there. But when you zoom out and look at it from a global perspective, we still need to keep doing what we're doing and keep working really hard. And we need those male allies as well. And we know the names of them, and we need to have way more of them to be able to help bring our daughters and our nieces with us on this journey.
Yeah, I mean,
I know.
I can't really add much more
I know,
to
yeah.
that, to be fair, but I also think that it's people's perceptions of women's sport that's changing. So I think 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have got people watching women's cricket or women's rugby or whatever it might have been. But now, I mean, I'm saying this on the back of actually just hearing what happened in Australia with the guy on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a really misogynistic comment about one of the guys on Triple M talking about the Matildas and saying that it was like watching year 10 girls play football and stuff like. It was just, it almost felt like you'd gone back 30 years. And yeah,
You will always get those one or two people.
yeah, and you will, and it is thankfully now becoming the minority. But what happens is those comments are still getting people feeding them. So there's still perceptions there that, in my opinion, need to change quite drastically. But you're only going to get that by having the right visibility, having the right columns, having the right split at Olympics, etc. So there is still a long way to go. But if you look at how far it has shifted in the last 15 years, then it has shifted significantly. So it's almost knowing what fires to fight. And I think that's something that I've learned as well throughout my career, is knowing what you can change and what small part of your corner of the world you can change. But actually, some bigger pictures are really difficult to make.
It's a marginal gains
on.
approach,
Yeah.
isn't it? If we all do our little bit, when we add it together, it'll make that significant difference. And sometimes when you're at the coalface, as we are, you don't notice the changes year to year. But then, like Kate says, when you zoom out, you do notice that we have made significant strides. We just need to keep that momentum up. I think it's too easy for people to say, oh, haven't we done a great job? And we're doing a great job. I think that's the difference. We haven't done it yet. We're doing it, and we're all still committed to keep, pushing that dial and making it, more possible, so that more girls can be following in our footsteps and in an even easier way.
I think when we get to a point where we've got a women's game here and we don't have to have this conversation about how do we break a record, that's when you know you've nailed it. But we're still having those conversations, and things are happening for the first time, or for the first time in 13 years, or whatever it might be. So there's still, things that you kind of want to push it along and boot it down the road quicker. But like I said, you have to know which fires to fight and when to do it.
So, both careers, very successful women in sport. If you could relive one of your moments in your career again, one of the moments that you would deem to be like, that was just such a success, what moment would it be?
Can I pick it all?
All right,
that's a great career. If you're picking it all, that's great.
I'd love to pick. So as a swimmer, I really enjoyed, I think back to being 14-year-old in Barcelona. I'd probably redo the jump onto the podium so I didn't nearly knock over the Queen of Spain. That would be a good day to redo, but kind of edit. I'd love to be able to do something before I had kids and relive like that opportunity in London in a home crowd. But then Paris, where Louisa and Charlie were both there together, and I beat a 19-year-old, that final sprint in the road race, I'd absolutely, well, I do relive that regularly because I just still pinch myself to think that last year went the way it went. So I've chosen 3 because I'm greedy.
Right, let's do 3. Go on.
Oh, I'm not
1 to 3. 1 to 3, Kate Cross.
I've not got kids, so I don't need to take any kids back or bring my age up or whatever. I think one of them would be my test debut, which was back in 2014. And I only say that because it wasn't really covered. It was on a live stream, so it wasn't really televised. I don't really have much footage from it. There's a couple of photos, but I wish I could kind of relive those 4 days because I at that time was pretty much an amateur athlete. We'd just gone into professionalisation, I think, a month or 2 after that series. So how I got through 4 days of cricket, having never played more than 1 day of cricket before, was quite interesting. My body was quite sore after it.
Imagine.
But then I'm probably going to say the Ashes in 2023 as well, and when I batted at Bristol. So it's very, very, very rare that I get to win a game of cricket for my country with a bat in hand. And I wish I could just bottle up how I felt that day because it was just unbelievable. I've had a lot of scars from Australian games in the past, and to be able to walk off that pitch triumphant with bat in hand was pretty cool. So I wish I could relive that.
Okay, so what would you say is, in sport, in women's sport, is a common misconception that you wish could be like dispelled?
There's a sense that women need to do less. And so if it's based on time, so the reason the distance is less is because you're going to take about the same amount of time. But in the swimming pool, the women don't do 90 metres front crawl because it's roughly the same amount of time as when the men do 100. So I really struggle with why other races have to be different. And we've started to address this in cycling. They're still addressing this. So they finally moved the time trial on the track up to 1 kilometre to be the same as the men. But up until I stopped racing the track 3 years ago, we were still doing a 500-metre time trial to the men's kilometre. At the Paralympics last year, my time trial was 14 kilometres, the men was 28 kilometres. So we still have that issue that the women need to be doing less. And it isn't based on time, because some of the men that were doing 28 kilometres were riding half as quickly as me. So that isn't a reason. That isn't the reason. So for me, it's that idea that women need to be doing less for some reason. We're not capable of doing the same.
Who's making those decisions there?
It's
just
men.
Men.
It's archaic. It's just been there. That's what it's been like. If you think that women weren't allowed to do the marathon until, was it 1984? They weren't doing the steeplechase on the track and field track until 1992. There's other events. I mean, they still do the heptathlon instead of the decathlon. Don't know whether that needs to change. That's something for the track and field athletes to kind of dig into. I know the women in tennis attempted to increase their sets to 5. They play 3 sets. But it's a regular issue that the women's race or the women's event is less. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed, because it's not because we're not capable of racing at the same amount of time. And I was part of a campaign to bring back the women's Tour de France. It's still at 8 days. The women used to race alongside the men for 3 weeks back until 1986, I think it was. So in lots of different sports, it's been dialed back at the convenience of men's sport, and we haven't quite shifted the dial to reclaim our space.
And the argument with that is now there's money in the women's side of sport that they can fully concentrate on being an athlete, can't they? I imagine 20, 30 years ago, you're juggling a job, you're juggling motherhood, you're juggling all sorts and still trying to perform as an athlete. Whereas now you can have a job that is a professional sports person. So I feel like we had a few arguments like that, you know, women were having to take time off work to go and do an Ashes series. So that's why it could never be a 5-test match series like the men's is. But now we're fully professional athletes all the time. So we have that time in the calendar to go and do that. So I think tradition often is a really wonderful thing, but you still need to move with the sport. And I think that's sometimes what doesn't happen, especially with how quickly the women's game has moved. I think sometimes you don't catch, we're playing catch up, rather than actually being proactive with everything. And the other misconception that I think is spoken about a lot and used against us quite a lot is the whole, they're asking for equal pay. I don't think I've ever met a female athlete who has ever asked for equal pay to a man, but all I've ever asked for is an equal opportunity to what a male counterpart would get. So if that is training here at Old Trafford the same amount of hours that the men get, then why shouldn't the women have that? And I think we are very lucky here that we've promoted that brilliantly. And, you know, Lancashire worked really hard to make sure that women's cricket is at the forefront here. So that's just always been my argument, is that it's never been about equal pay, but it's all about the opportunity. And just because you're born male versus female shouldn't mean that you get more opportunities than who you sit next to in class who's a female. So that's always been one of my big arguments.
And I think part of that opportunity is the resource. So resource then takes care of all of the other parts, which salary is part of, prize money is another part, and then the other opportunities that come with the role of being a professional athlete. And it's not about one thing. And I think one of the dangers is that organisers of events have focused on, we've provided equal prize money, and therefore we're providing the same event or opportunity to the women as we are to the men. But that it's not just about the finance, it's about everything else behind it. So if the race is less safe, it's over fewer days, it's over a shorter distance, then the money side of it is just one small thing.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have the opportunity, you can't prove yourself to be, you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but you can't promote yourself in the same way, because you're not getting that chance to, with eyeballs on you in the stadium like this.
It's not just one tick box. There's a lot of things you've got to do. It's not just the money. So what are some of the challenges that you faced as a woman in sport that might be surprising to people listening to this or watching this today?
I don't think mine would surprise anyone, but it's just the fact that I've had to wear male clothes for a lot of my career in cricket. Male
clothes?
Yeah, like everything was male fit kit. It's only probably been in the last 5 or 6 years that our sponsor brands have started making female fit kit. Even like cricket pads, gloves, they're small men's sizes.
Boots
like
as well, though,
boots.
as well.
Yeah, there's not really any female specifically.
Some of them are not small enough.
Not small, yeah, because
There
our
are girls
feet are
sticking
naturally
tissues in cricket boots to make them smaller.
And it's 2025, and you think cricket is big enough and sports are big enough that you would think that we had our own. I know of a few companies that are in the market now, but yeah, for a lot of my career, I've worn men's clothes, and like I look back to some of my debut outfits and the training kit I wore, and I was like drowned, and I'm representing my country, and I was like, gosh, I look a shambles. So yeah, I don't know whether that would surprise anyone actually, but that's, I mean,
it is surprising. I didn't realise.
Still going on now.
Well, I think the other thing that kind of follows on from that is that we got women's fit in cycling, but I opted for men's fit because women's fit meant it was shorter shorts, it was a shorter jersey, it didn't account for what an athlete body was, like it was just one shape. So I wanted something that was narrower, that was longer in the leg because it's more aero, didn't need it to be super short. I wanted the jersey not to ride up to above my belly button because I have a long body. So for us in cycling, well, it was an attempt to create a women's fit. For me, just going for the extra small men's was the best.
Welcome back to Blackpool Cricket Club, where we've got Lancashire versus Durham in the Metrobank One Day Cup. If you weren't here for the first innings, Lancashire scored 239 and they were all out, which means that Durham will be chasing 240. Just having a slight delay to the start. I think Susie Bates may be requesting a new bat. Just having a chat with opposition Kate Cross, actually.
There's a little split in it.
Yeah, potentially. So, just getting a new bat, but yes.
Now, here's a question. Can we time her out?
Well, I mean, the game hasn't actually started yet, so I don't think so.
Darn it.
Although in a Sussex game, I think Sussex
two. Did you see that?
Yeah,
2 of them got timed
out. I'm not sure what happened there actually.
Wasn't even deliberately getting out like in the UAE thing, but
yeah, very bizarre.
Anyway,
Confusing.
she has
Susie Bates.
her bat.
She's carrying 3 bats.
Oh, that's cheating.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're allowed to do that.
You're not allowed to do that. Even I know that.
I think what may have happened is the bat didn't fit the umpire's
Are you kidding me?
Whatever it's called, contraption to measure that the bat's not too big. So one of it is passed the test, and Susie Bates has a bat in hand.
Well,
so
I've never seen a bat be sent back for that before. I mean, how many times has she played with that bat and got away with it?
I've seen the umpires measuring a lot more recently. The last couple of seasons, when a new batter's come in, they've sometimes measured the bat. But
well, that's a talking point.
It will be Mahika Gore who's opening the bowling for Lancashire.
I'm sure there's some people watching on YouTube who know exactly what the dimensions are. Please send us a message on YouTube if you want. I'm sure we'd like to know that. I bet Matt at Opta knows this information now. He's shaking his head.
Emma Marlowe on strike, ready to face the first ball of the innings. There's a big
That's
shout.
Close.
Umpires are not interested. That was a huge appeal by Mahika Gore. And to be fair, the majority of the field, everyone was up. Wow. It's a shame we don't have our replays because that would have been interesting.
Well, let me talk you through it. Gore steamed in, it wrapped the pads, they all went off, umpire said not out.
I mean, I was thinking I would like to try and be umpire in this situation.
Well,
not that I would add any significant
my
knowledge.
first thought were it's going down legs slightly. There you go.
Gore in again. Made contact with the bat this time, but no run available. 0 for 0.
But as a bowler, apart from actually taking a wicket, that's your near perfect start, isn't it?
Really good start from Gore. And we said we suspect it will be Gore and Cross to open the bowling. They did against Warwickshire, and it was extremely successful. Really, just put the squeeze on early, and it was really good bowling from both ends. Gore to Marlowe. Into the pitch, and there'll be no run. This is an exciting start.
There is a buzz from the Lancashire field. They know they've got a little diamond on their hand in Mahika Gore, don't they?
Marlowe poised. poised as Gore's in from the north end. There's another
Again, she's done it!
Through to Ellie Threlkeld. And that's the first wicket. We knew something was going to happen in this first over. From that first delivery, there was a bit of excitement in the air, and Mahika Gore has the breakthrough. Durham lose their first wicket.
And Bates is having a drink, even though she's not faced a ball yet.
We said in the innings break that what Lancashire need to do is bowl Durham out here. I think that's the way.
I think they've got to.
It was a below par total that Lancashire set, and that's exactly what they've started. Fantastic from Mahika Gore.
And there'll be no let up for these Durham girls in this first 10, 20, 30 overs, because Lancashire have just got so much bowling talent on offer here today. Well, it's an embarrassment of riches in that department, really, because even before you look, 6 mainline bowlers, and then you've still got Emma Lamb up your sleeve. It's taken wickets, for fun this year.
It's an interesting tactic that Lancashire have gone with. When we saw their lineup, we were like, well, this is incredibly bowling heavy. But actually, they've got players lower down the order, like Cross, who hit 24, Tara Norris 15. But then they can go in and really put in a shift with the ball. So it does make a difference. As Holly Armitage, the Durham captain, is the new batter. Just preparing to face her first ball of the day. Susie Bates still at the non-strikers end as Gore comes in from the north end.
Again.
Defense, that's really good bowling.
She is getting movement off that seam.
That's fantastic.
That one darted in at Armitage. From our angle, we're not quite right behind the bowler's arm for obvious reasons, but we're slightly to the right of Mahika Gore, who's about 15, 20 yards in front of us, and I'm just glad she's not running towards me. She's an imposing sight as she steams in.
Gore,
left armour obviously a little bit wider.
Yeah, left outside, and that'll be the end of the over.
Well,
a fantastic over, and it ends a wicket maiden for Mahika Gore. The ideal start for Lancashire.
It's as if we've written a script here.
Exactly. Durham chasing 240. Lancashire very much hoping to defend that.
She seems a very level-headed character to score. Bumped into her once when I was at Old Trafford as a punter. I'd just gone to watch a men's game with a friend of mine, and there was Mahika Gore with her friend doing a similar thing. Went over, said hello to her and what have you. She's just really calm, really, placid. Unusual for a fast bowler, but also that's quite a good quality, because you see some fast bowlers steaming in. Yeah, it's great occasionally, but sometimes it can mean wayward balls and frustration and, But no, she's a very thoughtful girl.
As expected, it's Kate Cross from the south end, and this is defended by Susie Bates for no run. So the opening combination of Gore and Cross.
Bates was moving her feet straight away there. She took 2 or 3 steps towards Kate Cross there, nullified any swing that is around. It's weird having a screen there to look at the replay and there's nothing there. I keep looking at it going, oh, okay.
Kate Cross back at the top of her mark.
Eccleston at slip.
Susie Bates on strike. There's a big shout again. Interested.
Ooh. Well, we had a similar situation in the first over with Gore, and she was denied.
But then she had the breakthrough.
Exactly.
It just feel like there's a bit of a buzz in the air from the Lancashire players. There's a bit of excitement.
Oh, they know they're up against it, but they also know they've got some properly top-class bowlers in their team.
Cross past the umpire. This one flicked off the pads, and it's heading for 4. And it's going to go for 4. First runs of the day, brought up with a boundary. Susie Bates.
Morris had no chance of getting that, really. It was hit too cleanly, too far to her left.
So the first runs for Durham in their chase of 240. 4 for 1. Cross to Bates, who's awaiting.
Oh.
Takes a few steps, but just
that was
that.
This is going to be an interesting battle between these two. Two of the most experienced cricketers you'll ever see. Bates isn't frightened of Cross. She's trying to move her feet, put Cross off her line. And Cross saw her moving forward there and just pitched it a bit shorter. It's clever.
Cross, and again. This one flicked for no run.
So you've got an England player at first slip, you've got a New Zealand batter, you've got an England bowler, an England A batter at the other end. What's not to love about this competition? It's not just in this match, it's every match you watch.
Cross pushed by Bates for no run. So end of the over. 4 for 1 here at Blackpool Cricket Club, where Durham are chasing down at 240. Lancashire batting in the first innings, put into bat by Holly Armitage.
There's a plethora of photographers to our left, all trying to get as close as they're allowed behind the arm of Mahika Gore. Let's get that great shot of Holly Armitage as she's on strike.
Gore back from the north end. Another shout. Gore's very keen.
She's got a great appeal on her, hasn't she?
It's convincing. It's a big appeal.
It's definitely worth a shout, because nothing else, the heart rate of the batter does go up every time there's a huge appeal like that against you. It does unsettle you.
But I really like the confidence from Gore. As you say, she's normally quite like a quiet, chill person. But when it comes to appeals, she goes all out as in again.
Oh.
Just pings off the side of the bat. No run available though. Still 4 for 1.
And I suspect in the very near future we could be seeing Cross and Gore opening the bowling together for England.
Ooh.
Wouldn't that be a sight?
That really would.
Because they've both been named in the up-and-coming squads. I think Gore has just been... I think they're both in the ODI rather than the T20, aren't they? So that's a possibility.
Gore to Armitage. Wide.
I thought that had got a little tickle.
Yeah. It's close. Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps. Taking the ball. Yeah, with the injuries there are a couple of England players injured at the moment. It's opened up some spaces. So the likes of Danny Gibson and Lauren Filer and Freya Kemp ruled out as Gore's in. Swipe that through to Threlkeld. There is a bit of tension in the air, and this is not usual of Holly Armitage and Susie Bates to kind of be a bit stuck. So, and this is exactly how Lancashire played against Warwickshire on Wednesday. This opening spell.
Stranglehold.
Exactly. And it just makes it really difficult for the batting side to kick on. Gore to Armitage. Pushed out to square. No run available.
It's actually turned into a really lovely day for the spectators here, as long as you've got a few layers on. It's actually very beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful sun. Very chilly breeze.
Don't know if you've mentioned it.
Gore in again.
Oh, she's just pinning them down, isn't she? She's pinning them down every time.
Just blocked with a straight bat again. So 5 for 1. Gore in her second over. Gore, number 18 on her shirt, as she's in, it's chipped up a little bit, but just go straight to a fielder to end the over. So 5 for 1.
And that's just the wide off that over. Yeah.
This is superb.
She hasn't conceded a run off the bat yet in her 2 overs. Pretty impressive stuff. She's got to open a bowling for England, surely. Yeah. These people who say she's not had enough cricket, Lancashire have nursed her through her teenage years.
And the thing is now, Charlotte Edwards is watching. She is always watching.
Ah,
and she
well,
will be.
Would she make it this far north up to Blackpool for Lottie Watch?
I feel like she's probably not. I mean, there is no other game today, so I don't know what her excuse is.
Maybe.
You know, other than all the England camps and everything, crosses in. Protected by Bates. Yes, the first England game is on Wednesday, so I believe she will be down in Canterbury.
As far away from Blackpool as she can get.
Probably. But I imagine she'll be keeping a close eye on.
Don't think she's appeared at Old Trafford yet either.
No, she was at Old Trafford.
When? When was she there? Wasn't when I was there.
Surely
week,
not.
No, she wasn't.
Yeah, I think it
Did
was
I not clock her?
Yeah. Cross in, that's chipped up in the air. There was no one to take the catch. So 5 for 1. Yeah, we've had various
bets. I know you and Clyde Jenkins from the commentary team have been
we've got
bantering.
eyes everywhere.
Eyes everywhere.
And yes, she has been to Old Trafford.
I'm so annoyed.
But yeah, so the T20 squad are preparing in Canterbury for that opening game against the West Indies. Cross.
Oh, that's a good shot.
This one pushed to the leg side, chipped up a little bit. Still 5 for 1.
It says something that Bates is yet to get off the marks, and we're in the 4th over. Tell a lie, she's got a boundary. I thought that was Armitage. Sorry, no, she's only had one shot that's scored any runs.
Cross to Bates, who takes a few steps, and she's going to go for the run. There's a shot at the stumps, but it's a bit wide. Good pressure in the field from Lancashire, but Durham realising they need to kick on a bit, go for the run.
What a scalp this would be.
Cross.
That's
Armitage drives that. Good stop by Emma Lamb. Good bit of fielding inside the ring to stop that ball.
They need that sort of fielding today. Not much to defend. But every time they get a decent over in, they're turning the pressure right back onto Durham.
Cross in, and Holly Armitage blocks that. 6 for 1. And that's the end of the over. So Bates 5 from 10, and Holly Armitage yet to get off the mark, having faced 10 deliveries. A reminder that Durham are chasing 240. As in front of us was the real Danny Collins, not the one who was fielding at slip, which is actually Sophie Eccleston.
Oh, did you make a mistake then? I called her Eccleston.
No, I didn't make a mistake.
Okay.
I was just pointing out that her shirt.
The shirt!
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah. The shirt swaps have been going on.
Yeah, I noticed the shirt when Eccleston was fielding at slip.
Yes, you did.
Goodness
me, what's going on with him, eh? In comes Gore.
Protected by Bates. Been a really, really slow start after 4 overs, just 6 runs. And the loss of 1 wicket, which was Emma Marlowe, who went for a duck. Gore in, pushed slightly into the leg side, but to no one's surprise, a dot ball. This is top work from Lancashire. I think the thing that's difficult, and obviously yes they are switching to the T20 format very shortly, is they will be without Gore, Cross, Lamb. There are a number of players who are off for England duty. They're lucky actually that Sophie Eccleston isn't in the England squads this time, as they'll keep her. As there's another big appeal, but it's kind of half-hearted in the end.
Well, she's already bowled 18 dot balls.
Yeah.
18, I've just counted them up. 18.
That's so impressive.
And she's in her, must be her 4th over now. No? It's only a third over. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Because the other one, she's had a couple of wides, and hence the reason she's got a couple more to bowl. But yeah, it's crackers.
Gore from the north end. Another dot ball to a tally.
Another one. But crucially, Eve Jones will still be available. I think that's key.
Yeah, very true.
It'll give Smale an opportunity to get back into that opening bat position as well. They've blooded a new batter today.
Exactly.
P. Morris has scored runs, Katie Mack scored runs, Eccleston scored runs. Oh yeah, he's got hold of that one.
Yeah, it's probably one of the, I think the second biggest shot we've seen today, but races towards the boundary, well fielded. I think that might be the debutant. Tilly.
Ah yes,
Estevan.
yeah.
So 7 for 1 with Armitage on strike as Gore powers in. Bit of footwork for just a block, and that's the end of the over for Mahika Gore. 7 for 1, just 1 from it.
That's absolutely that's incredible start, considering the quality of the 2 bats she's got out there as well.
Yeah, I mean it's a bowling masterclass, and as you say, the quality of the batters with Susie Bates and Holly Armitage, it's remarkable that they're able to put the squeeze on so early.
I mean, she's got to be in the top 10 batters in the world.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Susie Bates, I mean, even maybe even top 5, but I'm giving a margin of error there. For her to come in and do that at her age against Susie Bates is incredible. Cross comes in again for first ball from the south end. Dot ball. Joining in on the dot ball parade. Bates will remain patient, obviously, why wouldn't she?
And to think Lancashire still have Sophie Eccleston to dispatch.
And Grace Potts, who took 4 wickets in her last game out.
Or Durham.
It's a nice shot of the back foot, straight to the field for no run.
They've of course also got Tara Norris, left arm seam. They've got Sophie Morris, and Emma Lamb can turn her arm over. So, yes, big task for Durham.
In comes Cross, steaming in. Fuller, that's driven. Well, that's well tried, and it's backed up there at mid-off. 1 run. Having to work hard for every single run she gets at the moment.
That was good backing up by Tara Norris.
Yep. Brings Armitage onto strike. He's faced 11 balls and yet to score. It's most at Armitage like. She's pushed that one firmly into the covers and that's slid into Katie Mack. Australian star fielding. 1-run to Armitage. She'll be breathing a big sigh inwardly.
Yeah, just getting off the mark after being stuck for so long. Good fielding by Katie Mack though, just inside the ring.
Cross. Bit shorter into Bates on that occasion. No run. Yeah, Bates looks like a bit of a nightmare to bowl to. She just messes with the bowler's mind. Stepping forward, you never quite know if she's come out of her crease or whether she's sitting back, waiting for the slightly shorter pitch ball. He's second guessing the whole time. She's staying back on this occasion. Cuts it. Shot of a class bat. 4 runs cut through the covers. Very nice from Bates. She's why she's already got a 90 odd under her belt this season. So at the end of that over, it's a relatively high scoring over from Durham's perspective. It takes them on to 13, I beg your pardon, for loss of 1 wicket. That of Marlowe went cheaply to the hands of Gore, who returns to the north end for a 4th over.
A far better over than what we've seen from Durham so far. Still significantly behind where Lancashire were. And with Gore returning, who has been exemplary.
And she comes, distinctive style, left arm over. Oh, it's gone through everything! It's gone to the boundary. It'd be interesting what the umpire signals here. Oh, it's gone through off the bat, 4 runs. Is that a drop catch? Must have been if it's edged the bat.
So.
Well, my reliable pair of eyes to the side of me is wondering why it was given 4 runs. Matt from Opta, I blame him. I'm not being contentious with the umpire. It's Matt. He's changed his mind. He's changed his mind. Okay, Matt. And it's a good riposte from Gore. Dot ball.
$17 for 1.
It's the 6th. 6 into the 7th over now, of course. There's a hush of excitement in the ground, actually. It's an incredible spell of bowling from Gore. Batters are confiding a little bit there. Bates is saying, bend your front leg to Holly Armitage. Well, if Susie Bates tells you to do something, you do it, don't you? Let's be right.
Very, very true. The expert.
Straight drive. Oh, and that's a misfield. That's 4 runs. That's just unfortunate. She thought she'd got there in time. It's that could be costly. It's Kate Cross. We'll forgive her because it's Kate Cross. I'll forgive Kate Cross anything.
Yeah, the squeeze that Lancashire put Durham under is slightly fading. They've had a couple of boundaries, still in Lancashire's control.
Oh, inside edge. How many times has Gore been unlucky with those inside edges? Great fielding from the boundary. No, don't even think the umpire was looking, to be honest. The umpire wasn't looking. Wow. Okay. I'd like to see that on the replay actually, but we can't. But you guys at home can see. See what you think. Matters not out.
One.
But interesting.
I mean, a good fielding from the boundary regardless. And
in comes Gore. It's beat the outside edge. Go. It's just like Warwickshire again. How many times did she beat the batter on those occasions? Very unlucky for Mahika Gore there. She beat an inside edge, she beat the outside edge, potential run out. Yeah, very, very unlucky. 2-3 for 1 after 7. That's looking a bit healthier from Durham's perspective.
Definitely, Durham will be happy with the runs they've put on. A few overs.
Oh, Matt's not happy. He's blubbering away at something to my right, Mr. Opter. What's up, Mr. Opter? Oh dear, he's saying it was out. I can say it because I'm only passing on what Matt's saying, you see. I'm not arguing with the umpire. I'm not arguing with the umpire anyhow. Sometimes you get those, sometimes you don't. Here's Kate Cross to try and redress any perceived injustices. She'll want to make up for that misfield, I know that. Nicely played from Susie Bates for no run. It's the covers. You just get a sense that these two are riding the storm a little bit at the moment. There's only so many chances that they can have before one of them will be taken. Inside edge, outside edge, run out, whatever it might be. Cross. Back foot again from Bates. She stopped that little shuffle forward and back at the moment. She's staying firmly in her crease at the moment. But that of course might change. Lancashire still being bold, keeping in the slip. There's a deep third in play. Everyone else in the ring, apart from Eccleston, who's up on the catching position at first slip. Well, sort of 1.5 slip if you like. Oh, Bates has moved the feet that time and Cross saw her come in. She got lucky. No run. Dropped it a bit short, so Susie Bates seemed to encroach down the wicket.
23 for 1 with Bates and Armitage both on 11.
It's a bit of a battle royale between these four at the moment. Yeah. Bates, Armitage, Cross and Gore. In comes Cross. Bit short again, back foot defence. Yeah, Bates is looking to drive, but Cross is just bowling it at that niggling, not quite sure length, and Bates can't do anything with them at the moment. No runs this over as yet. It's fascinating stuff, this. Cross is coming in. Bates defends down into mid-wicket. No run. It's a fascinating contest, this. Not many runs being scored, but a lot of action.
Just a lot of, as you say, just battles between Armitage, Bates, Gore and Cross.
Again, she's come down the wicket, just dropped the bat on it at the last minute. Gore swoops from third position. And they take a single at the end of the 8th over. Good one for Lancashire, only the 1 run off it. 24 for 1, so the run rate for Durham is currently 3 and over, which is below the rate that Lancashire are achieving at this stage. Remember that still we're in the power play, so there's only 2 fielders allowed outside that ring. So there are opportunities for boundary hits if the balls are there to be hit. They're just not there.
Durham require 217 runs from 42 overs. That's just over 15 and over.
Here's Gore. Straight drive. This time it's safely fielded. No run. Kate Gross is starting to work on this ball a little bit as it ages. You do need to keep one side well shiny. Helps with the swing. Yeah, gripping one side of the ball rather than the other. Second ball from Gore in this over. Straight drive again, back to Cross. Seems to be all about these two at the moment. They're either fielding the ball or bowling it.
Yeah. A really, really good opening pair.
Intimidating, aren't they? So Cross, great captaincy as well. Who's she got talking to Mahika Gore at the other end? Why is Cross in that action zone? She's there to be with Gore. Cut. Oh, not, she's wore that one as Katie Mack. Well done. Took a hit either on the back or on the chest, but she stopped 4 runs. As it is, they took a single. Well done, Katie Mack.
It is so good to have Cross opening from one end and Gore from the other. It's kind of one generation handing the baton on to the next in terms of giving that experience whilst they're both still playing.
That's good. Oh, Katie Mack's not the one to run a quick single too, but you got away with that. Well done, Durham. You needed to be quick there. I think Ali Armitage must have thought halfway down the track, oh my life, look, he's steaming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's interesting, you know, people say, oh, you're lucky you got Gore, you got it from UAE. Well, there's no luck involved in being the first county setup to do a foreign tour and then finding a player. What's lucky about that? That's innovation, that's, you know, doing something for the women's game that nobody's ever done before. Gore. Oh, that's going to be difficult to cake, and it's right over Eccleston's head. There's no chance in catching that. But she actually caught it before it reached the boundary, so well done, Eccleston. Again, riding their luck. That must be the third, fourth chance they've had, in addition to the wicket that they've lost, plus the run out that wasn't.
Yeah, you're so right about the Gore situation. I think also, you know, spotting her whilst they were out there, not just going on the tour, but spotting her, finding out she was born in Reading.
And I think she had already, as they take 2 there, and they've really had to be quick there. Ooh.
Backing up.
Yeah, they had, you know, she had, at the end of that over, sorry, I'll come back to Gore in a moment, 30 for 1 wicket. Yeah, she'd already played under 19 for UAE, hadn't she? So she already had international experience, but gosh, raw talent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the little eyes must have lit up when it said.
I mean, it's really interesting as well because a couple of Sarah Smell, for example, would have. I don't think England played UAE at the Under-19 World Cup, but they would have seen each other out there, and then she makes her senior England debut
before she does.
Yeah, exactly.
So Cross is to continue from the south end. She has a little habit now and again taking out her flowing locks, repositioning them and resetting before she comes into bowl. It's her 5th over. Oh, what a lovely shot from Bates. That's from Armitage, sorry. What a beautiful shot through the covers. Waited for that one. Glorious shot through the covers. And even then Bates is talking to her about a tiny deficiency she may have seen. No, she's telling her what a great shot it was, obviously. But yeah, beautiful. This outfield is beautiful, isn't it? It really is lovely ground. Cross, second ball. Armitage, dot ball. Good riposte from Cross. Sign of a really great bowler. You get hit, you just put it behind you, come back in next ball. It's right on the money. So we've still got Sophie Morris down at fine leg, Mahika Gore third, everybody else in the ring, and Eccleston, not Danny Collins, even though she's got Collins on her back at first slip. Oof, well bowled again, Cross. Fielders are all quickly in. There's the debutant, Gaveston, on that occasion, first to the ball. She's quite sprightly in the field, isn't she, so far? We've seen her do a couple of good stops.
34 for 1.
Cross is coming in again. Oh, that must have hurt. That's, yeah, she's rubbed the top of her thigh, that one. That's missed everything except a flashy bit of her thigh. And they hurt. Dot ball.
34 for 1. Still putting the squeeze on. Just inside the power plate.
Here comes Cross to Armitage. She's driven that one straight. Hasn't beaten the fielder, so it remains 34. As we see the Durham coaching team strolling past us. Danny Hazel in the front. Cross, 6th ball. Armitage flicks off her heel, off her pads. Katie Mark stops and rolls and bullet throws it straight to keeper's gloves. 1 run.
So
and that's the end of the over?
Yeah, 34 for 1 at the end of the over after 10. End of the power play. So
I think that score's wrong. I thought it was 35. Anyway, it's 34-ish for 1.
Gore is 5. Cross also 5. Well, 1 maiden, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Gore will continue from the north end.
I suspect this could be her last over in this spell.
Yeah. Save for later on in the game. Susie Bates 17 from 31 and Armitage 16 from 25. Bates on strike. Gore in, and this one played back down the ground. Kate Cross is in pursuit. So is Grace Potts.
Oh, well done, Grace
Good
Potts.
From the boundary by Potts. Fantastic bit of fielding.
Amazing.
Great teamwork between Potts and Cross to save the boundary.
Something about being called Grace today, isn't it? Makes you fielding's gone up a level from both Graces. Yeah, there's a little divot, a little dip just as it reaches us and it races away. I didn't think she'd have a chance of getting that one.
Go in again. Goes to tap at it and misses.
Oh, that's Bates, angry with herself there. It's another life lost. What must Gore be thinking? She's just so calm. So calm. She's beaten them every which way but loose, and nothing's gone her way really, apart from the 1 wicket, which was well deserved. Oh, pads.
Yeah, off the pads down towards the boundary. There will be a fielder to prevent it going for 4. 37 for 1. Armitage 16, Bates 19. Holly Armitage tapping the bat on the ground as Gore's in. It's flicked in the air and it's going to go all the way for 4. That was a nice shot, just over the top of the fielders, over Tara Norris, and straight for 4. $41 for 1.
Not a particularly bad ball either. She just made mincemeat out of that, didn't she, with strong wrists. And again, she's... Oh, do you know, cricket can be so cruel sometimes, can't it? She's beaten them inside and out.
$41 for 1. Armitage, the on-strike batter on 20. steaming in, pushed into the offside for no run. That'll be the end of another over. 41 for 1.
Yeah. Gently dragging themselves back in the game here at Durham. At the same stage, Lancashire on 51 for 1 and they're on 41 for 1. Not a massive difference.
Yeah, they've made up for it. Definitely, they've had a couple of big overs. The 7th over being one of them.
Nice. I was going to say I suspect there's going to be a bowling change, and of course there is.
Grace Potts is going to come into the attack from the
South End.
Grace Potts, who we've mentioned her 4 for 37 against the Blaze the other week. She was also the joint leading wicket taker for her former team Central Sparks down in the Midlands in the 50 over competition last season with 15 wickets. Potts in to Bates.
Straight away, she's turned around. That's not often you see Susie Bates turned around like that. Oh, bold.
Really good from Potts. She took a bit of time to get started into her season, but once she did, she's been carrying pretty well. 42 for 1. Potts running in. Push to the offside, but no run. Just continuing what Cross and Gore have set up nicely.
You talk about acquisitions, you know, you can't get better than the leading wicket taker in the league the previous year, can you?
In again, this time flicked off the pads. Leg side, they're going to push for 2. They're going to be back safely, so 44 for 1. Armitage on 22, Bates on 20, so rebuilding after a very slow start and the loss of Marlowe very early on. Potts into the attack, but pushed out.
Yeah, I mean, when Potts came in, one would think that, you know, the Lancashire Thunder, as they were at the time, already had a very strong bowling lineup. But they're not resting on laurels. They brought in another excellent bowler.
Grace Potts again turned around the corner by Holly Armitage. Sophie Morris fielding that one.
Oh, and you can see whose left arm's twirling ahead of us there, Polly.
Is that Danielle Collins?
Danielle Collins can bowl, you know. She bowled on tour in India. Did you spot her bowling? She bowled really well. She's not a left-arm spinner, though.
I don't think she's considered one of the
world's best bowler.
Bowlers in the world, but, you know, that's all opinion as Potts is in.
That's very good fielding.
Pushed to the offside. Emma Lamb fielding that well.
Oh yeah, Bates was shouting for a drink.
Must be warm out there. Which
how many times are they allowed to have these unofficial drinks breaks?
I don't know actually.
Or is it the discretion
I think between the overs
captains?
It's all right. Obviously, if you know, they always wait till the end of the over, but I think especially if it's just the batters, because the fielders, to be fair, if they're fielding on the boundary, they can get a drink whenever.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's only fair that you let the batters.
Okay, I was only asking. Right.
Just advocating for the batters here.
Okay, I was a batter myself, one of the back in the dark ages. I was just a quizzical question. I wasn't having a pop. Oh,
so 45 numbers.
45.
Let's say 54 for 1 after 12 overs.
So this is another little crucial moment, isn't it? But I thought it was going to be Sophie Eccleston as she was warming up. She was giving the captain a hint.
Maybe next over.
But it's not.
She might be wanting to bowl from the north end. It's going to be Tara Norris with left arm seam.
Wow. Interesting.
Tara Norris round the wicket. It's been flicked. That's Mahika Gore in the distance.
Oh, that was rather easy to get that ball into the boundary from there for Mahika Gore, wasn't it? It's like a little flick of the wrist almost. Yeah, making use of the seam bowlers while the ball's relatively new.
Norris in once again.
And again, you got a magnet ball.
Yeah.
Gore and Norris, Gore and Cross seem to be hogging it all at one point, aren't they?
Norris, who has played 3 matches so far in the Metrobank One Day Cup, has taken 2 wickets, one against Somerset, one against Surrey. He was previously with the USA just ahead of the season at mid-March or so in Buenos Aires. Norris.
Oh,
It's just like leant back.
Didn't like that.
No, not at all.
Well, she would have come across a couple of my buddies then, 2 of the Argentina players. Came to Cricket Week a few years ago. Alison Stocks, the captain, and Veronica Vasquez, the former captain. Veronica actually stayed over at my house for a couple of days and showed her around Liverpool, and then I took her to Conway Castle and various places like that, in and around.
Norris to Armitage.
Ooh.
This one played nicely. Beats diving fielder.
Oh.
Push for 2.
Don't think she meant to hit it there, Paul, did you?
No, I couldn't actually see.
Oh.
Saw it after the camera.
Well, it sort of went perilously close to the fielder at points.
Yeah.
There was never any moment where it was going to go into her hands, but it was closer than she'd wanted it to be.
Beat the fielder.
Oh yeah, you've got a great big camera in your hand. Shall I move up a bit?
That's all right. Norris at the top of her mark. So yeah, that was for the T20 World Cup America's regional qualifier. Norris is in, pushed into the offside, and the US ended up winning. They were playing against Canada, Brazil and Argentina. So the 50 partnership is up.
Very good.
Took them 73 balls to get there, but they've got to the milestone, which is crucial. Norris round the wicket to Susie Bates. Emma Lamb tumbling to stop that.
It's noticeable that the fielders have taken 2-3 steps back.
And that's the end of the over. 50 for 1. Durham bringing up the 50 in that over. And the sun's just gone behind a cloud, so it's getting a little bit chilly again.
And the wind's just got up as well. About as I've taken off one of my layers. That was a bit premature, wasn't it?
Armitage on 27, Susie Bates on 21. And Grace Potts will continue from the south end.
Eccleston/Collins has been moved from slip. She's having to make her way all the way down to from slip to mid-on. Threlkelt's juggling her pack somewhat.
Potts from the south end to Armitage. Plays with a straight bat for no run. This could be a a long 50 overs if Durham are going to keep kind of defending. Lancashire will be keen to get a few more wickets. Potts through action again. There'll be no run.
Lancashire just ahead at the run rate at this stage. Not much in it, 6 or 7 runs difference.
Gets to Armitage, gets hold of that one, sends it all the way to the boundary for 4. That's a good shot by the Durham skipper. Exactly what the visitors will need to do at the moment. Just up the run rate a little bit and progress this partnership. 54 for 1.
And that's a solid smack to beat the fielder from that distance. It was maybe 3 or 4 yards to the left of the fielder, who's a good 40 yards away from the bat.
That's a good ball from Potts. Armitage just having to block it into the ground. Potts interaction, leans up and pushes that out to the boundary. He'll be taking that. So 55 for 1, Bates on 21 and Armitage on 32. Potts with the end of her over. Big swing by Susie Bates. It goes above the bat and through to Ellie Threlkeld.
There's been a couple at this end that have popped up like that wide of the off stump.
Yeah.
I think it just caught her by surprise, that one. I don't think that was a misjudgment on her part.
No.
I just think the pitch just did its thing there. Yeah.
So 55 for 1. And after
And Eccleston's
14,
doing. We're off to mid-off there.
she'll be keen for a bowl soon. Keeping seam on at the moment. So Tara Norris with her second over. Number 24 on her shirt as the left arm seamer comes round the wicket, banged into the pitch and hoiked up, and it's going to go all the way for 4. Punished by Armitage. He's really looking to press on. 59 for 1. And Durham require 181 runs to win. Norris in once again. Similar shot.
Just cannot
Just
bowl
using
it.
the leg side. It goes for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Armitage.
I was just thinking to myself then before she pulled that one, you just cannot afford to bowl short to Armitage, and it just went again. Yeah. She's very strong, isn't she, on the pull shot? When it gets hit, it stays hit.
Exactly. 63 for 1. Armitage on 40. Bates on 21. Norris to Armitage again. This one nudges to the offside. No run.
No, she's turned to go a bit quiet.
Norris arms pumping.
That's it.
Defended very much with a straight bat. I think she potentially wanted to tap and run, but Stayed where she was. 63 for 1. Norris to Armitage, taps that one and they'll run through for a single.
Yeah, these two look a formidable partnership, don't they?
Very much so, as Norris comes in to Bates, lofts that in the air, falls short, but they'll get the one run. We've got some stats for you. So Bates and Armitage, they've had 200 partnerships already, and second highest in the competition so far was 173 not out, which was against Essex in that chase on the opening day. What a glorious day that was up in Chestler Street. Bit chilly, I'll be honest, but it was
getting used to chilly great days.
Exactly. It was a great day for cricket, at least.
It looks like it's pots to continue, and I can see Liv making her way around the boundary. Oh, tacky lady, wonder what's up. Just a quick change of fielder there, manoeuvring of the field from Potts.
From the south end. Push beats the diving fielder, goes over the head of the diving fielder even, Katie Mack, but won't make all the way to the boundary.
I was about to say a cruel comment about it being about 2 foot in the air and going over her head then, but I won't. No. She dived. She would have been 2 foot because she was sprawled on the floor horizontally.
She was basically lying on the floor as the ball went over her head. Potts in again, worked off the hip into the leg side. Sophie Morris with the fielding. And scramble 3 for 1.
Yeah, that's good stuff from these two. They really had to dig in deep, get some quality bowling, but they're picking off the bad ball with, looks like ease at the moment.
Potts to Bates, pushes that straight to Emma Lamb.
Of course, there's not much in it between these two teams in this league at the moment. 2nd v 5th, 6 points difference. A win here from Durham would take them mightily close to the Lancashire scores. It's a good cut.
Across. Just for the one run in the end. 68 for 1, Armitage on 42, Bates on 24. Armitage tapping her bat. This one struck down the ground, beats Emma Lamb, but won't beat Tara Norris inside the ring. 68 for 1. Chasing 240 here in Blackpool. Lancashire versus Durham in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Chipped up in the air. Holly Armitage was clearly aware of where the fielders were. And that's the end of the over. 69 for 1, Armitage on 43, Bates on 24.
And that's Durham catching up the scores.
It looks like Sophie Eccleston is going to be brought into the attack.
Yes, Durham were on 69 at the end of the 16th. Lancashire were 70. Obviously Durham have lost that 1 wicket, and at that point Lancashire had lost a wicket. But it's very much game on.
Definitely. A really slow start for Durham, but they've made up for it. But Sophie Eccleston is going to be brought into the attack.
And of course we're well out of the power play now, so the field is slightly more spread. Just discussing their field placements at the moment. Eccleston's keen to have another player on the onside. She's been brought over now. It's Katie Mack. She loves a run, does Katie Mack? Yeah, Phoebe Graham was telling me she'll just, do a training session and just go and pump out a 10k, just because she does.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
Just casually. She probably does it about 20 times faster than me.
After a training session, you do a 10k.
Always, sure, yeah.
Oh, Maggie Gore's getting into the action. She's striding towards us as we speak. Move to mid-off. So Katie Mack has gone to deep mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square. There's somebody deep on the covers, and there's a slip in. Over we go. She punches that to that deep cover boundary for 1 run. Brings Bates on to strike.
$70 for 1 for Durham. Another small milestone.
Eccleston left arm round. Defends. Now, regardless of whether Eccleston takes wickets or not, what you can pretty much rely on is that she'll be economical.
Exactly. She will slow that run rate.
Yeah. So, again, it's nicely played. Playing the tap and run game that served Lancashire's purposes so well at this stage of the innings. And again, Armitage is just eyeing up that leg side boundary a bit at the moment. I've seen her a couple of times look over. Oh, and that's too good. That's just too good from Sophie Eccleston. She's beaten her all ends up there. You're not going to get anything near that. That's just amazing. Eccleston again, forward defensive from Armitage. It's good from Eccleston. It's exactly what Lancashire needed. They're obviously wanting a wicket. They've brought in a slip. They're attacking the stumps. That's pulled. That's pulled. And that is a great stop from Katie Mack, who was brought in by Eccleston to go from 1 boundary to the other just for that very moment. She saved 4 runs. 3 runs, so they took a single. Well bowled. There's 3 off that over, I believe. Takes the score to 72 for 1 at the end of the 17th. Armitage is on 45, Bates 25. Bates has been very watchful for a 25 or 45. Armitage has raced to 45, really. Some good shots from Armitage, especially on the leg side. She's pulled a few from Tara Norris. She's tried to pull Sophie Eccleston there just for the 1. So it's a tight part of the game, this. You just feel that it's that pivot to that seesaw. It could go either way. If these two get away with it in the next 5-10 overs, then the game could already be over. But if Eccleston can or Potts can pick up a wicket here, make things very interesting. It is Potts to continue from the south end. Right arm over. Armitage flicks that off her hips down to the deep fine area, and then looking for 2, and they will get 2. And go straight to the field. The field had to make up some ground there. Seren Smale being brought into the action. There's 2 of that, 74. The score moves on 2. There's a nice gap between Morris and Smale down between fine leg and backward square that Armitage hit there. Oh, it's top edge, but is there anybody there? Is there? Oh, and that's a great take. That is a great take. And how much did they need that? Is that Kate Cross again? Kate Cross. Mrs. Reliable. Great catch. Well bowled, Grace Potts. Some good positioning from the skipper as well. She's left a couple of gaps on that leg side there, and I think Armitage was tempted to hoik one that wasn't quite there to be hoiked, but what a great innings from her. She's really given Durham a real chance in this game.
Yeah, Armitage has led from the front and put runs on the board for her side. A poor choice of shot in the end, but a really good catch by Kate Cross. When you're ploughing forward and trying to look up to see where the ball is, it's always difficult. So a good catch from her.
And it's a different type of batter coming in now, Maddie Villiers. Perhaps not as powerful as Armitage, but she's certainly got a range of shots. And I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't pull off the odd funky scoop or reverse sweep here. She's that type of 360 player, isn't she, Paul?
Yeah, I saw quite a bit of that against Warwickshire the other week. She scored 46 against Essex. She got 65 not out against Warwickshire in a winning cause, where it was pretty tight in the end, and then 45 against the Blaze. So she's been good with the bat this season so far, and has got used to coming in at number 4.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that Kate Cross. I think that was just, I can't tell you how difficult those catches are when they go that high, and the sky, there's bright sunshine, blue skies mixed with grey clouds, slightly swirly wind still around, it's going over her shoulder. Everything was against her on that one, so hats off to her. It was a fantastic catch from Kate Cross. Potts is in, Eccleston's in at slip. Top ball.
Feels like there's a little bit more energy suddenly injected into the Lancashire side. A couple more shouts, people are moving around a little bit more. It feels like the wicket has encouraged that a bit.
I think, you know, that's the sort of energy switch you see even at grassroots level, isn't it? Your team gets a wicket, everyone's got a buzz about them. Potts is in. There's angular elbows. Again. Solid from Villiers. Accurate from Potts. No way through Emma Lamb there. Yeah, the crowd have built up a little bit. Hard to tell how many are in because they're all boxed in behind that brown barrier, but a fair good few. I suspect a lot of them are members of this grand old club. It's been battered through the covers. Wow. Having said she didn't have an awful lot of power, she didn't half show a lot of power. That shot, 4 runs through the covers. Maddie Villiers.
That's a fine shot. I saw her hit quite a few boundaries last week. She's a confident strike of the ball now.
Still lots of work to be done here, Lancashire. Potts into Villiers, and she's... Did she roll her fingers over that one? That seemed to come through to the keeper fairly slowly. It fooled Maddie Villiers. Let me just have a look at the replay. Oh, we haven't got one, never mind. Correct me if I'm wrong, viewers, but I sense that she rolled her fingers over that one to create a slower ball. Maybe Matty can have a look to my right. Either way, the score's moved on to 78. Fascinating game here at Blackpool. Now, Durham have slightly gone ahead of the run rate there, 78, the same point Lancashire at 75, 2 wickets down in each case. Eccleston's coming in for a second over, left arm round. Fuller, in fact, slightly full tossish. Well stopped from Lamb, backed up from Katie McAntley, he could go for 1 run.
$79 for 2. Chasing 240.
Ooh, the wind's gusting around a bit now. Eccleston on the money. Dot ball. She turns. Flicks her hair out of her eyes and then she comes again. Lovely bowling, but not taking any chances at this stage. They don't need to rush. They're not behind the run rate. It's not a big score they're chasing, 240. Lovely straight drive from Maddie Villiers for no run. Eccleston, Fuller. Again, it's driven down well from Grace Potts, the wicket taker.
Durham requiring 161 runs for victory, just over 31 overs.
Again, very nicely played from Villiers. On an excellent over again from Eccleston. It's all good stuff. It's not flashback wallop, it's fascinating stuff. It's quality cricket. 79 for 2. Two wickets down. Crucially, Susie Bates is in at the crease with a little nugget of a player that is Maddie Villiers. And we've got a change of bowling from the south end. And it's Sophie Morris coming in with another. So we're going to have two left arm spinners operating in tandem, of course, if Eccleston continues from the north end. And two Sophies. And with a little help from a Danielle Collins with the shirt. Sophie Morris seems to be involved in these shirt topping things quite a lot, doesn't she? Right, Sophie Morris tends to bowl well her first over. Chop down into the covers, first ball. Very different type of bowler to Eccleston. Obviously she's quite a bit shorter than her. Bowls a little bit flatter. Perhaps not as quick, floats some of them in a little bit slower. So different proposition to Eccleston. Morris debates. Oh, she's full toss that. And she's taken a wicket with a full toss. And it's how often the case that happens. The batter's not very happy with herself, and understandably so.
Yeah, frustration from Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, Villiers knows she's made a boo-boo there, because that was there for the taking. She just picked out the fielder. Yeah. 33% apparently, full tosses.
Oh, yeah.
And I agree, I do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so common, and it's so frustrating for the batter, because you know you should be able to punish those bad balls, but actually you kind of punish yourself in that situation. But another wicket, and Lancashire will be very happy with that momentum going their way.
Yep, and the new batsman is Mia Rogers. You've seen a lot more of her play than I have, having done a few of the Durham games this season.
Yeah,
what have you got?
Mia Rogers, it's interesting. She only made her debut, I think, 2 games ago. So she made a debut against Warwickshire and then played against Essex and scored 66 not out. And was kind of the hero of the game. But yeah, graduate of Durham University. She came through the Sunrisers pathway actually and ended up getting dropped, but has been picked up by Durham. And I loved Katie Levick did her cap presentation,
lovely.
And it was a really lovely one, just talking about her resilience after being dropped. But also, Rogers studied PPE. Got the letters wrong, which Katie Levick thought meant the protective gear.
Ah, yeah, personal protection equipment. So, I only asked you what you knew. I didn't expect all that. Wow, that's a lot. You knew a lot. As the dot ball.
There is a thing called EPP in cricket. It's Emerging Player Pathway.
Gotcha.
And I got the two very confused.
It's easily done, my dear. Don't worry. Morris in. Cut again. But not quite got a line right yet as Morris. 1 run.
You could tell they wouldn't let me in at Durham University.
And why is that?
Don't know my letters.
Your letters.
I feel like that's quite a bog standard thing.
Morris coming in again. Again, she's rocking back on that. Is Bates. 1 run. Let's get the sense she's picking her off a little bit there. Now then, into the new bat, Mia Rogers. Another right-hander. Left arm round against a right-hander. defensive, no run. So I think we've got Danielle Collins on the drinks. Is that Elsa Lister under the specs? Yes, they're the two water carriers for the day. They've been kept busy.
$82 for 3.
So we've got
on 28.
Eccleston, as suspected, is taking another over from the north end. She's up against Bates. Oh, this will be a good contest. Eccleston Bates. How many times over the years will these two have bowled and battered against each other in T20s, in World Cup matches? And now here we are at Blackpool watching this quality competition. Eccleston, oh. Slight misfield up point. Taking a run. Rogers on strike. Just pass some paper to Matt, the Optiman. Hopefully he'll have some more nuggets of information for us in a minute. You never know. Eccleston waiting for Rogers to get ready in her stride. Oh, and she's beaten the outside edge of the bat. Again, that must be the 5th time I've said that today, or 6th even. Well bowled, Eccleston. That gripped and turned. Got the slip in again. And again, she's beaten the outside edge. It's too good. Just sometimes you just got to take your house off as a batter. That's too good. Try again.
I'm sure many batters have said that about Sophie Eccleston over the years.
That's got to be close. Right on the toes. It's wrapped her right on the toes. Oh, dear me.
Sophie Eccleston looks annoyed with that one. Just so close, but it's all about building the pressure. It might not have been given out, and she may disagree with the decision, but
she's just got to get on with it as Eccleston.
Exactly. Just keep bowling those balls.
And again, she nearly got her again. That's such a good line and length to bowl to her.
Rogers did well to dig that out.
Yeah, she really did. The end of that over, it's 83 for this loss of 3 wickets. Yeah, Morris is to continue from the north end. I don't think she's quite hit form yet, Morris, despite having taken a wicket. She'll be keen to put these two under a little bit more pressure than she has so far. So we've got some more people walking around the boundary. There's Fee Morris, who she could have done with today. Oh, she's taken a swipe off there. That's taken a nasty little bounce outside the off stump. Threlkeld did brilliantly to take that so cleanly.
83 for 3. I think Fee Morris was holding a stick of rock.
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's been cut down to point. Katie Mack is not to be beaten on that occasion.
She's just enjoying her time by the seaside.
Oh, I don't blame her. You know, if I was Morris, I'd be aiming with exactly the same spot that the other one bounced at. Just there, but that one didn't seem to bounce. It's like a little pocket of space just outside that. Not off stump line, but just 6 inches outside off stump line, but it's just popping a little bit. They've run through for a quick single there, off as it raced down to Mac. Threlkeld's just twiddling her field a little bit. She put crossing a bit closer in mid-wicket. Gore's creeping in at fine leg, but that's been smacked out to the cover boundary off the back foot. Fielded beautifully. With relative ease. 1 run.
85 for 3. Bates on 30. Rogers on 2.
Morris again. That's a little reverse sweep from Bates.
Katie Mack did well to get round. So, and I mean, we know she's fast, but she cut it off a lot earlier on than. But
Phoebe Graham was saying that she reads the game so quickly. She's on the move even before the batters played the shot. Now Mac's been brought to the action again, but it's gone past her over to the boundary. Looking about 2, but no, it's not on, just the 1. So, 87 for 3 is the score. We move into the 23rd over. I'm assuming Eccleston's going to be given another over. Yes, she is. She's just having a quick catch up with Ali Threlkeld. Good mates, those two, Threlkeld and Eccleston. They have been on holiday together. And quite pally.
153 runs Durham required to win.
Eccleston in. Spears it in.
Eccleston is now Eccleston again. If by magic.
She swapped shirts again. When did
I
she
think
do
it
that?
might be like a overshirt, like a
okay.
jumpy sort of shirt.
I was going to say I would have noticed that normally. Swept her. She's tried to sweep that, but there was oohs and ahs. She was close. I think she under-edged that. Still got a single. Lucky Mia Rogers on that occasion. To oohs and ahs, and yet again there's some changes in the slight fiddlings around with the field. Attention to detail is important.
88 for 3.
So she's got a little ring in the offside there. She's got a slip. Short third, backward point, forward point almost. A wide mid-off. Oh, it's got to be close again. Oh, they all went up there. Must have wrapped the pads.
Very nervy.
Oh, Bates. Wow, this is a good contest. I'm going to re-watch this a few times tonight when I get in. Eccleston, Bates. Oh, that's hit Threlkeld, but she's got something on it. It's popped through. Hit Threlkeld on the shoulder, I think. Bell shot, not pass. Eccleston. Oh, that's edged. Who's got it? Oh, it's a drop. It's a drop. That was a relatively straightforward catch. Saren Smale. Oh. It was tricky because there was another player in her eye line who might have just sort of distracted her attention a little bit.
Put a name on it. That's what they
Yeah,
always say.
that's gone on Matt's statistics as well. It's not helping the Lancashire dropped catches column. Yeah, but that's the first drop catch today from Lancashire, and hopefully the last. Oh, Eccleston will be seething. Yeah, she has got that fiery side to her as Eccleston. And that's the end of the over. It should have been 80-something for 4, but it's only 88 for 3 from a Lancashire perspective. Unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, Eccleston will be back. She will be back into the attack at some point.
Very shortly. Morris to continue from the south end. Threlkeld's just moving her field a little bit square on the off. She's putting Mahika Gore over on that side. Down to third. Short third on this occasion. Still got deep fine. She's dabbed that down. It's the covers off the back foot for 1 run. Off Morris. It's bringing Bates back onto strike. And slapped firmly into the covers, easily fielded for 1 run. Kesterman's been kept very busy on that cover boundary at the moment. It's up again. Who's got it? Yes, taken! Taken! It's a great piece of bowling from Sophie Morris there. Don't know who was under that catch.
I think it might have been Emma Lamb.
Emma Lamb. Great catch. Yeah, Susie Bates just taking on some more liquid refreshment as her batting partner strolls off. It's Mia Rogers. She'll be gutted. She didn't stay at the crease very long. We're just getting a replay of that catch. She only made 5 runs of her 13 balls, so she'll be disappointed with that. I think the most important stop she made of the day was the one where she fielded the ball that had hit my chair leg. I was the one I was most grateful for anyway. Anyway, Lancashire taking on some drinks, and Bates is taking on some drinks, and we've got a new bat come in to join Bates. Bates is not happy. There's something wrong with her kit and caboodle again. We're not quite sure what it is. It's Bess Heath who's come in to bat. She's a strong striker of the ball while at Armitage. First time I saw her bat was my very first commentary day actually at Chester Boughton Hall, and she was striking the ball beautifully, straight drive after straight drive after straight drive. So again, we're in the danger zone if that's going to be the pattern of play again today.
So Durham 90 for 4, requiring 150 runs of just over 26 overs.
And these two spinners have put the screws on this run rate as well. Lancashire ahead of the run rate again now. Lancashire at this point at the end of the 24th over, which is what we're in the middle of. We're on 102. There's not much in it still, so I don't know what the delay is. They're having drinks early potentially. Yes, the drinks are definitely out in the middle. Yellow vested drinks carriers are there, so they have decided to take drinks an over early here. So where's your next game, Polly? Where can we listen to you again? Where's your next game after this one?
I will show you what I have on my laptop. It is a spreadsheet of my entire summer.
And you've no idea how to read it because it's so small and the light shining on the screen.
So the date is, well, it's the 19th today. So
it is.
I'm going to a lot of the England games. So
nice.
That will take up a bit of
you're
time.
going to them or are you not commentating them?
I'm not commentating.
You're going as a
I'm
punter.
Just writing.
Oh, you're writing. Who are you writing for? Your podcast?
North Shire podcast. Yeah.
Nice.
So myself and my dad are going down. 8th of June, I'll be in Worcester.
Nice. Lovely place, Worcester.
Yeah, very, very nice. And do a couple of the T20 Blast games up in Durham.
Good.
Which will be fun.
Good.
So that's also early June.
And you have to have your Durham hat on there, so you have to. Yes. Okay.
Yes. I transfer the hats all the time.
So I think this is me now until the end of June. I think I'm doing one for Derbyshire in Chesterfield, and I'm really excited because I've been told it's a really beautiful ground.
Yeah.
I've never been there, and I've never been to Chesterfield, so I'm looking forward to that.
Very nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of good cricket coming up, especially with the internationals being on as well. Plenty of cricket for you to watch. Yeah, if that's your thing, get out there, go and support the England girls as well. Make sure you get down to see the England girls. Let's fill those stadiums.
We've got the T20 Cup as well. So Durham and Lancashire progressing to the next round.
Morris continuing with her over. It's not a bad ball. She's hit that spot again just outside the off stump where it's piddling around. There's something going on in that little area there. Maybe it's the divots and bowlers running through. Oh, pinged up, didn't it? Another dot ball. Yeah, welcome to the crease. 2 tricky balls to face Bess Heath. And again, that's nicely bowled from Morris. Keeping it tight. Not giving Bess Heath any room to swing those arms, because believe you me, she will swing them at some point. That's the end of the over. It's 90 for the loss of 4 wickets now. Mia Rogers, the latest victim, for a good catch.
I mentioned the T20 Cup and both these sides progressing. So Durham will play Surrey. So it's a Tier 1 versus Tier 1 situation there. And then Lancashire will go to Leicestershire to face them. So Tier 2 versus Tier 1 there, so should be interesting. We've also got Warwickshire versus Yorkshire and the Blaze versus Kent in the quarterfinals.
That's the one I'm most interested in. I think Yorkshire will do Warwickshire, you know. Just got a little feeling. Just got a little inkling about that one.
Yeah, it'll be intriguing because also Stair Callis will presumably be playing for Yorkshire or not playing at all for either side.
Ah, yeah, of course. Oh, that one's pitched and bounced and turned and done everything. Wow. It's the extra height, isn't it? She's strong as well. She does spear it in. She's not a floaty bowler, Eccleston. She gives it a rip. Oh, and there you go. What a stop. Brilliant from Eccleston. Two slips in now. That's flicked off the toes. That's a nice shot in riposte. And Mac has just absolutely belted it down and thrown it in and hit the batter as it's gone to the stumps. They were going to take two, and then Mac appeared from nowhere. Great fielding from Katie Mack, just keeping it to 1 run. Heath has foolishly got herself on strike against Eccleston. She must have faced her 100 times in the nets when they've been on England training camps previously. But it's one thing in the nets and there's another out in the middle. And that's flicked off her toes from Bess Heath. That's a nice shot. Max there again. Just the one.
92 for 4. Bates on 33. Heath on 1.
Here comes Eccleston. Yeah, she's tried to flick it the same way, and this time Gore has just about beaten Mac to the ball to prevent a second single. 1 run. Dealing in singles at the moment, as did Lancashire for a lot of their innings. Don't seem to have had as many singles from the Durham girls. Mostly been hitting 4s. The odd single in between, but they're starting to pick up. Eccleston off the back foot. Just beaten Saren Smale. There's a little triumvirate of players collecting around the ball there. It's Grace Potts doing the honours. Hurls it back in. That's the end of Eccleston's over. Durham have moved on to 94 for 4, halfway point of the innings. And at the same point, Lancashire were 109 for the loss of 2 wickets. So it's tilting, if anything, slightly towards Lancashire at this point. But I wouldn't hold my breath. There's still a lot of cricket left in this match before anything's going to be decided.
Yeah, I think a wicket or 2 for Lancashire in the next few overs would tip it even more.
The key here is Bates.
Yeah, if Bates can stay in and continue to build what she's started, then Durham will be in a much more secure position. So is continuing from the south end into Bess Heath, who pushes that straight to Katie Mack for no run. Morris, top of her mark, takes a few steps. And that's pushed into the leg side for no run. So far, Morris has bowled 3 overs for 9, taken 2 wickets. Morris in again, chipped up. It's going to race away for Katie Mack in pursuit. Is she going to get there?
Of course she is. Oh,
she
brilliant!
Over the boundary. What a fantastic piece of fielding!
Oh,
and she chucks it in.
Oh, something's gone there. That doesn't look good.
She looks
Ouch.
in a bit of pain. She's going to get up. She's hobbling. But she's pushing through it.
I think she's strained a muscle of some sort there. I'm not surprised.
Huge effort.
I don't think she has
over the boundary. As she threw it back, fell over. But what a stellar effort from Katie Mack. Morris. Again, just around the corner.
Just what she doesn't need when she's...
Mac once again chasing it. Fantastic stop.
Masterclass.
That is proper resilience.
She Just giving us a masterclass in fielding at the moment, isn't she?
Right
really
in front
is.
of us.
Just amazing.
She
She's
must
just
have-
such an athlete.
She must have slightly sighed when she saw the ball
coming to.
She was just like, oh, not again. Not straight after. I've had to dive over the boundary.
Giving her a bit of help. They've moved Gore around just to support her slightly there.
98 for 4.
Threlkelt's trying to make herself heard.
Morris to Heath, who pushes that to Emma Lamb. And there'll be no run. Morris in, and that's struck down the ground by Bess Heath. It beats Tara Norris, and it's going to go all the way for 4.
It's been a while since they've had a 4.
A much needed boundary for Durham, who reached the 100 milestone. They're 102 for 4 after 26 overs.
I think it's 6 or 7 overs since they've had a 4.
$138 runs required from 24 overs.
Yeah, Lancashire are really starting to put the squeeze on here.
It's Eccleston back into the attack. Floating to the leg side for a single. Eccleston, who has made us all hold our breath a little bit at points across her 5 overs. Only gone for 10 runs before this over.
Oh, she's... Wouldn't you just love to be at slip watching this now?
That's
You'd be
best
permanently on red alert, wouldn't you?
Is that Kate Cross who's in the slips?
Crouch down.
Eccleston.
And again.
Slight
And again.
Shout, but this is fantastic bowling from Eccleston.
Yeah, Matt, that well-known cricket coach to my right, he says, she should bowl a short ball.
What lovely impression.
That was, I don't know who I was impersonating there. Didn't sound anything like you, Matt. Right.
Eccleston in.
Thankfully, she didn't listen to a word both of us said.
Driven.
Why would you bowl
inside
a
the
short
ring.
ball as a spinner? You mean it's like a full toss? Oh, okay. Bowl a full toss then, why don't you just do that? Oh, okay. Excuse us. It's a long day. It's a good day, but it's a long day.
In again. That's
Short
chopped
ball.
into the ground. No run available. 103 for 4 even.
It's fascinating stuff though, isn't it? Eccleston's got her on a string at the moment.
The left arm spinner's in.
Oof, and again.
Push for nothing.
It's just brilliant. Just brilliant.
So end of the over, 103 for 4. Susie Bates on 35, Bess Heath on 10. Just 1 run from that over. Reapplying the pressure.
Yeah, another good one. Just the 1 run, as you say, off it. Bates, still on strike.
Sophie Morris back into the attack. Big shot by Susie Bates down the ground, but stopped nicely on the far boundary.
Fielded well on that boundary, isn't she? We're swapping over here, swapping sides. Gore with Grace Potts. Very particular about where she wants her fielders is Threlkeld. Pretty much doing the same job, just on different sides of the strip. Morrison.
Morrison to Heath. Big swipe at that and towards the boundary. It's going to go all the way for 4. That was a good shot. Debutant Tilika Stephen diving. Doesn't get there in time. Sophie Morris to Heath. Again, a powerful shot, and this is racing away to the boundary. It's going to go for 4. This is precisely what Durham will want from Bess Heath.
Very tight, very tight. Morris will need to not give her an opportunity to rock back. And isn't that Grace? Who's over there guiding her through it?
One and only
The maestro.
Sophie.
2 Sophies, 2 left arm spinners. There you go. Well coached, Sophie. Look, she's the first to give her the above heads clap there. Well done.
Exactly. It's a very good ball from Morris.
Quite pleased. England don't want her really at the moment.
Morris in again.
Nice, nice flight.
Driven down the ground, but we'll just find inside the ring. So, no run available. It's a good recovery from Morris. In again, Bess Heath chops that towards the boundary.
Well, she certainly had plenty of the game as the debutante, hasn't she?
The over wraps up 113 for 4. So,
good over from Durham's point of view, though. Couple of boundaries.
28 overs gone. Durham getting slightly closer to that total. Eccleston into the attack. Driven, fielded by Mahika Gore for no run. Can Eccleston find the breakthrough?
Still persisting with the slip.
Oh, it's a big shout. Eccleston must be so frustrated with this now. There's been a number of opportunities. I'm sure she'll ask the question to the umpire. Yeah, she's having a little chat.
Got to be careful here because she's had warnings before about dissent.
Eccleston in again. Goes back to her, ends up going past her. In again. This one, good stop by Gore.
That was excellent because, you know, there was no chance of anyone covering round the back of her there. Even Matt couldn't have got there from that one.
Eccleston to Bates. Defends with a straight bat. 114 for 4. Bates on 36 from 66. And
Again. Wow. The only thing I can say, we can't see how much she's spinning the ball because we haven't got access to the replays here and we're not quite in line with the wickets. I wonder if she's spinning it a little bit too much, and the umpires just can't give them because they've got to have that certainty, haven't they? But yeah, unlucky Eccleston, very well bowled.
Very well bowled indeed. Just the one run from the over, 114 for 4 after 29. So Durham requiring 126 runs from 21 overs, and Kate Cross is returning from the south end. Cross just speaking to Sophie Eccleston at the top of her mark.
And I'm sure Threlkels will be pleased to take off her helmet. She's been under that tin for a while with the two Sophies bowling in tandem.
Cross running in and signalled a wide. Not the way she should have wanted to start.
No, but there's been far few extras so far in this innings from Lancashire than in Durham's.
Cross past the umpire to Bess Heath. Beats the diving Katie Mack, but stopped well on the boundary by the debutant. Fantastic work out on the boundary from Tilika Stephen.
She's getting a lot of support from the guys over on the boundary there. They've been very impressed with her fielding today. Her and Grace Thompson, the two youngsters, have really shone in the field.
Definitely.
Well, she's at your age, isn't she? She's a youngster like you.
One day younger than me.
Bless. Really, Baba. Baby commentator. Here's Cross. She's off again. Ooh, we've cursed her.
Yeah, misfield on the boundary. It goes for 4.
It happens.
She has got a bit of ground to cover, and she's being swapped with Katie Mack.
Oh, brutal. Fields well all day. One tiny mistake. I'll come out of there.
That's the reality of senior
Professional
cricket.
sport.
Yeah. Kate Cross running in. Bess Heath with a bit of footwork and
I'm going to push her
down
here.
to
No.
Sophie Morris. I'll get the 1.
Cross hasn't quite got a radar as yet.
122 for 4. Bates on 36, Heath on 27.
But she last bowled in the 8th over, so she's had plenty of time to cool down in this lovely, chilly, sunny day.
Cross in past the umpire. Bates takes a few steps and turns that round the corner powerfully. We'll find Sophie Morris. So get 1. 123 for 4.
Of course, the ball's lost a bit of its hardness and a bit of its seam by now.
Cross in again. Lofted in the air. Will fall before Mahika Gore. And
yeah, it was well watched from Gore because they're tricky when they come off the outside edge like that. There's always a bit of spin in one direction or the other. You've got to be really mindful.
$124 for 4. Bates on 37. Heath on 28 as Kate Cross trees behind her. This goes through to Threlkeld.
Gosh, I think we got away with one there.
Yeah. And that's the end of the over. 124 for 4 after 30. So Durham require 116 runs from the last 20 overs if they want to win here in Blackpool.
Looks like Threlkeld sticking with Eccleston, is she? Yeah.
So Eccleston will be back into the attack, having bowled 7 overs and gone for just 12 runs.
Wow.
That is a mighty, mighty spell.
Yeah, it certainly is. 12 runs. Gosh, I was lucky if I gave that away in 1 over. Eccleston in. That's pulled off the feet there, down to Katie Mack, the ever reliable. Run out of superlatives for her fielding. I'll let you make your own up now, folks. One run. Lovely shot from Bates time. It's been a class innings from Bates, although she's only scored 37 off 70. She's held this innings together. She's been the rock at one end of the wicket, around which the other players have played their shots. Taking a quick one. Ooh, it was always there. They needed to be sharp. I guess you've got a few youngsters in the field with really good arms. Eccleston takes her time, winds herself up. Off the back foot this time from Heath. No run. Fielded at point by Seren Smale, who still be cursing herself over that catch. Wasn't too costly in the end. Next over. She was out anyway, caught. Maddie Villiers. Eccleston comes in. Fuller, that's been driven. Half stop from Eccleston. That was clever, because if it had gone straight through to Potts, I don't think they'd have got a run in, but she just slowed it enough, did Eccleston, to unfortunately give them an opportunity to take that single.
127 for 4, Bates 38 from 71, Heath 30 from 32.
Let's wrap the pads again, but that was clearly going down leg on this occasion. A muted appeal this time. 127 for 4, the end of Eccleston's, which will be 8th over, I'm assuming, since you're talking about her 7 overs. Yeah, 120, what did I say? 7 for 4, there we go, 127 for 4, 31st over. Yeah, still ahead of the game, or Lancashire, but you know, cricket is a game that can change very quickly, and these two are good strikers of the ball.
113 runs required from 19 overs.
Yeah, about 6 an over is required pretty much. In comes Cross. Oh, it's a big hit. Who's underneath that? Anyone? No, that's beaten Morris on the square boundary. 4 runs. It was aerial a long time, but it's a big boundary there. She had a heck of a lot to ground to get anywhere near it, to be honest.
Yeah, there's a big gap between Smale and Morris.
Yeah.
And it just conveniently was in that gap.
Just seems to cut this side as a slope from right to left.
Yeah.
It's quite a considerable slope, isn't it? It's almost Lords-like, and it just bounces and raced away from Morris there. She had no hope. Oh, that's hit the foot marks, I think. That little area we've talked about. It's just taken off a little bit there on Heath.
$131 for 4.
Cross. Metronomic run-up. That's been driven firmly. I don't think she timed it fully. And that was a really good effort. And Heath has
full-length dive.
Absolutely, swallow dived almost. You know, like when those footballers score goals and it's a rainy day and they do a little dive into the corner flag. It was almost like that, wasn't it?
I mean, normally they do that on their knees rather than...
I've seen them, no, on a wet... Klinsmann used to do it. Do you remember? You won't remember Klinsmann. It's before your time. Older listeners and viewers, back me up on this. Cross coming in again. That's flicked off her toes down towards Seren Smale. Just quick in off the boundary, but they're still going to take her arm on, and that's close. Very close. Oh, that throw had gone straight to Threlkeld. She would have been swimming. Diving. Do you remember Klinsmann? Nod, Matthew. Thank you. Didn't he do swallow dives? There you go. Every kid. Yeah. Have you never slid on your front in a load of mud? No.
Probably, to be fair, knowing me.
Deliberately, though. Oh, that's gone out to mid-off, and that will hurt. That struck Eccleston on her knee. And now she has got a bad knee. She's not happy. That's really hit her hard, joking apart. She's gone down like a sack of spuds there. We need the physio on here, I think. Oh, talking of which, there she goes. She's hovering in front of us now. The Lancashire third physio deciding whether she's needed or not. No. You're going to let her walk that one off. She's hard as nails, says the physio. She's hard as nails. Yeah, old style physio. That's what we like.
It is nasty to take one to the knee, but
she stopped 4 runs. That's the main thing.
Crucially, body on the line for the team.
She's got to bowl the next over though. Here comes Cross again. Oh, she's bowled it short. It's gone to that long boundary again. Smale's done really well there, really well. She won't stop the 2, but she's going to stop the 3, I think. Very well fielded, Sarah Smale.
She was straight out of the blocks to go stop that. It was good work.
Good stuff. 137 for 4, good over for Durham. 10 off it.
Yeah, very good from Durham.
All of a sudden, Bates has taken a liking to Kate Cross, hasn't she?
Yeah. More overs like that are needed for Durham if they want to see victory.
And here is an interesting moment of the game. Mahika Gore replaces Eccleston. Give her a bit of time to sort her knee out. Probably saving a couple of her overs for the end of the match, aren't they? She's got 2 left. Gore's got a few left under her belt. I'm just going to let my magic assistant, with her technology, tell me how many overs Gore's got left. Types a few things in, and then it tells you. It's got what's it called? Laptop.
I don't even have to type
anything
in.
Is it a laptop?
It's magic.
What do you call it?
Gore's bowled 6 overs.
I told you. 4 overs left for Gore.
1 for 24, and also started with that maiden.
She did.
The wicket maiden, even.
In we come. Tall left-hander over the wicket to the right-hander. Susie Bates has had a look at her already, don't forget. She's swiveled on that one and thumped it out to fine. 1 run.
102 runs required for victory.
Of course, that ball won't quite be as hard, won't quite be as bouncy, potentially won't move as much. That's a different proposition now for Gore. She's got to box clever with her bowling a little bit more against these 2. That's nice. Nice line and length from Gore. Keeping it tight. No run. I'm going to give you some information that Mr. Techie next door to me has given there. I'll throw that in at some point. Here we go. Goes in again. Left arm. Line is excellent. Defended from Bess Heath. Matt has made a good point. He has said that the Lancashire still yet to use leading wicket taker Lamb with 12 wickets in the season so far. It's a good point.
Yeah, Lamb's been very effective with the ball. I can provide some information
further.
On her bowling stats.
I have got techie either side of me.
Aren't you lucky?
You are lucky because I have no techie knowledge. Left armour, Gore, number 18 on her back, and she comes. Full again, right on the stumps. That's been pushed out towards firmly out to the cover the point boundary. Fielded by Sarah Smale.
So Emma Lamb, opening game of the season, she obviously scored 130. She also took 3 for 42. Then against Somerset, she bowled 2 for 30, and then against Surrey, 2 for 40.
I hate to say it, there's another techie the other side of Matt joining in the convo now. I'm surrounded with laptops and technology. attempted bouncer. I don't know what happened there, but that was unbelievable what happened there. That's gone for 4. That is one I definitely will be watching on the highlights. I don't know what happened there. She tried to bounce it. It did bounce, but it bounced about a third of the way down the wicket. And that is Bates's 50, I believe. No, partnership. There you go. They're clapping the partnership. 53 off 55 balls. Quick 50 partnership in 30-odd minutes. Heath 38. Bates is definitely not on 14. What's going on there? Scoreboard is wrong.
It's the partnership.
Ah, okay.
Between them.
Single taken quickly. Off Gore. I think Gore was trying something a little bit unusual there and it didn't quite pay off for her, but you've got to admire her bravery in trying to bowl something different.
Definitely.
You know, if you don't buy a lottery ticket, you won't never win the lottery, do you? That's be right.
One inspirational quote.
Well, not inspirational, really, just obvious. 144 for 4. Yeah. Got to get one of these out. That's my thoughts on the matter. What do you reckon, Polly?
Yeah, I think a wicket or even 2 wickets would really put this back in Lancashire's hands. I think Durham at a crucial point where this partnership, we've just got to the 50 partnership. If they continue that, then I think victory will very much be in their sights. They require 97 runs to win, I think. Just waiting for MV Play to update. But now it's in double figures. It looks a lot more possible.
Looks like Matthew is gloating to the right of me. I do believe they're bringing on Emma Lamb.
I think they are.
I think it's a good move. She offers something different. We haven't had a right arm off-break spinner on for Lancashire. Of course, normally we've got Fee Morris who fills that role, but she's not available or is injured today. Emma Lamb from the South End. She's dabbed that down to third. It's Katie Mack off on her travels again. Watch for the slide. Brilliant. Wow.
It is just so good.
Everyone's enjoying watching this young lady field. Shame we didn't see more of her with the bat because she's something else, isn't she? She's like a little live wire out there. Gets everybody around her moving, motivated. Comes Lamb. Might be giving us a wide on his. See what she's trying to do. She's trying to keep it on the offside. A little bit too far on the off on that occasion. And it's been stroked beautifully out to the point boundary for 1 run. And this time it is the Bates 50. Yeah, she's worked hard for that. 79 balls.
It's been a tentative 50, but a really, really important one for Durham. And has really helped save this innings after a slow start.
Again, she stroked it out, but I don't think she'll get a run this time. It's gone straight to Mack again. Here comes Lamb. Little reverse paddle. Sophie Morris is after that. Fully in support is Mack. Morris easily retrieves it. Accurate throw into the keeper. They both jog back into position. No doubt there'll be a high 5 or 2. There you go. Low 5.
That was a good stop in the end from Morris. Just inside the rope.
Lamb. She's pulling out all the funky shots now is Beth Heath. Reverse sweep out to the leg side boundary. Well, it wasn't the leg side boundary. She made it into the leg side boundary by swapping hands. Good shot. It's been stroked out to the covers. No run. So at the end of the 34th over, the first from Lamb, the score's moved on to 151. Still 4 wickets down. So they're making good progress, these two. Still behind the Lancashire count at this stage, but it's not about that now. It's about that end total, isn't it? That targeting that 240 to win. Doesn't matter what Lancashire did really, it's what they do at this point.
89 runs to win from 96 balls. Run rate of 5.6 required.
Yeah. Gore's continuing from the north end. And that's pulled hard and fast, and that's gone. 4 runs, a little bit short from Gore. Yeah, it's a tough day for Lancashire this. They're going to have to really tighten up on their length. Anything short, these two are happy to pull or cut. I always say better to bowl it too full than too short. We've seen what happened with a low full toss. As we just said, you better to bowl it too full than too short. That's great bowling from Mahika Gore. She pitched it right up on her toes, and Betty couldn't resist her favourite shot, the drive. Picked out the fielder. Well bowled, Mahika Gore. Lancashire needed that one.
Yeah, an important
really
breakthrough.
Did.
Just to keep a bit of the game in their hands and not let Durham run away with it. It's going to bring Phoebe Turner to the crease, but really good work from Mahika Gore. She's had to be patient. She's done well. And a simple catch in the end for Kate Cross.
What I like about Cross again, I was just going to ask you who caught that. Yeah, Cross, but I was too busy admiring Mahika Gore for getting pitching it up like that. But the thing is, she was taking a bit of tap. She tried the bouncer, it gone horribly wrong, and it was an ugly, ugly ball she delivered. And then she's got the wherewithal to maintain her composure and think, right, okay, that was too short. Let's just get it up there and see what happens. And she just got the reward for her bravery in pitching it up. So that's impressive from her. She's still only, what, 19? She's still only a year younger than you.
Yeah.
Would you have had the thought to do? Well, you would, because you spend all day commentating on cricket. So potentially you'd have tried to execute that skill. But there's also another thing, and one thing thinking it, and another one actually being able to do it.
Yeah, I think it's the bravery.
No
to
disrespect to you in that case,
no,
but that's
I think
just brilliant.
It's the bravery to do it and know that it could go really wrong, but having that confidence.
Oh, and again, here we go. Who was under that? Was it Eccleston?
Sophie Eccleston.
Can't say she didn't try. That was tricky. That's a horrible, horrible catch, and she's landed on her knee again.
I think it initially looked like it should have been simpler just because it stayed in the air for so long, but actually when you're...
And the wind, if you look at those trees ahead of us, it's really swirly. Gore. Oh, she's got her mojo back here as Gore, hasn't she? She really has. Just beat the outside edge there of the batter. Of Susie Bates as well, who's been in there since the very beginning. If you're beating the outside edge of the opening bat, who's been in for 35 overs, you're doing something right. That's been lofted. It's going to beat the fielder. And there's the cruelty of cricket. She beats the outside edge. Very next ball. It's hoiked over mid-wicket for 4. Great shot from Bates. Oh, has she been dropped twice now, Susie Bates, in that sort of area?
I think so.
I know. I thought so. Same person, wasn't it? Different fielder, but same position, same batter. Gore in again from the south end. Sorry, north end. Dabs down, gone for the quick single. They've got to do this at this stage. Easy run in the end. Something's being brought on by Danny Collins, the 12th. Oh, I reckon it's painkillers for Sophie Eccleston.
Yeah, potentially.
That's been or even a bit of anti-inflammatory. Or maybe it's for Cross, who knows. Anyway.
I think it might be hand warmers.
Hand warmers?
Because I would love
You're right,
some of them.
you know. Yeah.
Hand warmers.
After yesterday's weather, and they're wearing hand warmers in their pockets today. Crazy, isn't it? Welcome to Britain.
161 for 5. Bates on 55. Phoebe Turner on 1. So Emma Lamb in again. Swiped towards the boundary by Bates. We'll just get the 1 run. Emma Lamb into her second over after going for 7 from her first. Turner on strike.
Oh, good
Plays
touch.
this onto the leg side. Beats Kate Cross initially, but she chases after and they'll just get the 1 run.
It's a good job our hands have been warmed up.
Exactly. 163 for 5. Lamb takes a few steps. This one straight back to her, but pops up. There'll be no run. Bates awaits.
Oh, that's a great stop.
Kate Cross now sat down after that stop and they'll run through for 2. Lamb in again. Once again, push towards the boundary, but it's going to go all the way for 4 now. That was good work with the bat.
Oh, and Eccleston's really limping over there, isn't she?
Yeah. 169 for 5. Bates on 62 and Phoebe Turner on 2. So we're going to have Susie Bates ready to bat as Emma Lamb is now going to come round the wicket. This one flicked off the pads on the leg side. We'll get the 1 run. That'll be all. And that's the end of the over. So 170 for 5. Durham are with Bates on 63, Phoebe Turner on 2.
Yeah, what happened there, Morris?
So an expensive over with some bigger shots from Durham. Sophie Morris will be back, this time bowling from the north end. So Durham requires 70 runs off 14 overs at 5 per over. Sophie Morris bowled 5 overs so far, 2 for 27. She comes back into the attack. This one straight to Grace Potts for no run.
Every dot ball is absolutely diamond in this situation, isn't it? Praying for dot balls as the fielding team.
Morris to
Oh,
Bates, and that's
gone.
bowled her.
She's done it!
Sophie Morris has got the big wicket of Susie Bates, who departs for 63. A crucial moment, a big turning point, and Sophie Morris has got 3 for. That was a nice delivery. And Susie Bates, the cat with 9 lives, is finally gone. And it brings Catherine Fraser to the middle as Durham goes 6 down. A fine innings from Susie Bates, who has done well for her side, pulling it back after the kind of slow start that her and Armitage had out in the middle.
Very dangerous player. Just you'd sort of player you'd bet your house on to have seen this through, to be honest. Great ball from Morris. I think it skidded a little bit low, you know, but that's the action. She's got quite a low action. Puts a little rev on it. Sometimes a little top spin. They can keep low. Three wickets for Sophie Morris. Morris to Fraser. Oof. Oh, that nearly rolled back.
$170 for 6. Morris top of her mark. In again. It's a big swipe, but it goes through to Fraukaud. Phoebe Turner at the non-striker's end. You've got two pretty new batters at the crease. Morris in. This one played straight back to her. Morris to Fraser. Pushed into the offside for no run. And that is the end of the over. Yeah, wicket maiden for Sophie Morris. Really good work from Morris. 170 for 6, the score remains. And it looks like Grace Potts will be coming back into the attack for Lancashire. Grace Potts having only bowled four overs, but 1 for 19 from those 4. So she's been saved till the back end of this innings. Durham require 70 runs from 13 overs, so at 5.38 per over. That's Potts from the south end.
Oh,
to Turner, who skies it in the air. Oh. It was a good attempt at the catch, and you would always want your player to go for the catch. It goes for 4 in the end, but that's a good attempt by Seren Smale.
And you've got a feel for her there, haven't you?
Yeah, it's always
having dropped
hard.
one already, she's tried her best to get on the end of a really stonkingly difficult catch there. It was either catch or 4. And you've got a split second to decide, do I stop the 4 or go for the catch? And she took the brave option, and you can't fault her for that.
Exactly, and most captains will say, you know, I want my players to go for the catch rather than prevent the 4. Potts in again. Turner using the leg side. Seren Smale looking to redeem herself, and she does all the fielding herself. A rapid throw in to Threlkeld. $176 for 6. As Potts is in. This one pushed into the offside. Been joined by a few flies.
Attacked.
Yeah.
Well, there's no flies on me. Get it?
Well, okay.
Yeah. Sorry. I quite enjoy that one. Mike Perkins, he always tells me off for my bad jokes. Never mind. So, Mike, I can't help it. All of my jokes are bad.
64 runs to win from 75 balls. As this one has been hooked into the leg side, Seren Smale safely picks it up. So, I'll just get 1 run.
Didn't decide to run in for that one. Took the safe option on this occasion. Don't blame her. That's a hell of a long boundary to hit a 4 on, isn't it?
Yeah. Potts from the south end. Phoebe Turner loves the leg side. Mika Gore this time fielding.
Pitch it up, please. That's what I would say if I was skipper. It's easier to set a field for a ball that's pitched off than a short one.
178 for 6. Phoebe Turner on 9, Catherine Fraser on 1. And it's Turner on strike. Facing the bowling of Grace Potts.
Better.
Chopped into the ground for no run. And that's the end of the over. 178 for 6. So 8 runs from the over.
Still need 62 for the win to Durham. Morris, unsurprisingly, is to continue from this end. Here comes Morris. Oh, I don't believe it. She's taking a caught and bowled while you were looking at your machine. I took the one over extra there. Caught and bowled, Sophie Morris, 4th wicket. That was a soft one though, wasn't it? Little dolly drop straight back to the bowler. Not what you needed at this stage, Durham. But well done. You bowl it on the pegs, make the player play, get your reward. I suspect this young lady will have a go. Grace Thompson's coming in.
Grace Thompson actually scored a century in an academy game.
Of course she did. Of course she did.
Just before her debut for the senior team.
Yeah. No mug. Well, she just looks the part, doesn't she, straight away? Even the way she's walking out, as if to say, yeah, what do you want me to do? Yeah, okay, I'll do it. So, 178 for 7 now. And I still think they're going to have to bowl these girls out to get the game. I really do.
And they're on target to do that. 7 wickets down.
But the way this young lady languidly strode out to the crease, the way she fielded nonchalantly, and the aggression she showed when she's bowling, I think she might still have a few tricks up her sleeve.
So Sophie Morris, who has had a fantastic day with the ball, is going to continue her over to Grace Thompson, who defends that nicely for no run. Sophie Morris so far 4 for 27. Fantastic with the ball. Morris to Thompson. They're going to push for 1. And they get there. 179 for 7.
What a great over so far.
This is brilliant work. As Turner is back on strike. Morris in. It's in the air. All drops safely. Katie Mack running around. Slight misfield.
Yeah,
so they're going to push through for another.
Oh, maybe another. Oh,
they're
dearie
go
me, this is
3.
poor.
Overthrows.
Come on.
Safely back to Ellie Threlkel. They'll be fuming with that.
I'd be... Yeah. Bite your lip, Ellie Threlkel.
Puts Grace Thompson on strike.
Better pick up from Eccleston.
182 for 7.
Sends a fielder back onto the boundary. It's cross in front of us for Thompson. We might have seen something in previous academy games.
Defended. No run. Yeah, I'm sure Sophie Morris and Grace Thompson have met in academy fixtures in previous years. So, end of the over. 182 for 7. Phoebe Turner on 12 from 8 and Grace Thompson 1 from 4. It's going to be Grace Potts once again. She's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 27.
Yes, and she's got to pitch it up to these two. She's got Grace Thompson at one end. Phoebe Turner at the other. It's Turner on strike. Here comes Potts, right arm.
Potts is in. And in the air, on the leg side. Goes through the legs of Gore. It won't go all the way to the boundary, but it is a misfield. And Lancashire is just getting a little bit sloppy in the field.
Yeah, not good.
They started their fielding really well, and there has been some really good displays of fielding, and that won't take away from that. As Potts to Turner. They'll get through for one. .55 runs required from 64 balls. Potts from the south end was pushed into the offside. One run available.
You're getting bothered by the flies again.
Fly almost went in my mouth as
Have
I
you got perfume
went
on or
to speak.
something there, like your moisturiser?
I clearly just smell really nice.
Yeah, flies are notoriously famous for landing on nice things, aren't they?
Yeah, like cows.
Cows.
Potts
Yeah.
in and pushed by Turner.
All I'm saying is they're nowhere near
offside.
me.
Need a bit of citronella, keep them away.
Yeah.
187 for 7.
What it is they're like young skin to land on. You know, like the rough surface of the older generation. Get a bit of moisture in the skin they land on. Potts.
Potts into Thompson. Just push back behind the bowler for no run.
Yeah, they're still chirping out there in Lancashire. It's very notable when Threlkeld does a bit of chirping. You can still still spot the Scouser in the team, can't you? Good on you, Ellie.
Potts to Thompson, swing and a miss.
That's the line.
That's what she wants to be
Bit
bowling.
Fuller, just on the off stump.
End of the over, 187 for 7. Phoebe Turner on 16.
Well, interestingly, Durham are pretty much level pegging, 189 for 5, while Lancashire at the same stage. And it looks like it's Morris to continue with 4 wickets under her belt already from the north end, as we are. Cross is just quizzing her as to whether she wants her back on the boundary or on the wall. She's kept her in.
Phoebe Turner facing as Morris comes in past the umpire. And that's Boulder.
Fifer!
She's got the fifth.
She's got a fifer!
This is brilliant from Sophie Morris. Big hugs all round from her Lancashire teammates.
Brilliant.
A fantastic bowling display we've seen from Sophie Morris today. Stepped up and has done so well. And that's 8 wickets down for Durham. Phoebe Turner departs. Sophie Morris, she has just been brilliant.
These girls don't all walk slowly off the pitch. I used to hate walking off. I'd race off. I'd be like, I couldn't wait to get my bat in the back into the changing room and slam my bat on the floor. Oh, could you go any slower? Oh wow! So Thompson, now the senior player at the wicket. In comes number 47.
Sophia Turner.
Yep.
Coming in.
Sorry, is it 47 or 48? 48.
48. I suspect that this has been Sophie Morris's first fifer, I reckon,
For
in
the
senior
seniors,
cricket.
I think it is too.
And definitely best bowling figures.
She's going again. Left arm around to the right hander. It's on the punt. It's on the money. To Sophia Turner. So we've got Sophie and Sophia now.
Sophie Morris into Sophia Turner. No run.
From she comes again. Just flicked a little bit there from Sophia Turner. Just for one run. Ooh, wow.
If she wasn't 6 foot, I don't think she would have made it.
Well, she's not. She's 6'2", so it's just as well. Those extra 2 inches. In comes Morris again. Flicked. She does look a classy player, does Thompson, at the crease, isn't she? One run. Score moves on to 189. For loss of 8. Durham wickets. Thrall Celt's just adapting a field again. Mahika Gore has been moved to short fine. There's a deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Got a long off in front of us. Kate Cross. Long on, sorry. It's been punched to the covers for no run. And that is the end of Morris's over. And the score remains at 189 for 8. Off the end of the 41st over. Durham still requiring 42 for a victory. But crucially, they only have 2 wickets in hand. 51 off 54 balls, indeed. So it's not out of reach, this score. They could still do it in singles.
They could still do it.
With the odd 4 thrown in, but
yeah,
it's a bit different.
It'll be a big ask, especially with the bowlers that Lancashire still have available. So no one has bowled their full allocation yet. Eccleston still got 2.
As we see, Kate Cross has been brought back in from the south end. Straight in with the dot ball. Oh. And I reckon Thompson must be eyeing up that vacant deep mid-wicket area. If I was, I would be out there thinking that's a big field, that's a big gap. We'll see, eh? There's 2 on the leg side, but they're fairly square. Oh, she's gone on the offside, played it with nonchalant ease. That's a glorious shot. Hardly any backlift. Straight down the ground. 4 runs. Not bad off one of England's senior bowlers.
No, not at all.
Now they need 47.
Lots of work for Sophia Turner and Grace Thompson to do.
Oh, and that's a wicket. Well taken in at mid-off. Cross has steamed in. Thompson was tempted to try and beat the fielders, but I think they certainly stepped a couple of yards back there. Great catch. Didn't quite see who it was over there. Did you see who it was in the field there? I suspect it was Grace Potts.
I think it might have been Potts.
Looked like Grace Potts. We'll give it to Potts anyway because that'll make me look good. Could you see? Still got no replays here, everyone. We'll just have to wait for it to come up on our screens. But great catch, whoever it was. Just what they needed. It was Grace Potts. Oh, yeah, see, who needs screens? It was Grace Potts, well played. And in comes number 23 for Durham. Katie Levick. You know her very well. You know all the numbers of these girls, don't you? You must have done a few games for them this season.
Yeah, I think I've done about 3 now.
3. Oh, well, I should have just asked you. I've just got my little bit of paper instead. You know the way you look at a screen? I was just scrolling through this piece of paper.
Nice.
Katie Levick, very experienced player, Katie Levick. But she's coming in with no wickets in hand. So in this situation, it's always a big ask. You can't really take too many chances, but you still need to push the run rate on. You can't just sit there and expect the runs to happen. Kate Cross into the new batter Levick. Full, right on Levick's toes, just what you need as a bowler. Not quite what you want when you've come in as a new bat in this situation. Still left that big gap at deep mid-wicket, cow corner. So
193 for 9.
Player close in either side, point, cover boundary. Cross is coming in. She's hit that straight. It's not really come off the bat with any great speed or purpose. And it's dollied back to the bowler. So there's a deep point, deep cover, deep fine, deep square. Everybody else is on the one. Cross to Levick. Last man standing for the Durham girls. And it's straight hit. A lovely straight drive. And Eccleston's dived over that, and it's gone for 4. It's gone for 4. Yeah.
Huge shots from the Durham
She looked
dugout.
like she was going to get that easily, and then just rolled over it. She's not had much luck in the field today, as Eccleston, has she? She's taking a right battering. That's the end of the over. 197 for 9. And I think the scorer's got that 51 or 54 wrong before, because I reckon it's only 43. They only need 240.
And you are a maths teacher.
Don't tell anyone. I'm retiring. I'm retiring, and for good reason. Maths, not necessarily statistics.
So
Eccleston coming in. Now then, I'm pretty sure neither of these batters would appreciate having to face Eccleston, but we'll see, won't we? The game's still to be won. All is not lost from a Durham perspective. It's not like they need 8 and over. But look at those figures. She's conceded only 15 runs off her 8 overs so far. 1.9 economy rate. First one, straight through to the keeper. Bamboozled Sophia Turner.
43 from 47 required.
Bit shorter, and again, that's beaten her all ends up. And again, twirling her arm. It's a little bit shorter, and she's punched it through. Looked to take a quick single, but decided against it. And through to Potts. Here comes Eccleston again. That could be it. No. 2 leggy. 2 to come. The umpire lifted his fingers up then. I thought he was going to give her out very late, but he was just showing the other umpires 2 runs, 2 balls to go. Oh, and she's punched that. That's a beautiful shot out to the point boundary where Seren Smale is. Come on, pick it up, get it in. Sarah, yeah, she's not herself over there, but anyway, she stopped it. No 4. Taken a 2. Eccleston, a bit shorter. It's beaten her again outside the off stump. 2 runs off the over. 199 for 9.
199. Sophia Turner on 3. Katie Levick on 4.
I suppose we should sort of look at some of the scores around, but are we the only game on today?
Yeah, we're the only game. So
okay.
There's a game tomorrow, I believe. So that's, I think the Blaze are playing. Yeah, the Blaze against Somerset in Loughborough. So that's the only other game happening.
So potentially Lancashire could go top after this, am I right in thinking?
Yeah.
There we go. So come on, Lanky. Certainly won't be any bonus points involved today, either for either side, because the game's been too close for that. In comes Potts. I beg your pardon, it's still Kate Cross. And that's gone for 4 off the first ball. What a glorious shot. Straight through the covers. Lovely shot. Just fighting this Durham team yet.
The team 200 up.
Yep.
So yes, if Lancashire win, they will go top of the table because above them is Hampshire, who are on 23, Lancashire on 22. If Durham win, they will go above Somerset, so they will move into 4th place.
Ah, where are they at? Cross is coming in. She's driven straight back to the bowler.
Hampshire need 30 to win, 29 to win off 5.4.
Oh yeah, there are other games. I don't know why I had in my head there weren't any other games happening today.
This is the most important one, clearly. That's 5. Yeah, so we've made a little mistake there, guys. Hampshire are playing today. We're just going to check on their scores after we've seen Kate Cross. She's gone for a bouncer there, and she got away with it because it wasn't the best bouncer she's ever bowled. No run.
And there's Essex Surrey as well. So Essex need 28 runs to win from 6 overs with 2 wickets remaining, and Hampshire need 25 runs to win from 5 overs with 4 wickets remaining. So apologies about that.
Oh, it was the computer. It said no.
Yeah, exactly.
Crosses him. Again. Nicely bowled. No run there.
I did think it was weird that there are only 2 games this week and only 4 teams were playing.
It's a horrible day to play as well on Monday, isn't it?
It's not even a bank holiday either,
and
so it's very
everyone's at
random.
work and everything, and it's like, oh. Anyway, it's not a horrible game. It's a fantastic game we've got on here as Cross comes in. Relatively low scoring compared to a lot of the other scores we've seen this season, but it's been fascinating, the little battles within battles. And here's another one here. Because these two do not look like your regular tail enders. They know how to handle a bat. They're still able to punish the bad ball, as they've already shown. Kate Cross. Into Lovick. She does edge that one, but she's been lucky because it's avoided any fielders. It's just gone for a single down to Sophie Morris at 3rd. It's the end of the over. Score has moved on a tad to 204 for 9. Still a fair way off if you're a number 10 or 11 batter from the winning target of 240, but it's still very, very doable at the same stage. Yeah, I think Lancashire was slightly ahead, but not by much.
211,
not
and
by much.
They obviously had more wickets in hand, but
and Eccleston's coming into bowl. Her last over, I believe. Not ever, listeners, just today.
Of the innings.
Of today's innings. Eccleston. Oh, and that's right on the money. Almost Yorker. Eccleston can keep this one really, really tight. That'll put the pressure back on Durham.
Yeah, it'd feel unfair if she didn't pick up a wicket.
Absolutely. Yeah. She's been magnificent in the bowling department today. Been a joy to watch. Oh, just how many times is she going to beat them? Wow. It's just bouncing and turning away from the bat every time. What she needed was a nice left-handed bat to bowl at. In again. Dom round the wicket. She got back to ball this time, but it's gone straight to the fielder at short cover. Oh, again, almost identical. It's gone a bit square at a point. Easily fielded this time by, to be honest, a disconsolate looking Sarah and Smile at the moment. She's had a rough old time in the field today. Eccleston gives herself room this time. There's Turner. No run.
204 for 9.
3 balls left for Eccleston to get that elusive wicket. She's thoroughly deserved it. Oh, again, right in the toes of the batter. Oh, miscounted there. Never mind. 204 for 9. Great over. She did get a maiden, you're right. Good way to end her spell.
Yeah, good work from Sophie Eccleston, who has done the kind of selfless job of just bowling all those overs and not getting the reward, but being really economical, finishing 0 for 17. From her 10 overs, and Kate Cross will be back to bowl her final over. So far 1 for 49. Durham requiring 36 runs from 30 balls as Cross is in. That's in the air. Seren Smale is under it. And the catch is taken.
Oh, I'm so pleased for her.
She juggled it. What a relief.
Wow.
She took the catch.
Wow. That makes up for the ones she dropped, I think.
And
that was
Lancashire are victorious. Yeah, as you say, makes up for the few she dropped. She's had a rough time in the field. She was frustrated. And that's the end of the game. Victory for Lancashire, and Durham couldn't quite get over the line in the end.
But again, Polly, what a great all-round team performance from Lancashire. Everybody's chipped in with the bat, with the ball, with some great fielding. And tight Lancashire have got in the habit of winning tight games, and I've sat watching them for 4 years now, commentating on them, and watched them get out of that habit. And it's so good to see them back in that habit of contesting, staying in the game even when moments get tough. And that's fantastic. And I'm sure all the Lancashire supporters will think the same.
Exactly. They really held on, because it looked at many points like Durham could take the game away, but they did really well in the end. And they're being clapped off as Katie Levick and Sophia Turner also walk off. The players shaking hands. Lancashire winning by 35 runs, and a lovely moment for Sophie Morris walking off, holding the match ball with her brilliant fifer. In the end, figures of 5 for 33 from her 8 overs. In fact, I think it was Katie Mack who took that final wicket out there to seal the win. And I'll just talk you through the scorecard. Susie Bates, 63, Holly Armitage, 47 at the top of the order for Durham. Bess Heath backed up with 45, and Phoebe Turner 16, but it wasn't enough with, of course, Sophie Morris's 5 for 33 and Mahika Gore, Kate Cross 2 apiece. Three for, in fact, I think, for Kate Cross in the end. From Lancashire's batting innings, Emma Lamb 84 from 94, Seren Smale 37, Kate Cross 24, and then Durham's bowling. There were 3-fers for Maddie Villiers and Phoebe Turner, and 2 wickets for Grace Thompson, who was very busy in the field as well. Some final thoughts from Ali Byrne alongside me.
Yeah, I mean, another really fascinating game of cricket. This league and this competition has it's been a breath of fresh air for me. Thoroughly enjoyed all the games I've commentated on, and I've watched most of the other games that haven't been around on YouTube. I mean, the viewing figures on the YouTube videos alone paint a picture, don't they? They've gone crazy. People are really enjoying these games. And if you are enjoying them, as I say, just press that like button, but more importantly, come down, come and support the women at your local clubs when they're playing in places like Blackpool or Sale or Sedberg. There's lots of other grounds that, other than the big county grounds, where you can see the standard of cricket and the Tier 2 cricket as well. There'll be, you know, some of these girls who are amateur players, but it won't be long before a lot of them are professional players if things continue in the same vein. So come and support your women cricketers. The cricket is growing exponentially, and it's just it's a real boom time for women's cricket, and this was just yet another example of quality cricket played in a really good spirit. I'm loving it.
So Lancashire win by 35 runs here in Blackpool. Thank you for joining us on the stream today. I've been Polly Starkey, alongside me, Ali Byrne, and Lancashire have been victorious over Durham. We'll be back. The T20 Blast will be coming shortly, but also we have the T20 Cup where Lancashire will be playing Leicestershire, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.